Good morning, everyone. We are on the record. The time is 9 a.m. The date is May 12th, 2026. I'm the Commission Vice President, Jennifer Fielder, and I am the presiding officer for this week's hearing. With me today in the Bollinger Room are Commissioner Brad Molnar, Commissioner Randy Pinocci, Commissioner Annie Bukacek, Commission President Jeff Wellborn, and of course myself. The commission and its staff are appearing from the commission's Bollinger Room in Helena, Montana. This is day one of the scheduled public hearing in docket 2025.10.078 involving the joint application of Northwestern Corporation, Black Hills Corporation, and Northwestern Energy Group for approval of merger. To begin the day, I will first invite public comment. All public commenters are advised that once an organization retains counsel and intervenes in a contested case proceeding before the commission, that organization and any of its directors, officers, employees, or members are parties to the case. Each party's legal counsel is their sole representative before the commission in this case. In other words, all parties must speak to the commission only through their legal counsel. With that being said, can I get a show of hand of who in the room would like to make public comment this morning as a public commenter? Keep your hands up, please. We have 8. Okay, thank you. And we have 9 online. So that's a total, if my math is right, of 17. We set aside 30 minutes for public comment this morning. We'll have to stretch that out a little bit. I will ask the commenters to try to keep your remarks to about 2 minutes. And there's plenty of ways to also add more comment for the record. And we'll get you that information. So, I will ask that everyone just stay on point and keep your comments no longer than about 2 minutes. And additional remarks may be submitted to the commission by mail, email, pschelp@mt.gov, or online via the commission's online ready system portal at the commission's website. Any person with a disability needing reasonable accommodation to provide comment should contact us, and you can also call the commission at 800-646-6150. Please note that this session is being recorded and all comments received will be public records. So please do not include confidential or private information in your comments. We will begin with any commenters in the room. And I've got an order here that our staff has given me, so I'll just call on you in order. And there's a few more. I see State Representative in the room, and I know that you have other meetings today. So Representative Perry, would you like to start off? And if you are part of if the public commenters are part of an organization that's a party to the proceeding, would you please identify that party when you make your comment? Thank you.
Top of the morning. My name is Gary Perry. I represent House District 35. I appreciate the opportunity to speak today regarding the proposed merger between Northwestern Energy and Black Hills Energy. I've spent many years working on energy policy in Montana, serving as chair of House Energy, Technology and Federal Relations, and I currently serve on Governor Gianforte's Energy Task Force, as well as the Energy and Technology Interim Committee. From my perspective, this merger is fundamentally about reliability, long-term infrastructure investment, and ensuring Montana has a utility capable of meeting the growing energy demands of our state and region. Montana's energy future requires a practical and balanced approach. Businesses, manufacturers, agricultural producers, schools, hospitals, and families all depend on reliable electricity every day. As Montana continues to grow, the demands placed on our electric system will continue to increase as well. Meeting those demands will require long-term planning, continued infrastructure investment, and the generation resources capable of providing electricity when customers need it most. That's why facilities like Colstrip and the Yellowstone County Generation Station remain essential parts of Montana's energy system. Colstrip provides dependable around-the-clock baseload power that supports reliability not only for Montana customers, but for the broader region grid as well. The Yellowstone County Generation Station provides flexible generation capacity that can respond quickly during periods of peak demand and help maintain system stability. These facilities play an important role in maintaining affordability and reliability across the system. And from my perspective, reliability must remain the foundation of Montana's energy policy. Montana needs a balanced portfolio that includes renewable resources, hydropower, natural gas, and firm dispatchable generation capable of performing under real-world conditions during winter cold snaps, summer heat waves, and periods of system stress. I also want to address an issue that has generated confusion in some public discussions. This merger is not about data center development. The question before the Commission is whether combining these utilities creates a stronger, more capable utility platform for Montana customers. Questions surrounding how future large load customers, including potential data centers, would pay for infrastructure and energy service are being addressed separately through Northwestern Energy's proposed large load tariff proceeding before this Commission. The merger itself is about strengthening the utility's long-term ability to invest in infrastructure, maintain reliability, and serve Montana customers responsibly. A larger utility platform with greater operational scale and stronger financial resources is better positioned to make the kinds of investments that will be necessary moving forward, including investments in generation, transmission, and overall grid resilience. Communities like Colstrip understand firsthand how important reliable energy infrastructure is, not only for local jobs and tax base, but for the stability of the electric system itself. I respect the Commission's role in carefully reviewing this proposal and ensuring customer protections remain in place. That oversight is important. From my perspective, Montana needs utility partners with the strength and capability to continue investing in reliable and affordable energy infrastructure for the long term. And I really believe that tying in with the MISO and SPP is going to be a stronger future for Montana and for our utilities and for the customers here. So for those reasons, I support the proposed merger and respectfully encourage the Commission to do so as well. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Representative. Next, Kelly Ashim. Kelly Ashim. And if you would, when you come up, commenters, please state your name and the town where you live. We don't need your physical address, but the town that you reside in. And again, if you're speaking on behalf of an organization, please identify the organization. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Callie Asham, and I'm the President and CEO of the Helena Area Chamber of Commerce. Thank you for the opportunity to comment today in favor of this merger. Helena is a unique community. As the state capital, our economy includes state government, healthcare systems, small businesses, and employers that serve communities across our state. Across that diverse economy, one thing is consistent. Our members rely on dependable and affordable energy to operate. From a small business on Last Chance Gulch to a healthcare provider serving patients across the state, reliability is not a luxury, it's a requirement, and that's how we view this merger. As Montana grows, so does the need for long-term investment in energy infrastructure, including generation, transmission, and overall system resilience. A combined utility with greater financial strength and operational scale is better positioned to make those investments. For Helena's business community, that means confidence. Confidence that the lights stay on during peak demand, that infrastructure will pace with growth, and that Montana and Helena can continue to support economic stability and expansion. Reliability is central to that. Our energy systems depend on a balance of mixed resources, including dispatchable generation that performs when demand is the highest. Facilities like Colstrip and the Yellowstone County Generating Station continue to play an important role in maintaining that stability. Looking ahead, maintaining and strengthening the system will require sustained investment, and we believe this merger helps the utility meet that need. From the Helena Area Chamber of Commerce perspective, this merger strengthens the utility's ability to serve Montana communities and with real reliability and affordability over the long term. Thank you for your time and thoughtful consideration.
Thank you. Pam Matthews.
Good morning. My name is Pam Matthews, and I'm from Missoula. I just have a brief comment this morning. Just a regular citizen, a grandmother, and concerned about our world. I'm here to voice my concern about the proposed merger. Most folks would assume that I would be addressing concerns about attendant cost issues that would make it harder for consumers in our very fraught world. While this is important, you might also think that I am totally against data centers. But what I am here to say is that I just believe that there needs to be more care and consideration and transparency as we move toward taking care of Montana's needs. And then I would also like to just mention that I'm against this merger because in my heart of hearts, I believe that bigger is not better necessarily. In pushing for ever expanding, I believe that just the common citizen does in some way suffer. Maybe it's environmentally as well as economically. If attention is not focused on taking care of the average citizen's lives and many human complexities going with that, but focusing on acquisition of more and more and more, pretty soon maintaining Montana's valuable and cherished lands and infrastructure will be put aside. Something I saw in California when PG&E found themselves neglecting work on old pipes in neighborhoods, especially the neighborhood where 3 of my friends lived and lost their lives in 2010. So thank you very much for considering this and staying focused on Montana. And I ask you to just demand oversight and consideration as you go forward. Thank you.
Thank you. John Iverson.
Hello, Commissioners. It's a pleasure to be here today. I'm John Iverson. I live here in Helena, and I'm the Executive Director for the Treasure State Resources Association. Our association is a cross-section of the natural resource industries in Montana. We got timber, we got oil and gas, we have transportation, we have construction. We have a lot of energy-intensive businesses, and we depend on reliable power it's affordable and it's reliable. Without that, we don't have these large scale operations in Montana. We simply can't support them. From our perspective, the question before this commission is, does this merger improve the long-term capability of Montana's energy system to meet our needs? And we believe it does. Our members plan our investments years in advance, decades in advance. And this kind of planning requires confidence that the energy system will be there to support the investments we're making. One of the key reasons we support this is just the financial stability that this will bring to the organization, and for those reasons, we really have to take a good look at this, I think, and move forward with it. If we don't have reliable power, and when we do have if we experience more spotty power, what we experience on the large industry side is significant economic losses. And some of these industries in Montana, they're at the end of the power line. They're in very remote locations. And so the need for companies that have the wherewithal to invest in these systems as we move forward is just absolutely critical. So for those reasons, we support this. Thank you.
Thank you. Leah Nuese?
Hi, it's a bit of a tricky one. My name is Leah Nice-Yaker, not phonetically spelled at all. And I am a resident of Missoula, Montana. I am a social worker and a recent graduate of the University of Montana. And I'm here today because this merger raises questions that really go to the heart of who this commission is designed to protect and whether that protection is actually possible once this decision is made. I want to be quite clear about what concerns me the most. This merger was announced to investors before it was explained to ratepayers. Northwestern's CEO went on record describing this deal as a competitive move to capture data center opportunities. That framing tells you everything about who the merger is for. It is not for Montana families. It is not for rural communities who are already feeling the squeeze of rising utility costs. It is for shareholders and for the technology companies that want to build massive, energy-intensive infrastructure in places where they can externalize the cost onto people who have no say in the matter. In addition to my work in social work, I've also spent the last couple of years entering and studying in the field of natural resource conflict resolution. I've been learning the details of what happens when communities are left out of decisions that shape their land, their water, and their economic future. And what I know from research, from experience, from interviews across the state is that trust, once broken, is incredibly hard to rebuild. When communities discover that decisions were made without them, with details withheld, the damage is not just to the policy, it's to the relationship between institutions and the people that those institutions were built by and are supposed to serve. The Montana Public Service Commission exists because Montanans need a counterweight to utility power. But that counterweight only works if this commission has full information. These companies have not disclosed the details of proposed data center projects. Without that transparency, the commission cannot adequately evaluate impacts on rates, on grid reliability, or on our water resources. A new utility headquartered in South Dakota, with a board composed primarily of Black Hills leadership, serving 2 million customers across 8 states, Montana ratepayers will be a rounding error in that calculus. We will have less influence, not more. I am asking this commission to reject this application until Montanans have full, transparent information about what this merger will cost us in dollars, in governance, and in our ability to shape the energy future of our state. Thank you.
Thank you. Sarah Norquist?
Good morning, commissioners. My name is Sarah Lundquist. I'm the Executive Director of Families for a Livable Climate. I live in Missoula, but I'm speaking on behalf of the more than 2,000 Montana families, youth, community members, and ratepayers we work with across the state. We are deeply concerned about the proposed merger between Northwestern Energy and Black Hills Energy and the lack of transparency surrounding it. Northwestern executives have openly told investors that this merger would help the companies capture data center opportunities. Yet the PSC is being asked to approve this deal without full disclosure about proposed data center projects, projected energy demand, impacts on water resources, long-term costs to Montana ratepayers. That should concern all of us. We are seeing this play out in other states where regulators and grid operators have warned that rapidly growing data center demand is driving major transmission buildouts, grid reliability concerns, and pressure on electricity costs. In Virginia, for example, regulators have even created a separate rate class for large data center customers in an effort to prevent residential customers from subsidizing these costs. Montanans should not be asked to shoulder these risks without clear protections and full public transparency. If this merger moves forward, Montana customers will become a much smaller piece of a massive 8-state monopoly utility serving more than 2 million customers. Decisions affecting our energy future, utility bills, water, and communities could increasingly be made outside Montana and outside the interests of Montana families. Our communities are already struggling with rising energy costs. We do not want Montana locked into more expensive fossil fuel infrastructure and pollution in order to subsidize private data center profits. We want clean, affordable, reliable energy. We want proven assurances that our land, water, air, and communities will be protected. And we want transparency before any decision of this magnitude is approved. We urge the Commission to require full public disclosure and transparent analysis of the potential rate, environmental, water, and grid impacts of this merger, as well as clear protections for Montana communities before moving forward with approval. Thank you.
Thank you. Marta Means.
Short. Marta Mings from Missoula, Montana. I'm just here as a concerned citizen, and I'm always get a little despondent about the power that corporations have to do what seems like whatever they want to. And sometimes it seems like in the name of reliability that that word gets emphasized and said over and over. There are many ways to have reliable energy, and that are both more economical and more environmentally sound. So I'm concerned about what this merger might do to regular Montanans, residents, as well as small business owners when they have unpredictable power bills. And I do know that data centers are maybe will take half of the power that we need in Montana. So as far as reliability goes, aren't data centers threatening that reliability? Maybe. So I would like all these questions answered, and especially for regular Montana workers, what will this do to their jobs? So all these questions seem like they should be asked and looked at. And thank you for your time.
Thank you. Jim Roach. And forgive me, my counselor has corrected me. I earlier said if you are speaking on behalf of an organization, please identify. If you are a member of an organization, please identify the organization. Thank you.
Well, my name is Jim Roach. Thank you for hearing my comments. I'm a member of lots of organizations. I'm here as a private citizen. I'm speaking as a private citizen. So hopefully that's okay.
Mr. Roach, are you a member of any of the organizations that are party to the proceeding? That would be what we're trying to identify.
Well, I am a member of the 350.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. So anyways, as I say, my name is Jim Roach. I live in Missoula. I've been a Northwestern Energy customer since Montana Power was brought down by the whole Touch America thing. So I'm going to try to summarize what I wrote because I can't get it all in 3 minutes or 2 minutes. Basically, it seems that this merger is to a large extent centered around data centers, and data centers are largely unpopular with people in Montana, and they present a lot of threats. There's the enormous energy load that they represent is far beyond the current carrying capacity of Northwestern Energy. And so far, while Northwestern says that regular ratepayers aren't going to be affected by this merger, they haven't told us how it is that we're going to be protected. We need to know the details of any kind of deal that involves data centers and involves our own supplies of electricity and our own rates. Other states that have brought data centers online have impacted normal energy people's rates dramatically. So that's an issue that we need to learn about. There's the issue of water, which isn't so much of a PSC issue, although it affects every Montanan, and we need to understand how water issues for cooling all these computers are going to be met, and how it's going to affect us and our water for irrigation, for wildlife, for fish, all of that. Closed loop systems have been shown to produce a lot of PFAS pollution, so that has to be considered as well. Besides the issues of data centers, there's a question of whether this merger actually benefits Montana ratepayers. While Montana currently makes up a majority of Northwestern's rate base, after the merger will be like 30% of the conglomerate's customers. How much influence will we have? Probably not very much. How much investment will ordinary Montana ratepayers benefit from this new energy landscape? We don't know. Electricity is fundamental to every citizen in our modern American society, yet we have no real voice in how our monopoly utility operates. We certainly don't like recurring rate hits. We certainly were opposed to the construction of the Laurel gas plant, and we're going to be paying for it for a long time. We don't begrudge any company's CEO a handsome salary, but I doubt that many Montanans who are struggling to make ends meet will understand why we should finance with our power bills the millions going to retention bonuses and golden parachute retirement packages. We don't want to accept sight unseen the cost, the risk, or the environmental consequences that this merger could present. We want answers to our questions. And if Northwestern Energy continues to deny our requests for information about this merger, then the PSC, who is supposed to ensure that this merger is in the public good and will not harm ratepayers, should prohibit the merger until we get all those answers clarified. We need transparency, and I hope that's what you'll demand. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hearing me.
Carla Abrams. Carla Abrams. Okay, not seeing Carla Abrams, we'll go to Charles Robison.
Thank you, Commissioner. Good morning to all commissioners. My name is Charles Robison. I'm here on behalf of the Montana Chamber of Commerce and our 2,000 business members across the state of Montana. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on behalf of the business community. From a statewide business perspective, we look at the merger through a long-term lens. Can Montana's energy system keep pace with the economic growth while maintaining reliability and affordability? That's the central question for the business community. Montana's employers are operating in an environment where energy demand is increasing. Infrastructure needs are expanding, and competition for investment is intensifying. Businesses that are evaluating whether to grow in Montana or come here at all are increasingly focused on the strength and reliability of the electric grid. And in that context, scale and financial capability matter. This merger would create a larger regional utility platform. We all know that. The large utility would have greater access to capital, broader operational capacity, and improved ability to plan and invest over the long term. Those attributes are essential as we look at the need for new generation, transmission expansion, and overall system resilience. Before going further, I want to briefly touch an issue that has been part of the broader public discussion. This transaction we're under consideration today is not about data center development. That matter before the commission is whether combining these utilities strengthens Montana's long-term energy infrastructure. Questions about how large new energy users like data centers will pay for service are being addressed separately through the commission's review of Northwestern Energy's proposed large load tariff. But returning to the merger itself, reliability remains the foundation. Montana's energy system depends on a balanced portfolio. Dispatchable generation resources, including facilities like Colstrip and the Yellowstone County Generating Station, continue to play a critical role in maintaining stability during peak demand and challenging conditions. As demand grows, maintaining that reliability while investing in future infrastructure will require a strong, capable utility partner. The Montana Chamber believes this merger helps position the company to meet those responsibilities. We also recognize and respect the Commission's role in ensuring customer protections remain in place. That oversight is essential. From the perspective of the business community, the broader conclusion is clear. Montana's economy depends on a reliable and forward-looking energy system. This merger strengthens the utility's ability to deliver it. We urge your approval. I want to thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. And Mr. Robison, will you please spell your last name for the record?
Thank you, Chairman. Robison.
Okay. And I did not instruct the other commenters to spell their name, but if you don't have a very simple name, will you please stop by the front desk if you commented and make sure the secretary has the correct spelling of your name for the record? Thank you. Okay. Are there any other public commenters in the room? Is this Carla?
Yeah.
Okay. Welcome.
Thanks. My name is Carla Abrams, and I'm from Missoula, Montana. So
Miss Abrams, and the spelling of your last name?
ABRAMS.
Thank you.
I, as a Montana Northwestern Energy ratepayer and shareholder, oppose the merger of Northwestern Energy and Black Hills Energy. Firstly, I don't think the term merger is correct. I feel like it's more of an absorption. Black Hills Energy intends to absorb Northwestern Energy to become a mega monopoly, and that's to capture data center opportunities. I would like to just make 2 points, though there are many more to discuss. The first one is the lack of transparency surrounding Northwestern Energy's plans for data centers and absorption into Black Hills Energy. It's shameful. Shame. Second of all, according to Data Center Watch, $64 billion of data center projects have been blocked or delayed by local opposition. Data centers are bad business and a bad business model. Do not try to ram data centers down the throats of Montanans with this proposed absorption. It will be a big mistake. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other commenters in the room? Go ahead and come on up. Please state and spell your last name for the record.
Good morning. My name is Mark Brastrup, Brastrup. I live in Carbon County on my great-grandmother's homestead. I'm a journeyman lineman. I've been working on the Montana's electrical grid for about 30 years. I'm not an executive or an analyst. I'm just somebody that spent decades out in the field, working storms, building and maintaining power lines, and seeing firsthand what it takes to keep the electricity flowing. I'm in favor of the merger from Northwestern to Black Hills. Where I stand, it's just practical. Montana's a big state with long distances between customers, tough weather, and infrastructure that takes constant upkeep and investment. Keeping this system reliable takes people, materials, money, and consistency over time. What I've seen over the years, when the investment falls behind, the grid falls behind. Repairs take longer, equipment ages out, the job gets harder and less safe for the crews working it. That's where I see the benefit. A larger combined utility means more access to capital and resources. This matters when you talk about replacing aging infrastructure, upgrading transmission lines, and keeping up with growing demand. It also means being part of a broader regional system. More options when things go wrong, more ways to reroute power, more support during major outages, and a better overall system flexibility. From a reliability standpoint, that's not a small thing. The difference between an outage lasting hours versus days in some of the rural areas. We are also seeing an increase on demand, whether it's population growth, new industry, or just greater reliance on electricity in general. Like it or not, that demand is coming, and the system has to be able to handle it. A stronger, better resource utility is in better position to meet the demand without putting additional strain on the already stretched grid. I hope you guys will support this also. Thank you.
Thank you. Other public comments in the room?
Good morning. My name is Patty Ames, and AMES. I'm an advanced practice nurse. I'm a mother, I'm a grandmother, and I'm speaking on behalf of ratepayers. 4 generations of my family were born and raised in eastern Montana in the Great Falls area. My grandfather worked for the Anaconda Copper Company before he and my grandmother became homesteaders. I grew up knowing all about the robber barons. We lived across the river from the massive toxic Superfund waste site
that the robber barons walked away from after raping, plundering our precious natural environment, and getting filthy rich on the backs of people they exploited. If the Public Service Commission approves this merger, you will be creating a whole new modern day robber baron class of few privilege that will once again get filthy rich at the expense of our water, our earth, our paychecks, and generations to come. The Wall Street Journal recently published an analysis describing this merger as fragile. The 5 elected commissioners' job is to make certain the proposed merger is in the public interest, provides net benefits to Montana customers, and does not harm existing Montana customers. Northwestern Energy has not factually shown any of these to be true because they are not. Ratepayers and all Montanans are at risk, including being at risk of financial stranded assets that we will have to pay for generations to come. We need protections. So far, Montanans understand that the dynamics on the Public Service Commission have been to support anything and everything that Northwestern Energy has requested before them. 2 commissioners have used in their God-given brains to understand that we need more time and information in order to make this very consequential and complex decision. I hope that the other commissioners will support generations of Montanans to come. You will be read about, as the old robber barons are, in our history books for the millennia. If this merger is approved, it will be a boondoggle, which is defined as a wasteful, unnecessary, or pointless project, often funded by taxpayer money that provides little to no value. It typically refers to extravagant, politically motivated ventures that consume significant time and resources while serving no practical purpose. Please do the right thing. Vote at least to delay the merger until Northwestern Energy provides more critical information that will allow for a complete analysis of the proposed merger, and especially what the safeguards will be for Montanans. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other commenters in the room? Any other commenters in the room? Seeing none, we will go to online public comment. We have, I think, 6 comments. So Richard Liebert, you are first. Mr. Liebert, are you there? Okay, not hearing from Mr. Liebert, we'll move to Chad Bauer. Chad Bauer.
Good morning, Commissioner. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Chad Bauer, B-A-U-E-R, and I am the President and CEO of the Missoula Area Chamber of Commerce. And thank you for letting me comment today. In Missoula, we represent a business community that is growing, diversifying, and evolving. From our healthcare providers and the university to manufacturers, construction firms, and a rapidly expanding small business sector. Reliable energy is something our members depend on every single day, and increasingly, they're thinking about the future. When I talk to businesses that are expanding or considering investing in Missoula, one of the key questions they ask is whether our infrastructure, especially our energy system, can support long-term growth. They are not just looking at next year, they are looking at 5, 10, 20 years down the road. That's where this merger comes into focus. As demand continues to increase across Montana, the need for sustained investment in generation, transmission, and grid reliability becomes more important. From our perspective, a utility with greater financial strength and broader operational capacity is better positioned to make those long-term investments. Montana is seeing increasing interest from manufacturers, technology companies, industrial operators, and other large employers seeking access to reliable energy infrastructure. This combined company would be better positioned to serve growing commercial and industrial demand, expand transmission and grid infrastructure, support new business recruitment efforts, and accommodate future economic development opportunities. Northwestern and Black Hills have stated the merger will help accelerate investment in energy and grid infrastructure and better meet the rising energy demand. That is especially important for chambers of commerce and local economic development organizations working to attract investment and jobs to Montana communities. That matters in a community like Missoula, where we are seeing continued population growth, business expansion, and increasing pressure on infrastructure. Reliability is the core of that conversation. Whether it's a hospital operating around the clock, a manufacturer running shifts, or a small business trying to manage costs and serve customers, consistent and dependable electricity is essential. Montana's system depends on a mix of resources, including firm, dispatchable generation. Facilities like Colstrip and the Yellowstone County Generating Station continue to provide important stability, particularly during peak demand or when conditions are less predictable. Those are the moments when reliability matters most. From the Missoula Chamber's perspective, this merger is about ensuring Montana has a utility partner that can keep up with growth, invest in the system, and maintain the level of service our businesses expect. We appreciate the Commission's role in carefully reviewing this proposal and ensuring customer protections remain in place. But overall, we believe this merger strengthens the long-term outlook for Montana's energy systems and supports the kind of economic growth we're working to build. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Next, Jim Atchison.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Well, thank you, and good morning, everyone. President Welborn and the members of the commission. My name is Jim Atchison, and that's spelled A-T-C-H-I-S-O-N. I'm the Executive Director of Southeastern Montana Development based in Colstrip. It's important to note that we are a regional nonprofit economic development group that has been around since 1997, and we do whatever we can to create economic and community development activities within those 4 counties of Custer, Rosebud, Powder River, and Treasure. I've been here as the director since 2001, and my staff and I get up every morning with a lot of passion and go to work to build the economy up, not tear it down. We'd like to give people hope, specifically economic hope, and just like Northwestern Energy has numerous tools in our toolbox, we also have numerous tools to create that economic and community development activity. Thus, we strongly support the proposed merger between Northwestern Energy and Black Hills. And I'd like to offer 3 points for comment. Number 1, we applaud the Northwestern Energy leadership for standing up and making this forward-thinking decision and proposal before you. Number 2, the merger would create stronger operational economies of scale and thus improve the transmission and grid infrastructure stability. That word stability is very important here. Number 3, the merger would also attract significant outside investment capital into the region, and this is good for Montana's future on different opportunities that are coming. And in closing, I'd just like to offer a quote. I've been an economic development professional for 25 years in the Colstrip area, southeastern Montana, and I've never been more excited about the future of Colstrip and the southeastern part of the state than I am today, and mostly because of the energy and value-added energy opportunities that are coming before this state. Thus, I'd like to encourage the Montana Public Service Commission to move forward with a green light and support this merger. And once again, thank you for the opportunity to comment today. Thank you.
Thank you. Daniel Brooks.
Very good.
Good morning, Honorable Chair and Commissioners. For the record, my name is Dan Brooks. That's B-R-O-O-K-S. And I represent the Billings Chamber of Commerce. We come before you this morning in support of approval of proposed merger between Northwestern Energy and Black Hills Corporation. Affordable, reliable energy is critical for every Montana enterprise, from the small businesses on Main Street to the major industrial employers around our region. Our mines, our refineries, and Montana's biggest city all depend on continuous, dispatchable, round-the-clock power. Northwestern's diverse portfolio, anchored by hydro, Colstrip, and the new Yellowstone County Generating Station, has delivered that reliability, and Montana's average retail electricity price remains below the national average and lower than roughly 2/3 of states. We want to keep it that way. On affordability, recent research from Lawrence Berkeley National Laboratory found that load growth tends to reduce retail electricity prices because fixed grid costs are spread across more sales. Montana is positioned to capture significant new industrial load, and a larger combined utility is better equipped to serve it without burdening existing customers. But we also need more infrastructure, and that is exactly where the West is falling behind. The Western Electricity Coordinating Council, or WEC, put out their 2025 Western Assessment of Resource Adequacy, and they warn that the West could see energy shortfalls as early as 2028, with Montana's Northwest and basin subregions identified at elevated risk. Even if every planned resource is built on time, starting in 2029, supply won't be keeping up with the energy demand. This merger addresses that challenge. Increasing the rate base and bolstering the combined company's creditworthiness lowers the cost of debt for investments in needed transmission, distribution, and generation that Montana needs. Those savings benefit ratepayers. And critically, this commission retains full regulatory authority over rates, service quality, and resource planning. That oversight is the safeguard ensuring the benefits of scale flow through to customers and that any concerns raised in this docket are addressed. For those reasons, the Billings Chamber respectfully urges the Commission to approve this merger, and thank you for your time.
Good morning. Yes, my name is Will Swearingen. I believe I'm registered to speak now.
Yes.
All right. Well, good morning, commissioners. My name is Will Swearingen, spelled Swearingen. I live in Bozeman, and I'm deeply concerned about this proposed merger and what it means for residential customers. Longtime Montana residents clearly remember when Montana Power, the predecessor to Northwestern Energy, decided it was too boring to be a regulated utility collecting a stodgy 10% return on its investment. That's because the big bucks at the time were in telecommunications. So consequently, Montana Power decided to sell all of its electricity-related assets and become Touch America. As we know, that didn't end well. This rash decision resulted in a catastrophic bankruptcy and loss of $2.7 billion. Northwestern Energy's customers are still paying for that disaster because we had to repurchase all of Montana Power's assets at inflated prices. It's not irrational to fear that Northwestern Energy is setting us up for a similar catastrophe today. If you substitute Northwestern Energy for Montana Power and data centers for telecommunications, you arrive at the same formula for a huge debacle. In fact, there's an urgent gold rush mentality about this merger and the seeming get-rich-quick through data center scheme. There's also a complete lack of transparency. I find it outrageous that the PSC is being asked to approve the merger with virtually no information regarding the 14 proposed data center projects. These projects appear to be the primary motive behind the merger. We know that Northwestern Energy CEO Brad Bird told investors that the merger is designed to, quote, capture data center opportunities. Well, we've been assured by Northwestern Energy that the merger and data centers will have no impact on our residential custom rates, but this claim is really shown to be suspect by a major study by Harvard University's Environmental and Energy Law program titled Extracting Profits from the Public, in which they looked at some 48 rate cases and the many sophisticated ways that utilities attract data centers with lower rates and hide the cost shifts to residential customers. They do this through an almost complete lack of transparencies. But there are other major risks for residential customers. For example, technological advances in the AI field, which could greatly reduce power demands, leaving stranded assets, and extreme debt-fueled spending nationwide that could result in an AI market collapse. In fact, it's likely that part of the rationale for the proposed merger is to increase the utility's ability to take on debt to invest in data centers. Both utilities are already heavily debt-laden. So to conclude, before Northwestern Energy is given approval for the merger, the PSC must require it to fully answer a series of detailed questions about its data center plans with Black Hills Energy and how the new mega utility will prevent these plans from negatively impacting Montana utility customers. Without satisfactory answers, the PSC should deny this merger. Thank you.
Thank you. Jennifer Swearingen?
Good morning, President Fielder and Commissioners. My name is Jennifer Swearingen. I live in Bozeman, and I'm extremely concerned about this ongoing process to approve the acquisition of our utility by Black Hills Energy. You know, it's not a coincidence that Northwestern is seeking this merger at the same time that it's pursuing energy contracts with more than a dozen developers of data centers in Montana. In its investor calls, Northwestern has openly touted that merging with Black Hills will enable it to serve very large energy loads to these developers. But the company has been completely mum on its specific plans and on just what this would mean for existing ratepayers. It has offered vague assurances that we might all benefit from economies of scale, which has been met with deep skepticism and outrage. So far, our utility refuses to share the details of any of this with you, the Commission. In the meantime, it has announced that it's crafting a new large load tariff filing, which will provide a framework for integrating data centers into its system while, quote, ensuring that costs are allocated fairly. So our monopoly utility, not the Commission, is drafting the rules that are supposed to protect ratepayers. At the same time, it is seeking approval for a massive multi-state merger with unknown implications for ratepayers. In this new deal, Northwestern would hold only a minority of board seats in the new company, meaning that Montana would have a much reduced voice and far reduced influence. Given all of this, it is imperative that the PSC get a handle on this backroom deal. In order to do that, the Commission must first address the enormous impacts that data centers will have on our energy system. How much new generation is being planned? How will this new generation impact rates? How will it impact existing transmission? What new infrastructure is anticipated? And how will Black Hills' $4.5 billion debt affect Montana ratepayers? Most importantly, the Commission must take an active role in crafting the new large load tariff in order to safeguard existing ratepayers. As with any technology boom, there's a very strong risk of default and stranded assets. The PSC has the responsibility to protect us from this kind of risky speculation, and no merger should be considered until these issues are resolved. Above all, none of this can be accomplished without a deep commitment to transparency. If we are to arrive at a just and fair decision, it is imperative that there be total transparency in the process before the Commission. Thank you for considering my comments.
Thank you. The chair reminds commenters, if you can, try to keep your comments to around 2 minutes or so. We are running up against double the time we allotted for today. But I think we're going to get through it if we can just stay on point, and I thank the other commenters for attempting to do that. So next we have Catalina Deonis.
That was good.
Good morning. Good morning. Can you hear me?
This is Deone.
Oh,
It must be her daughter.
oh, yeah.
Can you hear me? Good
Karen.
morning. Good morning. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, Miss Deonis, can you hear us?
Yes, thank you very much.
Please state and spell your name for the record, and then you may begin.
Yes, I'm Catalina de Onis, CATALINADEONIS. Good morning, commissioners, and thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I'm a Missoula resident who grew up in Bozeman and who cares deeply for neighbors in this state, and I'm also an energy and climate studies researcher and teacher. As a ratepayer, I'm joining the many voices who already have spoken today, not the narrow business interests, we've heard from them too. I join instead the voices of everyday people, not business representatives only focusing on their own selfish monetary self-interests. We need to challenge the misinformation and disinformation presented. I voice my strong opposition to Northwestern Energy's proposed so-called merger with Black Hills Energy and ask the Commission to please firmly reject this deal. As ratepayers, we have witnessed longstanding and recent efforts by Northwestern Energy to increase our bills and to fund projects without our consent. Now, with this proposed deal, everyday Montanans are potentially being asked again to pay unaffordable costs and suffer the environmental harms that would result from a deal that is committed to data center build-out. We know this is the utilities plan because Northwestern Energy's CEO is on the record as having stated, as we've already heard from another person giving testimony, that he wants to, quote, capture data center opportunities, end quote. But who really gets captured? It is us, the captured ratepayers. As is typical of Northwestern Energy, this monopoly has not communicated what the impacts of this merger will be for those most impacted. We need information on potential impacts on electricity rates, grid reliability, and water. Throughout the country, data centers are driving up bills and requiring more fossil fuel and risky energy infrastructure build-out. These projects are targeting Indigenous lands and waters and threatening Indigenous sovereignty. We need to focus on these real concerns, such as those communicated by Indigenous-led organization Honor the Earth, based in Lame Deer and directly harmed by Colstrip coal operations. People in Montana need and want an affordable, livable, and less polluted present and future. What we do not need are more energy bills that we cannot afford, loss of clean and accessible water, and pollution that hurts our ability to live good lives now and for future generations. The rejection of this proposed deal is not about tearing down the economy, as some previous individual who was giving testimony falsely claimed, but rather it's about rejecting the merger to allow for building an intertwined economic and environmental future that gives space for everyday Montana voices, creates more sustainable financial situations for ratepayers, and that can create pathways for a flourishing future as promised to us in the Montana Constitution for a, quote, clean and healthful environment. Commissioners, please show your support for the people of Montana, not corporations and narrow self-serving business interests. You can do what is right by opposing this proposed deal. We need much more information and transparency before even considering such a proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. Brandon Berger.
Southeastern Montana Development, this Jim. Hello.
Good morning. Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the commission. My name is Brandon Berger, B-E-R-G-E-R. I am the Interim Executive Director of Big Sky Economic Development located in Billings, Montana. At Big Sky Economic Development, we work every day with businesses, employers, developers, and community leaders focused on growing Montana's economy. Our work centers on infrastructure, workforce development, investment, and long-term competitiveness. Reliable energy is part of every one of these conversations. Quite simply, communities cannot grow without dependable power. Businesses considering investment in Montana want to know whether our energy systems can support expansion, manufacturing, technology growth, and rising demand. Our existing employers require this same confidence. They need reliability, stability, and assurance that the infrastructure supporting their operations will continue to keep pace with growth. This is why Big Sky Economic Development supports the proposed merger between Northwestern Energy and Black Hills Corporation. From our perspective, this proposal has potential to strengthen long-term infrastructure investment, improve operational resilience, and better position the region to meet growing energy demand in the years ahead. A stronger utility platform directly impacts economic development, business recruitment, and long-term investment decisions. Communities competing for jobs and private investment depend on reliable infrastructure and utilities capable of supporting future growth. We also recognize the importance of the Public Service Commission, and I want to thank each of you for your service to Montana. Businesses, communities, and ratepayers depend on measured oversight and thoughtful decision-making as the state plans for its long-term energy future. It's no secret Montana is growing. Energy demand is increasing, and the decisions made today will shape the state's economic competitiveness for years to come. On behalf of Big Sky Economic Development, I respectfully urge the Commission to approve this merger and vote yes on the proposed transaction. Thank you again for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Mary Catherine Dunphy.
So that's the new Big Sky on Billings, it sounds like.
Yeah.
Brandon, we know him. He's been to our board meetings. Hope they can't hear
Mary
us
Catherine Dunphy.
or see us.
Are there any other public commenters online? Okay, seeing none.
It's like the names.
Public comment is now closed, and we will move to the evidentiary hearing. There's one more commenter in the room, is that right? Oh, I'm sorry, come on in. One more. And please state and spell your name for the record, and if you would try to keep it to about 2 minutes or so, we'd appreciate that. Thank you.
My name is Michelle Harris, Michelle. Last name Harris, Harris. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I am the president of Rocky Mountain Contractors, a Montana-based company that has operated here for over 60 years and includes over 300 employees. Like many Montana businesses, we depend every day on reliable energy, stable infrastructure, and long-term planning to do our work, employ people, and contribute to the communities where we live and operate. I am here today to offer my support for the proposed merger between Northwestern Energy and Black Hills Corporation, and to share why I believe this decision matters, not just for today's ratepayers, but for future generations of Montanans. From a business perspective, energy infrastructure decisions are never short-term. They are generational. They determine whether Montana will continue to be a place where businesses can grow, where our children can find employment, where skilled workers can build careers, and where communities can thrive decades from now. As a contractor, I've seen firsthand what happens when infrastructure investment is delayed or constrained. The costs don't disappear. They simply get pushed onto the next generation in the form of higher expenses, emergency repairs, lost opportunity, or economic stagnation. Strong, proactive investment is always less expensive and more responsible than reactive fixes. Our energy needs are growing. Employers considering Montana, whether they be manufacturing, agriculture, healthcare, need to know our energy infrastructure can support them. Large employers and industrial users are a significant part of Montana's economic backbone. They provide good paying jobs, contribute to local tax bases, and help to sustain rural communities. Ultimately, this decision is about whether we choose to strengthen the foundation that future Montanans will depend on. From where I sit, not just as a Montana business leader, but also as a mom of 2 teenage boys whom I hope will be able to find good jobs here soon in the state, I believe this merger positions the state for long-term success. On behalf of businesses that build, employ, invest, and plan for the long term in Montana, I respectfully encourage the Commission to consider the generational economic benefits this merger offers. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other public commenters in the room? Any other public commenters in the room? And seeing no further public commenters, we will now move into the evidentiary hearing. Good morning. For the record, The time is 10:04 a.m. and this hearing is called to order, and the date is May 12th, 2026. I am Commission Vice President Jennifer Fielder. I am the presiding officer for this hearing. Counselors, just to avoid any confusion, it's proper to address the chair of any proceeding as the chair, chairman. I prefer Madam Chair rather than Chairman, but any will work. You may also address me as Commissioner Fielder or Vice President Fielder if you want. Don't worry about it, but just so you know, those are your options. Chair is just fine. And as for the commissioners, Commissioner is fine. Of course, we have President Wellborn with us, and he will answer to just about anything. So, is that right? For this hearing, we have with us Commission President Jeffrey Wellborn, Commissioner Randy Pinocci, Commissioner Annie Bukacek, and Commissioner Brad Molnar, and myself. So all 5 commissioners are here present. And we have commission staff attorneys, Pam Snyder-Varnes at the bench with us. And also Amanda Webster is our other staff attorney. She's actually chief legal counsel, will be joining us from time to time, or may be joining us from time to time as well. The commission and its staff are appearing from Helena, Montana, in the Bollinger Room of the Montana Public Service Commission. This is the scheduled public hearing in docket 2025.10.078 involving the joint application of Northwestern Corporation, Black Hills Corporation, and Northwestern Energy Group for approval of a merger. I may refer to Northwestern Energy Group, and Black Hills as the joint applicants or JAs during the hearing. Thank you to all of the witnesses, attorneys, parties, and the public who are joining us today. We are happy to have you. As the chair, I am responsible for preserving order and ensuring a fair hearing that proceeds in an efficient manner. Comments will be made in turn and respectfully addressed through the chair. Of course, when you're recognized to examine and cross-examine witnesses, you may directly speak to the witnesses. The court recorder cannot properly record overlapping conversations or conversations she cannot hear. When the chair recognizes you to speak, please activate your microphone and speak clearly and directly into the mic. Please wait until the previous speaker is finished before you begin speaking. This is a quasi-judicial proceeding of the Montana Public Service Commission, subject to the Montana Administrative Procedures Act and the Montana Rules of Evidence. Commissioners are reminded that neither we nor the parties' attorneys are witnesses. It is not permissible for commissioners or party counsel to put our own testimony or viewpoints into the record during an evidentiary hearing. As commissioners, our role this week is to listen, assess relevant facts from testimony that witnesses provide, and ask for clarification when needed. At this point in the proceeding, further commission action, including motions, deliberations, debate, argument, stating our opinions, and deciding how we will vote, will come during a properly scheduled and publicly noticed commission work session after relevant evidence is recorded from the witnesses and carefully analyzed within the framework of applicable laws. Commissioners should recuse themselves if their impartiality might be reasonably questioned for reasons including but not limited to personal bias or prejudice against a party. Failure of an impartial commissioner to recuse themselves would impair fair due process and decision-making and could subject the commission's final decision to legal challenge. If any commissioner has prejudged this matter before this evidentiary hearing, in other words, has already decided whether or not the merger application or settlement agreement should be approved or denied, the commissioner should recuse themselves at this time. Does any commissioner wish to recuse themselves? Seeing none. We have a lot of material to cover this week and a high volume of parties and witnesses participating in the proceeding. Testimony, questions, and evidence will be confined to the scope and purpose of this docket to the extent the commission possesses jurisdiction over the matters. Counselors, the chair invites you to object at any time you believe the scope or rules governing this proceeding are being exceeded, even if it is a commissioner that may be overstepping, including myself as chair. We are not attorneys, and we welcome the learning opportunity regarding evidentiary hearing boundaries, so that invitation is open to you all. I will now take appearances of counsel. Counsel, please introduce yourself and who you represent. We will begin with the applicant, Northwestern Energy and Northwestern Energy Group.
Madam Chair, please enter the appearance of Sarah Norcott on behalf of Northwestern Corporation and Northwestern Energy Group Incorporated.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Also appearing on behalf of Northwestern Energy Group and Northwestern Corporation, Mike Green, and our co-counsel and general counsel, Shannon High.
And then applicant Black Hills.
Yes, Madam Chair. Wiley Barker of the Crowley Fleck Law Firm on behalf of Black Hills Corporation.
And Caitlin Shields, admitted pro hoc vice from the law firm Wilkinson Barker Nauer.
Thank you. Intervener, Montana Consumer Council.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Please enter the appearance of Jason Brown, Montana Consumer Council.
Thank you. Intervener, Laborers Local 1686.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Matt Teal, Teal Law Office, on behalf of Laborers Local 1686 and co-counsel.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Please enter the appearance of Milana Dianeem, admitted pro hoc vice of Barnard, Glitzen, and Lavitt on behalf of Laborers Local 1686.
Thank you. Ms. Daim, would you please spell the last name?
Daywanim, Dianeem. Thank
you. Counselors for the Laborers Local, do you have a Danielle Franco Malone appearing?
Franco Malone will not be appearing.
Thank you. Intervener, Montana Farmers Union.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Monica Trinnell of Trinnell Law Firm on behalf of the Montana Farmers Union.
Thank you. And 350 Montana.
Monica Trinnell, Trinnell Law Firm on behalf of 350 Montana.
Thank you. Intervener, Missoula County.
Madam Chair, Michael Uda making an appearance on behalf of Missoula County.
Thank you. Is there a Ashley Chambers for Missoula County?
No, she will not be making an appearance.
All right, thank you. Intervener, City of Missoula.
Good morning, Madam Chair. For the City of Missoula, Patrick Lowney.
Thank you. Intervener, Montana Large Customer Group.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Nick Stoffel with the law firm of Holland and Hart, appearing on behalf of the Large Customer Group.
Okay. And Thor Nelson and Austin Rushoff are not appearing?
Correct.
Thank you. Intervener, Joint Energy Advocates, Montana Renewable Energy Association, Northwest Energy Coalition, Renewable Northwest.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Please enter the appearance of Melissa Hornbein on behalf of the Joint Energy Advocates.
Morning, Madam Chair. Please enter the appearance of Meridian Wappett, that's Wappett, on behalf of the Joint Energy Advocates.
Thank you.
Sorry, and finally, Madam Chair, Barbara Chilcott on behalf of Joint Energy Advocates.
Thank you. Is there anyone else? All right. For the record, 2 interveners have asked to be excused from this hearing: Energy Share and International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, IBEW, Local 44. The commission excuses them. Further, the City of Missoula filed a motion requesting that their witness, Mayor Andrea Davis, be excused. The commission granted that order. We will now move to preliminary matters. Based on the parties' pre-hearing memos, there are a few items to be addressed before we begin the hearing. First, I want to discuss our schedule. As you know, this hearing has been scheduled to conclude no later than Friday, May 15th. I'd like to aim to conclude early afternoon, Friday, to accommodate travel. Okay. And before we get moving, I'd like to ask parties how much time they believe they need to present their case in chief.
Madam Chair, the joint applicants have 5 witnesses to call. Unfortunately, I'm unable to give an estimate. It'll depend on the cross-examination. We do have 4 settlements in this docket, so that will expedite because the settling parties have agreed to waive cross-examination of the joint applicant witnesses. So for any non-settling parties, they do have a right to cross, and I do not know at this time their expectation for cross-examination.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other estimates? Mr. Nell?
Madam Chair, I would estimate the 350 Montana, I think could be reasonably done in an afternoon or a morning. So 3 to 4 hours.
Very
for
well.
our case in
Thank you.
chief. And for the Farmers Union, I would say 1 hour. Just a rough guess again.
Thank you. Any others? All right, thank you. We will begin today with some procedural matters, including accommodations of witnesses and attorneys, the admission of data responses and uncontested exhibits, and any questions from the parties. We will then move on to opening statements. Party may reserve their opening statements for the beginning of their case in chief if they so desire. Because Northwestern Energy Group, and Black Hills are the applicants in this matter, they will present their case in chief first. We will then move to the interveners' cases in chief and finally return to the joint applicants for any rebuttal. Once the presentation of evidence has concluded, we will hear closing statements from any party who wishes to provide one. As all parties are aware, the Commission accepts public comments on all matters within the Commission's jurisdiction. At the beginning of each hearing day, I intend to reserve up to 30 minutes for public comment. After today, we will plan to begin the public comment period at 8:30 a.m. Parties should plan to resume presentation of testimony and evidence each day at 9 a.m. If we need to adjust our start time for any reason, I will make an announcement the day before we change the schedule. Breaks will occur at convenient times and during the hearing. Please feel free to speak up and ask for one if you feel like you need one, and we'll confer and find mutually convenient times for everybody to get some breaks. Do the parties have any questions about the schedule for the hearing? Seeing none. We'll go to witness accommodations. According to the pre-hearing memos, there are a number of requests to allow witnesses to appear on certain dates of the hearing. It is my understanding that no objections to those requests were filed. Do any of the parties have any objection to the witness timing accommodations listed in the pre-hearing memos?
No objection.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, the only clarification from the joint applicants would be we'd ask that any intervener witness who is not a settling party would come after our case in chief.
And Madam Chair, we have no objection to that.
All right, thank you. Appreciate that. Without objection, that's how we will proceed. I will also note that joint applicants are not calling Blue Lefebvre in their case in chief, but will make him available in person tomorrow afternoon for examination by the interveners. Are there any objections to this?
That's great. Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome. Thank you.
And Madam Chair,
Oh.
again, and Mr. Lefebvre is available on Thursday morning, and we'd like him to also be called after our case in chief.
Okay, he's available.
But he will be available tomorrow afternoon and Thursday morning.
Okay, thank you. Counselor?
Yeah, I'm assuming that you want that then prior to our putting on our case in chief. Happy to accommodate however this unfolds, but if that's when he's available and we happen to be done, then I assume we'll just keep proceeding.
Okay, that gives us a target to keep us on track then. We'll try to wrap up your case in chief by Wednesday afternoon, by close of the day, if possible.
Madam Chair, Missoula County has one witness, and he kind of said he could be available on the 13th in the afternoon or all day on the 14th. And because he has to travel from Missoula, I was kind of wondering if we could nail down a little bit about when he might be able to testify. He's a settling witness. I don't think his testimony will take very long.
Mr. Uda, we believe that we can have your witness tomorrow afternoon, late afternoon, or the following morning, first thing. And we can interrupt the proceedings if we need to accommodate the witness's schedule.
Thank you, Madam Chair. May I direct a question to the joint applicants?
Yes, sir.
Hey, Sarah, I don't know if is that okay with you guys?
Madam Chair, joint applicants do not have any objection to that.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yeah, I would just keep track of the tempo of the proceedings, and I think we'll know a little bit more by the end of today what tomorrow's schedule is looking like. So please feel free to remind me if you like to ask the question again later, Mr. Uda, to nail that down.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome. Okay, I will be relying on the parties to coordinate accommodations as we work through this hearing. I expect counsel for the parties will notify me at an appropriate time if we need to move out of the normal order to accommodate a witness. Next, let's address remote appearances. The following individuals requested to appear remotely. None for the joint applicants. For MCC, Ralph Smith. For the large customer group, Michael Gorman. Missoula County, Svein Newman. Joint Energy Advocates, Benjamin Otto. And MCC. And MCC, are you requesting permission to appear online as well? Counsel for MCC.
Yes, Madam Chair.
Do the parties request that any other witnesses be permitted to appear remotely?
Madam Chair, we had requested that the joint applicants had requested 3 witnesses be excused. Their respondents to data requests and not going to be called in our case in chief. I understand that counsel for Farmers Union and 350 has concerns about that. So we would ask that at this time, the commission grant us permission to call as needed Joe Steinmetz, Ken Crouch, and Tom Stevens. Joe Steinmetz and Ken Crouch online or remote if needed. We'd also ask the commission's indulgence that if you plan to have questions for any of those witnesses related to the responses to data requests, that you let us know so we can make sure that we have them available if needed. We do, as indicated, we do not intend to call Mr. Steinmetz, Mr. Crouch, or our witness Tom Stevens in our case.
Thank you. Ms. Trinnell, any objections?
Madam Chair, I believe that Ken Crouch was a responding witness to a late filed updated data request that came in yesterday afternoon. And to the extent that that came in late and contained information from January of this year, so no justifiable reason in our view for that being filed the night before the hearing with January information, we would ask that Ken Crouch be available to testify. I'm okay with him doing that remotely, and I also believe Crystal Lale can respond to that, but I do want to be able to inquire about that in an appropriate fashion, and so I want to reserve our right to be able to cross-examine those witnesses as needed.
Counselor?
Yeah, Madam Chair, that's our intent, is to have those available, those witnesses available online if needed.
Okay, thank you. All right, so we've got on our list for remote appearances, Ralph Smith, Michael Gorman, Svein Newman, Benjamin Otto, Joe Steinmetz, and Ken Crouch. And then Jason Brown is appearing as counsel for MCC remotely as well.
Madam Chair, if I may, I just wanted to preserve our record on those issues. We had objected to remote appearances for the intervener witnesses, and just for purposes of the record, want to make sure that that's registered. Thank you. I understand the chair's ruling, but want to make sure the record is clear that we had asked those witnesses to be in person.
Madam Chair, Svein Newman is planning on being here in person. He's not a remote witness.
Okay. So noted, Counselor Trinnell. And then Mr. Uda, can you please repeat what you said a little bit louder for me?
Oh, I'm sorry. I said Svein Newman is the witness from Missoula County. He was planning on being here in person, which is why we needed some notice so he can drive over from Missoula.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Is there any other discussion on the remote witness appearance? Hearing no further objection, the requests are granted. Are any further accommodations needed for any other witnesses that we have not yet discussed? Seeing none, we will go into addressing some motions. On April 21st, 2026, 350 Montana filed a motion to de-designate confidential information. On May 5th, the joint applicants filed a response. 350 Montana has requested oral argument on its motion. The commission denies that request. Further, the commission denies 350 Montana's motion. 350 Montana failed to carry its burden of establishing any basis for setting aside either of the commission's protective orders covering the information specified by 350 Montana in its motion, namely protective orders 8043E and 8043F. 350 Montana failed to produce or point to evidence rebutting the evidence presented by the JAs in support of their motions for protective order, which establish the trade secret status or other grounds for confidentiality of the information. The only exception to this is the previously confidential S4 filing with the SEC, which has since been made public by the SEC and which includes Brian Bird's employment agreement. 350 Montana does not assert the confidential information is not trade secret or not protected under federal law or contractual obligations. Instead, it argues the information is important and of interest to the public, and thus the public has a right to know about it. 350 Montana cites a 2003 case, Great Falls Tribune versus Montana PSC, for the general rule that document in the possession of a public agency are open to public inspection. However, the Supreme Court in Great Falls Tribune also stated that the public right to know is not absolute. It can be circumscribed when the right or interest against which it competes is weighty or compelling. The court said, nothing in Article 2, Section 9, the public right to know provision of the Montana Constitution, requires disclosure of trade secrets and other confidential proprietary information where the data is protected from disclosure elsewhere in the federal or state constitutions or by statute. Here, the joint applicants presented evidence establishing they were entitled to protection of the confidentiality of the information under Protective Orders 8043E and 8043F. That evidence showed the information was entitled to protection under a state statute, the Montana Trade Secrets Act, and under federal statutes that protect information about electric transmission infrastructure from public disclosure. The JAs also established a constitutional property right in the confidentiality of the information, which the government cannot take without due process. In other words, the JAs established with evidence the very basis for the protection of the confidential information information stated above by the Supreme Court in the Great Falls Tribune case. Further, 350 Montana's argument that the confidential information must be made public so that 350 Montana can fully and fairly cross-examine witnesses at hearing confuses and conflates cross-examination of witnesses and public disclosure of confidential information, which are two different things. All of the information discussed in 350 Montana's motion is fully available to 350 Montana's counsel and experts who have filed non-disclosure agreements for the information in the docket. All of the information may be used to cross-examine the joint applicant's witnesses and attempt to impeach them. All of this can be done in a closed session before the commission, which the commission has done numerous times in numerous hearings and will be doing in this hearing. Nothing precludes a full and fair airing of the confidential information to the extent it is relevant or not otherwise objectionable. The confidential information need not be publicly disclosed for 350 Montana to cross-examine the joint applicant's witnesses and fully litigate its case. 350 Montana's motion to de-designate confidential information is denied, again with the exception of the S4 filing and Brian Bird's employment agreement, both of which have been publicly disclosed by the SEC and produced by the joint applicants in supplemental data responses herein. Now I want to briefly address 350 Montana and Montana Farmers Union May 11th, 2026 joint request for clarification. Ms. Trinnell, your motion is now moot since Commissioner Molnar is present in person for the hearing. We'll now move to admission of data responses.
Madam Chair, I'm
Ms.
sorry,
Grinnell.
if I may, for the record. Thank you. I understand the commission's ruling on our motion to de-designate. I do want to clarify for purposes of the record that the SEC information we will mark as Exhibit 59. That's the response to MCC 52. That was marked as confidential in the original responses, and it was filed on May 8th, last Friday, with the commission. So that is now available to the public, but I think the timing of that is critical, and I want the record to reflect that that public document was initially marked as confidential, and then on May 8th, the Friday before the hearing, became public. So just want the record to reflect that timing. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. So noted. All right. Admission of data responses. Next, let's address the admission of data responses. The parties have filed pre-hearing memos identifying data responses they propose to admit into the evidence. In their pre-hearing memo, the joint applicants stated they would be seeking admission of a list of data responses attached as Exhibit A to their pre-hearing memo. Ms. Norcott or Mr. Barker, Mr. Green, would you like to make a motion to admit those data responses?
Madam Chair, the joint applicants would move the admission of the responses to data requests listed in Exhibit A to our pre-hearing memo.
The commission received objections from 350 Montana to several responses on the list. 350 Montana argues the commission should admit the entirety of certain data responses the JAs listed in their pre-hearing memo rather than selected subparts. 350 Montana also seeks the admission of other data responses referred to in the listed responses. Ms. Trinnell, would you like to speak to your objections?
We are just asking for the rule of completeness that these responses be admitted in their entirety, and we're asking for the admission of all of the responses to data requests so that the record is complete before the commission.
Mr. Green or Ms. Norcott?
Madam Chair, we object to the admission of all of the data requests, but we'll come back to that, I assume, in just a minute. We'll accept the request of 350 Montana and Montana Farmers Union to have the full data, the full responses to the data requests that we've identified. So by my count, that is MCC 15, 34, and 38, as well as the City and County of Missoula data request 2. We had requested that just subparts of those be admitted, and we have no objection to the commission admitting those full responses into the record.
I would just add, I think, Madam Chair, Mike, I have LCG 19 as well in there. PSC 13, PSC 22, and I'm not sure if you said MCC 10.
Mr. Now, could you please speak up, LCG 13 and what else?
LCG 19, PSC 13, I'm not sure if Mike mentioned that one, PSC 22 and MCC 10.
And Madam Chair, we had identified the full responses to those requests. I did not call those out in my list, but
okay.
But yeah, we have no objection to the listed responses in our being included in their entirety.
Okay, thank you. Are you tracking those?
What about the
We'll let our counselor ask a question about this to make sure we get everything straight.
Ms. Trinnell, it's my understanding you're also requesting the admission of data responses that are referred to in the ones that you list in your objection memo. Is that correct? Or are you just asking for admission of complete data responses where the joint applicants have named subparts?
We're asking for the complete responses of the identified requests from the joint applicants. Then in addition to that, we are asking for admission of all of the responses to data requests that we've identified in our pre-hearing memo.
Before we move on, are there, would any other party like to be heard on the JA's motion? Okay, hold on. Back up, Counselor.
Okay, so with respect to response MCC 38, A, B, and C, you're asking for D, and then you're also asking for MCC 49 and 51, which were referred to.
That's right. So that's for the rule of completeness, the answers refer to other responses to data requests. So those references should be pulled in as well so that the complete response and referring data responses.
I understand the argument, Counsel. What I'm asking is the specific data requests that you're seeking admission of and just confirming.
Yes, 44, 49, and we set them out in our memo. So 44 and 49 were the ones that are identified. And then 34 and 19 refer to LCG 18 and 20.
I'm not seeing that LCG 18 is referred to in LCG 9 in 34. But I am seeing that MCC 34 refers to MCCO 33 and somewhere LCG 20 is also referred to.
Yeah, LCG 18, 19, and 20 all refer to the applicant's assertion that they have quantified the impacts of the merger. So they're interrelated in terms of their answers, in terms of what quantification and impacts are actually before the commission. So in order for the joint applicants' responses to data requests that they have pulled out and put before the commission for inclusion, they should appropriately include, in our view, and our argument is the entirety of all of the responses. But for purposes of the narrow question that you have posed, it's LCG 18, 19, and 20 to address the quantification of the impacts of the merger that have been laid out in some of the responses.
Again, I didn't see that in LCG 19 that LCG 18 was referred to, but the argument now is for admission of all three. Do the joint applicants want to respond to that?
For 18, 19, and 20?
Yes.
Madam Chair, We would object to the admission of LCG 18. We would also object to the admission of any data response that's referred to in any of those that we had not, any of the subparts that we had not identified in our list. So we're fine with the rule of completeness bringing in an entire a response to a data request. But to the extent it's referring to other data requests, we would stand on our relevance objections. And Ms. Trinnell is certainly able to offer those as we go through the hearing if she thinks they're needed for some relevant purpose. But as we stand here today at the start of the hearing, we do not believe that that those are relevant for any purpose other than completeness of the data requests that we've moved in.
Madam Chair, if I may just respond, MCC 38D asks for all studies and analysis relevant to undertaken by the joint applicants that go to the financial impacts of the merger. In their response in Part D, they say see MCC 4951. And so if their response is we need to see all of this information to understand the impacts of the merger, then those answers are very relevant. That's their answer to what the financial impacts are. And if the commission doesn't include those, then we ask for an order finding that there are no impacts have been quantified and the merger application should be denied.
Okay, so you need a break. No, it's okay. Okay. So then with respect to PSC 13, that refers to 51, MCC 51, PSC 22 refers to PSC 21B. Is that your position with respect to those as well, Mr. Green, that the joint applicants object to those because they were referred to in the response to PSC 13, MCC 10, and PSC 22?
Madam Chair, I have to confess, I'm a little confused about which data requests we're advocating to pull in. So as a high level matter, we're not concerned about if for the doctrine of completeness, they want to pull in responses referred to those that we've identified in our list.
Okay.
Those that we have not identified in our list, right? So so for example, MCC 38D, to the extent that there's a response in that one, then we think it's irrelevant and it's not necessary for the doctrine of completeness. So, or to satisfy completeness. And I'm happy we could go offline and talk through those and come up with a complete list, but I feel like we're talking past each other and I'm a little unclear about what we're being asked to agree to.
All right, we're going to see if we can make some sense of this. Thank you. I will sustain 350 Montana's objections to the data responses identified in the joint applicant's pre-hearing objection memo and admit all subparts of data responses in MCC 15, MCC 34, and MCC 38, and all data responses referred to in the joint applicant's responses to MCC 15, MC 34, and MC 38. Okay. In their pre-hearing memo, 350 Montana indicated it would be seeking the admission of data responses by the joint applicants where relevant. That's in page 13 of the pre-hearing memo. And Montana Farmers Union stated in its pre-hearing memo, it would be seeking admission of all data responses. Ms. Trinnell, would you like to make a motion to admit data responses?
Yes, 350 and the Montana Farmers Union move to admit into the evidentiary record all of the responses from the joint applicants, Northwestern, Black Hills, and the joint responses to all data requests issued to them from all parties. We also would like to move into the evidentiary record the responses from the joint energy advocates to the data requests propounded to them, and the responses from the city and the county of Missoula to the data responses propounded to them. We also would like to move into the record the responses from the large customer group of data responses propounded to them. So just to clarify, Madam Chair, we are seeking inclusion in the evidentiary record, all responses to data requests issued to the joint applicants from 350 Montana, from the Montana Consumer Council, from the PSC, from the Joint Energy Advocates, from the Montana Farmers Union, from Laborers Local 1686, from the large customer group, and from the city and county of Missoula.
Mr. Green, would you like to respond to that?
Madam Chair, the joint applicants lodged objections and listed objections in our in the document filed after our pre-hearing memo outlining the specific data requests that we are objecting to. Most of those are based on relevance, and we would object on those basis to the listed data requests. I'm happy to go through that list, but it's fairly comprehensive, Madam Chair. So we'll stand on those objections and happy to argue anything specific that's helpful to you.
Okay, Ms. Trinnell, a response?
Yes, I believe the evidentiary record, and given the commission's role as a body attempting to weigh in on an $11.4 billion proposed transaction, it would behoove the commission to have more information in front of it rather than less. These are the joint applicants' own words in response to questions posed to them on their application. So I don't know how their own words responding to questions from the intervening parties and from the commission could not be relevant to an $11.4 billion transaction that will have a generational impact on Montana's utility structure. They said it ought to be relevant to the decision that the commission has to make here. And I think all of these are extremely pertinent and germane. And I would just note that as late as yesterday, the joint applicants are updating responses to NOLs that just came in to MCC 100 yesterday. So everything that the joint applicants, that Black Hills and that Northwestern has said about the application that they filed in October and put on a rocket docket in front of this commission is relevant to this commission's decision and should be included in the evidentiary record for purposes of a complete judicial review of any decision that gets made here.
Okay. All right, you've heard the motion, and Ms. Trinnell, who were you representing when you made that motion, please? Who are you moving on behalf of?
I'm both 350 and the Montana Farmers Union.
Okay,
have
when you
moved
speak,
both
you're
of those.
speaking for both organizations?
Yes, and I think the commission can just, going forward, that will be the case unless I say differently. Thank
All
you.
right, thank you. Counselor.
Madam Chair, discovery, as it often is in commission matters, was voluminous in this case and was freewheeling. And the commission has already ruled on the relevance of significant portions of the issues that were raised in discovery. So not everything that is said by the joint applicants in the history of man is relevant to this hearing. Not everything that was said in discovery or questions that were objected to in discovery are relevant to this matter. The commission should make an independent determination. In order to be relevant for the hearing, those statements have to be addressed to matters of consequence, and have to make that fact more or less likely to be true to show that. It also, the rules of evidence do not allow a party to offer unnecessarily duplicative materials in an effort to bolster arguments or to confuse the issues in the case. What we would ask is that you rule at this time without prejudice that these issues have not been deemed relevant, and Ms. Trinnell can certainly attempt again, as she has witnesses on the stand that she would like to examine regarding the contents of these documents and able to establish, if she thinks she can establish relevance, then that is an appropriate way to handle these matters.
Thank you.
May I be heard?
Mr. Now.
It's not our burden to establish anything in this docket. It's the joint applicant's burden. And many of the responses that we are seeking to move into the record are incredibly relevant for any reviewing body of the decision that's made here, because a tremendous amount of the responses were objections of relevance, which is not appropriate in discovery, forcing us as interveners to file motions to compel and to have a discovery battle on the front end. So those answers where they were objecting to providing information based on relevance grounds, and now they want that answer out of the record so that we can't even tell a reviewing court what happened in terms of the discovery process that happened to the time that we got here today. We want that in the record. Many of these responses, the joint, the JEA questions, the laborers questions, they go to how many jobs are going to be impacted by this merger. The argument here is for efficiencies, laying people off. That's in the record. The commission has to include that. And so if the commission is inclined to act on the motion now, we would just act that the commission hold it in abeyance, and we will move for the inclusion of the responses to data requests during our cross-examination. Rather than denying our motion without prejudice, we would ask that the commission simply not rule on it, and we can do this witness by witness as we go forward, which I'm happy to do.
Mr. Green.
Madam Chair, we have no objection if 350 Montana and Montana Farmers Union want to withdraw their motion for admission of these data requests at that time. That seems like an appropriate resolution in this matter and is acceptable to us.
Okay, Ms. Trinnell.
We're not withdrawing our motion, Madam Chair. I just am asking that the commission grant it, but in the alternative, let us do this witness by witness, which will take more time and be more painful and not advance the cause of the commission getting to a good decision on a full record.
Okay, well, thank you. The commission determines that the relevance of data response based on whether it has a tendency to make a fact that is of consequence to the commission's final decision in this matter more or less probable. The final decision of the commission must make, the final decision the commission must make is whether to approve the proposed merger, disapprove it, or approve it with conditions. With this in mind, the commission makes the following rulings on the joint applicant's objections to the following data requests. The commission overrules the joint applicant's objections and admits the following data responses: 350-004, 350-009, 350-025, MFU 008, MFU 010, PSC 009, PSC 039, PSC 041, PSC 042, MCC 100, MCC 105. County of Missoula and City of Missoula 006. The commission sustains the joint applicant's objections and refuses the following data responses. 350 005 B and C, 350 007, 008, 010, 011, 013, 014, 017D, 018A and B, 019C, 021, 022, 023, 024, 034, 047, 052, 066, 072, 087, 088, 089 to both JAs and MCC duplicate. And 090, this is still 350 Montana, 090, 091, 092, and 093. All right, with that, I think we're going to take a little break. So we will provide a list of those data responses. Ms. Snyder-Varnes has that list and can provide that to all the counselors. And we will now take a short recess. The time is 10:56 a.m. We will be back in 10 minutes, so at 11:06 a.m. Thank you. We are now off the record.
Thank you.
We are now back on the record. The time is 11:09 a.m. We will now go to admission of exhibits. The parties have filed pre-hearing memorandum identifying the exhibits they intend to move for admission into evidence, provided copies of marked exhibits to the commission, and have been directed to provide marked electronic copies to the court reporter. 350 Montana and Montana Farmers Union did not object to any of the joint applicants' proposed exhibits. It is the tradition of this commission to admit pre-filed testimony when the relevant witness takes the stand. At this time, would any party like to move for the admission of any exhibit identified in their pre-hearing memo? Mr. Green.
Madam Chair, I understand that is the tradition. Is that the chair's preference that we move for the admission of those testimonies with each witness?
It is.
Okay. Madam Chair, the joint applicants have nothing to pre-move at this time then.
Okay.
Madam Chair, the city of Missoula, apologies, if this is the appropriate time, I would move to admit Mayor Davis's pre-filed testimony in her absence.
Are there any objections? Seeing no objections, Mayor Davis's testimony is moved into the record. As exhibit, do we have an exhibit number for that?
I'm sorry, Madam Chair, I don't know what the number would be. Apologies.
It's just the testimony of Mayor Davis. We'll
It
admit.
is.
Okay.
It is. And there, in her settlement testimony, there was an exhibit attached, which is also the settlement agreement that was pre-filed separately. So all of those things.
Without objection, Mayor Davis's testimony and exhibit is admitted. Okay, I'm going to go back on something here. It looks like since I don't hear any objections, and if there aren't any objections, we'll go ahead and move joint applicants' proposed exhibits into the record now, so we don't have to do that each time you bring a witness.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We would
Okay.
so move. That's
Okay.
required.
Okay. And seeing no objections, those exhibits, JA's proposed exhibits are admitted into the record. All right. Are there any other admissions of exhibit identified in the pre-hearing memos that need to be moved?
We would move for the admission of our exhibits that are identified with our pre-filed testimony in advance. We'll be using them for cross-examination. They are also identified in the index to the exhibit binder that we handed out this morning. So there are the exhibits. I'm happy to go through those one by one and move for the admission of those into the record in advance for purposes of facilitating the cross-examination and the efficiency of the hearing.
Okay. Is there any objection to the motion of 350 Montana and Montana Farmers Union to admit the exhibits?
Madam Chair, the joint applicants do not object to admission of the testimony itself, but we would like to go through the exhibits attached to each one of those. We have lodged objections in our pre-hearing, in our pre-hearing filings to some of those documents on the basis of relevance, hearsay, foundation, all of those. And so those, we're happy to go through those, but those are listed in our pre-hearing objections.
Okay. We will admit 350 Montana's testimony. And then 350, if you would move your exhibits as appropriate time arises and we can have a discussion about whether there's objections to those individually at that time.
Certainly.
Thank you. All right, seeing no other motions to admit exhibits, we'll move to the topic of confidential information. So I want to discuss the process for dealing with confidential information. The commission has issued multiple protective orders in this docket. There's also a term protective order issued in another docket that is applicable to the issues in this case. I will rely on counsel for the parties to notify me when a question, answer, or portion of a witness's testimony may reveal confidential information. We will then pause the hearing to give our staff time to stop the live stream and close the hearing room to anyone who should not be present during the discussion of the confidential information. Upon the conclusion of any confidential portions of this hearing, we will again pause to restart the live stream and open the hearing room to the public. I would like to reduce the amount of time we spend switching between open and closed sessions. So to that end, whenever the examination of a witness touches confidential information, we will close the hearing and then allow every party, the commission, and the commission staff to pose any other confidential questions to the witness before we resume open session. It is my hope that this process will ensure we only need to enter closed session once for any given witness. So to reiterate, we will remain in this room. Those who are privy to the closed session proceedings will remain in this room with the commission for those proceedings.
Madam Chair, for the commission's planning and also for the joint applicants, just going forward, I think we're the only parties asking questions. And on the confidential information, we tried to organize it so it would be at the end of each witness. And so as we're going through our questioning, we might put a pin in a certain line of questions. So all of the confidential questions are at the end of that witness's testimony. So that was the intent, to try to help the commission facilitate the proceeding and be more efficient in the process. And I just want to give you all a heads up that that's how we've organized our cross.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Trunell. Sounds fine. Appreciate it. All right. For this process to work, I will just remind parties and commissioners that the closed session is not the time to elicit non-confidential testimony. So we're going to have to be really careful about that so that the public can have full view of everything that is not exclusively the confidential material in this matter. So we must wait and return to the public session to discuss the matters that are not specifically and explicitly confidential. Are there any questions from the parties about this process? Okay, thank you. Before we move to opening statements, do the parties have any other formal pre-hearing matters such as stipulations or evidentiary motions? Seeing none, I will warn everybody that we are planning to break at noon for lunchtime for a 1-hour lunch. So we will move forward now with opening statements by the parties. And we will invite the applicants, joint applicants, to go ahead and make an opening statement. Well, we'll begin with Northwestern Corporation and Northwestern Energy Group.
Madam Chair, Mr. President, commissioners, and members of commission staff, good morning. I have appeared often in front of the commission on behalf of Northwestern. Today, though, I am excited and honored to be presenting the joint applicant's opening statement with my co-counsel, Mr. Wiley Barker. I'm looking forward to this hearing because it will give the commission the opportunity to ask questions of our leadership and see the value of this proposed combination. After you complete your review of the merger, I am confident that you will reach the same conclusion that we have. This merger makes sense, and it will create a deeper bench with a better and stronger support system for our Montana utility customers to continue to provide safe, reliable, and affordable service to all Montana customers. By way of a roadmap, this morning I plan to give an overview of the merger, the evidence that you will hear during the course of this hearing, and why the settlements in the merger should be approved by the Commission. When I finish, Mr. Barker will give a brief overview of Black Hills. So turning to the merger. This is a transaction that the Commission can and should approve with confidence, because together our companies truly will be better. Our Montana utility operations will remain exactly where they are today, subject to full Commission oversight, governed by existing tariffs, and for Northwestern, insulated by ring fencing measures that this Commission has already approved. The merger also, though, allows access to resources of a larger supporting organization. This merger enhances the financial resilience of Northwestern's parent company at a time when access to capital, credit stability, and scale matter more than ever to maintaining safe, reliable, and affordable service. By combining two proven, geographically complementary utilities with strong balance sheets and shared regulatory values, the merged company will be better equipped to weather market volatility and support long-term infrastructure investment. We plan to accomplish all of this without asking Montana customers to shoulder merger transaction costs. We propose a merger that, with the settlement conditions that we have agreed to in Montana, protect customers and demonstratively aligns with the public interest. The record before you, including the settlements with almost all interveners, establishes clearly and unequivocally that this transaction causes no harm to Montana customers, and in fact strengthens the long-term foundations of the utilities that serve them. Let's be clear at the outset, nothing about this merger diminishes the Commission's authority, weakens regulatory protections, or shifts risks onto customers. Joint applicants are truly aligned, being two utilities that provide high quality, safe and reliable service to rural America. Montana will remain the largest jurisdiction after the merger closes. Rates will remain unchanged because of the merger. Today's exceptional service by these two utilities will remain. Customer protections will remain fully intact. At the same time, though, the Commission is not being asked to approve a transaction that merely establishes the status quo. Importantly, this transaction is disciplined and customer neutral. It is a stock-for-stock merger with no new debt imposed on the utility, and again, no transaction costs will be recovered from Montana customers. As a Montanan, I'm excited about this transaction, and this Commission should be too. It is good for customers, and it is good for Montana. Despite what you may hear during the course of this hearing, there are several things this merger is not. This is not, for one, an acquisition by a hedge fund, nor is it a takeover by a behemoth utility or the creation of a mega monopoly. This is not a takeover. This is a merger of equals. It is a combination of two relatively small utility companies that are committed to meeting the needs of their customers, communities, and stakeholders, which companies have far more similarities than differences. For example, we have two comparable utilities in the size of the communities served and service territory. Again, companies that are familiar with serving rural America and providing safe and reliable service today. It combines boards that are familiar with the utility industry, companies that locally manage operations, and has leadership continuity. This is a partnership, not a takeover. This docket is not about how Northwestern will serve data centers. Do we expect the merger will allow us to effectively serve new large loads? The answer is yes. Was it the primary reason that Northwestern and Black Hills decided to merge? The answer is no. Questions about service to data centers will exist whether this merger is approved or not. And we want to discuss this very important issue with the commission, but in the appropriate forum. And Northwestern recently filed a docket in front of this commission to have those conversations. The goal here is to proceed with this hearing efficiently and effectively and reserve conversations for data centers for the appropriate time and place. This docket is also not about Colstrip and cost recovery issues associated with Colstrip. Any decisions about Colstrip were and will continue to be made independent of the decision to merge. While the standard for approval is whether the merger results in no harm to customers and is in the public interest, this merger will provide benefits to all stakeholders. In testimony, you will hear about the benefits of greater scale and stability being realized at the holding company level, while the utility and its customers remain fully protected. You will also hear about the benefits associated with lower cost of debt to customers, reduced asks in rate reviews, and the slower pace of rate increases. Another benefit is the leadership continuity that I mentioned earlier, with 4 existing executives, 2 from each company, being named to run the merged company. Again, these are executives with decades of experience serving customers in Montana and the broader region. The joint applicants do not ask the commission to take these assurances on faith. We will present detailed testimony from 5 witnesses addressing governance, finance, operations, risk mitigation, and regulatory compliance. Mr. Brian Bird, Northwestern's current CEO, who will be the CEO of the merged company, will testify about the merger history, why this merger meets the commission's approval standard, and the overall vision for the merged company. Ms. Marnie Jones, Black Hills' current Chief Utility Officer, who will be the Chief Operating Officer of the merged company, will testify about Black Hills' operating philosophy, their operations, and the strategic decision to merge from the Black Hills perspective. Ms. Crystal Lale, Northwestern's current Chief Financial Officer, who will be the Chief Financial Officer of the merged company, will testify about the financial matters associated with the merger. Ms. Lale also supports 3 of the 4 settlements that were filed in this docket. Ms. Kimberly Nooney, Black Hills' current Chief Financial Officer, who will be the Chief Integration Officer of the merged company, will testify about the integration process. And finally, Mr. Jason Merkel, Northwestern's current Vice President of Operations, will testify about Northwestern's Montana operations and how those operations will remain locally managed post-merger. Mr. Merkel also supports the settlement with the laborers group. In addition to the joint applicants' witnesses, the settling parties are here to also support the settlements that were filed in this docket. So about those settlements, the joint applicants are very pleased to present the commission with settlements reached with all parties but 2 who contested this docket. These settlements enhance our direct case. Joint applicants first reached settlement with the Consumer Council and the Montana Large Customer Group, parties who represent the interest of our customers. And this settlement resolves all contested issues with parties who represent our customers. As part of this settlement, joint applicants have agreed not to recover transaction costs, goodwill costs, or pre-close merger transition costs from customers. Joint applicants have also agreed not to recover other certain transition costs like golden parachutes or retention costs. We will also conduct future integrated resource planning associated with coordination of transmission and generation opportunities between Northwestern and Black Hills systems. And we have agreed to provide a one-time bill credit to residential customers totaling $10 million. In addition to that settlement, joint applicants reached settlement with the City and County of Missoula concerning the advancement of the Green Power Program, laborers concerning future activities associated with third-party contracting, and the joint energy advocates regarding commitments about integrated resource planning and discussions regarding opportunities for demand-side management and distributed energy resources. You will hear evidence about how all four of these settlements are reasonable, resolve all contested issues with the settling parties, are in the public interest, and should be approved by this commission. And as you will see, our testimonies and the commitments that we have made in our direct case satisfy the commission's standard for approval. And so while we've settled, the evidence will show that these settlements enhance our direct case. In conclusion, the evidence will demonstrate that this merger easily satisfies Montana's no harm standard and clearly serves the public interest. It preserves local control, protects customers, and maintains service quality, leaving the Commission's authority fully intact, all while strengthening the financial foundation that supports Northwestern's Montana utility operations. This commission is not being asked to take a leap of faith. It is being asked to approve a disciplined, customer-neutral transaction supported by extensive testimony, enforceable commitments, and 4 comprehensive settlements negotiated with parties representing customers, labor, local governments, and public interest advocates. Again, those settlements resolve all contested issues, enhance customer protections, and further strengthen the joint applicant's direct case. Simply put, this merger delivers stability without risk, benefits without burden, and progress without compromise. It is careful, balanced, and fully consistent with the Commission's precedent. In short, this merger strengthens the enterprise that supports Northwestern's Montana utility while preserving every safeguard that matters to customers and regulators. For all of these reasons, after receipt and review of the substantial uncontroverted evidence in the record, the joint applicants would respectfully request that the Commission approve the merger, all 4 settlements, and grant the relief requested in the joint application. Thank you, and I will now turn it over to Mr. Barker.
Mr. Barker.
Thank you, Madam Chair, President Wellborn, commissioners, and staff. For the record, Wiley Barker, representing Black Hills Corporation, and I appreciate the opportunity to appear before you today regarding this important docket on the merger between Northwestern Energy and Black Hills Corporation. We know you're very familiar with Northwestern Energy, and so we'd like to give you some background on Black Hills Corporation and what the record shows regarding this company. Black Hills Corporation is a proven, customer-focused energy provider with a long-standing track record of delivering safe, reliable, and cost-effective electric and gas services across its multi-state footprint. Its utility roots date back to 1883, and since then, it's grown into an experienced holding company with regulated utilities serving 1.35 million electric and natural gas customers, predominantly in rural communities. It serves the same states as Northwestern Energy, South Dakota, Nebraska, and most importantly here, Black Hills has served a small number of Montana electric customers for nearly 50 years. But Black Hills shares more than just territory with Northwestern Energy. These two companies are natural merger partners. They share similar regulatory and operational philosophies, strong local utility cultures, and a commitment to serving their respective communities and customers. Being a good merger partner is Black Hills' focus. This is not an acquisition. It is a true merger of equals. And Black Hills is excited to join Northwestern Energy in the merged company, which will be known as Bright Horizon Energy. These two companies share a vision to create a premier regional utility holding company capable of meeting the needs of all customers they will serve post-merger. And through this merger of equals, both companies will be financially stronger, more resilient, and able to deliver long-term value to customers for years to come. And the merger will also allow these companies to take advantage of the flexibility that's been utilized by larger entities across the nation for many years. Black Hills brings real value to these merger proceedings. It has proven metrics showing it is an industry leader in reliability and safety, as well as customer service and satisfaction. It brings longstanding financial strength and stability. But one thing that's especially important here for Montana is that Black Hills' geographical footprint has taught it the importance of maintaining strong local operational presence and local leadership, as well as the value of continued support for local civic and philanthropic organizations. Post-merger, Black Hills is dedicated to working with the Montana Public Service Commission, commission staff, and communities and stakeholders in Montana to meet the needs of its Montana energy customers in conjunction with its merger partner, Northwestern Energy. It's also committed to operating consistent with Montana law and supporting Northwestern Energy's continued compliance with ring fencing obligations agreed to in this docket. And for these reasons and more, the evidence shows that the merger between Black Hills and Northwestern Energy will meet and exceed the standard for commission approval. The merger will not harm Montana customers, and it is in the public interest. The settlements in this case further demonstrate the merger should be approved. Two of the intervening parties have withdrawn from these proceedings without opposition to the merger, and joint applicants have settled with all but two of the remaining interveners who also will not object to commission approval. Ms. Norcott mentioned two Black Hills witnesses that will testify at this hearing. They are Kimberly Nooney and Marty Jones. I'd like to give you a little background on these witnesses before you hear their testimony. Ms. Nooney is Senior Vice President and Chief Financial Officer of Black Hills Corporation. She has nearly 30 years of experience at Black Hills in a variety of management and technical roles, including leadership in accounting, treasury, finance, planning, SEC reporting, insurance, and many more. Post-merger, she'll serve alongside Brian Bird, Crystal Lale, and Marnie Jones as the Chief Integration Officer at Bright Horizon Energy. Together, these executives bring approximately 100 years of experience to benefit Montana customers, and Ms. Nooney's experience and firsthand knowledge of these matters will provide the Commission with a clear foundation for its decision in this docket. Marnie Jones is Senior Vice President and Chief Utility Officer at Black Hills Corporation. She has over 24 years of experience at Black Hills in a variety of roles, including accounting, finance, regulatory, and operations. She's also held leadership positions in both electric and gas utility segments and many others. Post-merger, she will serve as a Chief Operating Officer at Bright Horizon Energy. Her background and experience likewise offer the Commission a solid resource for its decision in this docket. The record before you demonstrates that the merger meets the applicable standard, which will be further supported through this hearing. We ask the Commission to approve the merger settlement agreements in full, reject all other objections by non-settling parties, and find the merger meets the applicable legal standard for approval. We look forward to answering your questions, and we thank you for your time. Madam Chair.
Thank you. All right, so That concludes the remarks then from counselors for joint applicants. Is that correct? Okay. We're now going to move to the Montana Consumer Council. Would Mr. Brown like to make an opening statement?
Madam Chair, I would reserve opening.
Okay, thank you. We will now go to intervener large customer group. Would you like to make an opening statement?
Yes, thank you. Good morning, commissioners, commission staff, and parties. Once again, I'm Nick Stoffel, and I represent the Montana Large Customer Group in this proceeding. On behalf of the LCG, we encourage you to approve the settlement agreement between the joint applicants, the MCC, and the LCG. That settlement provides a comprehensive resolution of the issues raised in the LCG's testimony regarding the proposed merger between Northwestern and Black Hills, with conditions to protect Montana customers under the new ownership structure. Together with the other settlement agreements reached in this proceeding between the joint applicants and other interveners, the commission has ample support to find that the merger should be approved. While the combined enterprise value of $15.4 billion gets a lot of attention, it is important for the commission to look at the actual merger before it. That is a combination of upstream holding companies, not the separate operating utilities or their utility assets. That is an important distinction. For example, the proposed merger is not a take-private transaction, with the potential loss of transparency that can come when a company moves from being publicly traded to privately owned. It is not a transaction between private equity investors, with questions about when the new owner will seek to exit its investment and the long-term impact for customers. It is not a merger or acquisition involving a utility operator that is failing to provide adequate or reliable service to customers in Montana, with questions about whether the service will improve under a new owner. It is not an asset acquisition, with questions around the potential loss of tax benefits or recovery of an acquisition premium for rate-based assets. When compared against these examples, which the commission has had to resolve in prior dockets, the proposed merger between holding companies is relatively simple and straightforward. Finally, the LCG recognizes that there are unresolved questions regarding whether Northwestern can serve new large loads in Montana, including data centers, and the terms of those supply arrangements. Those questions existed before the proposed merger was announced. And importantly, those questions will remain to be addressed after the merger. Nothing about the proposed merger changes the fact that under current law, Northwestern Energy cannot serve new loads that are 5 megawatts or larger without this commission's approval. While the combined enterprise might be better positioned to serve large loads after the merger, it will still require the commission's authorization to provide that service. With that background, the LCG respectfully asks the commission to approve the settlement between the joint applicants, the MCC, and the LCG without modification as part of its decision approving the merger in this proceeding. Thank you.
Thank you. Would the Laborers Local 1686 like to make an opening statement?
Laborers Local 1686 will reserve opening statement, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Missoula County.
Mr. Ruda is not here, but
He
from
said he would be online.
Oh.
In between gardening work.
I believe that's accurate, Madam Chair.
Okay. So nobody's here to represent Missoula County at this time?
I don't think so. I would say because we came to a joint settlement, what I would say is that the city and the county would reserve for the moment.
All right.
Thank you.
We'll accept and note that. Thank you. And then joint energy advocates.
Joint energy advocates will provide opening statement prior to presenting our witness.
Okay, thank you. And 350 Montana Farmers Union.
Can I present from the podium?
Yes, you may. Yes, if you would, you can take one of these. Or do you want this podium over here?
Yes, please.
Okay. Let's move that microphone up onto the podium if we may. Thank you.
Commissioners, the joint applicants they are presenting you with a shareholder deal. This transaction is a result of intentional strategic efforts between an eager seller and an eager buyer. They were eager because every single person sitting at the negotiating table had something to gain. The people in the room today had something to gain. Tens of millions of dollars in golden parachutes, including up to $16 million for Brian Bird alone. Millions in executive retention pools. The people in New York had something to gain. $60 million in transaction fees just for the bankers. A guaranteed 5 to 7% higher return on investment for the institutional shareholders who already own both of these companies. The people in the tech world have something to gain. By combining these two utilities, we'll control a footprint covering 20% of the landmass of the United States, a multi-state area that covers the prime agricultural land in this country. This was designed and engineered to capture and serve gigawatts of new AI data center demand. Mr. Bird told investors, "We represent 20% of the United States. If you want to do business in our states, you're going to be talking to us." Everyone at the table negotiating this deal loved it. They all can make a lot of money from it. But who wasn't there? The people of Montana. The members of 350, the captive ratepayers of Northwestern Energy. The farmers and ranchers, the members of Montana Farmers Union, whose irrigation depends on water and power. They weren't there. Nowhere is the betrayal more obvious than at Colstrip. For almost 2 decades, the captive ratepayers of Montana have been paying on Northwestern's original share, 222 megawatt original share of the plant, carrying what is today $256 million rate base burden for the most expensive energy in the portfolio. Yet when the utility recently acquired a 370 megawatt share of that same plant in a $0 acquisition, they didn't use that $0 to lower our bills. Instead, they used that to put it into an unregulated affiliate and contract it with AI data centers. That share, Colstrip, kept alive by the wallets and risks of Montana families, they maneuvered it to serve gigawatts of corporate data centers. The people of Montana are left paying the absolute highest price to maintain the grid, while the $0 share is being shipped off to feed big tech. Everyday families are supposed to underwrite this multi-billion-dollar expansion for this tech sector load. Local workers whose jobs are going to be cut to pay for the so-called efficiencies that justify what this transaction is being presented. But now, today, here, and this week, for the first time, we get to tell the story of why this deal is bad for Montana. Legally, that's not our burden. The utilities bear the burden of proving that this transaction causes no harm, is in the public interest, and will be a net benefit to Montana. But we're here to ask, why? Why merge? Why now? What's in it for us? We're here today to ask those questions. In this proceeding, you'll be told the settlements, You'll hear about them. You'll hear about how great they are for all of us, how they resolve all the issues. But what we don't know and what you will not know at the end of this proceeding is what is the dollar value? What is the dollar value of the savings they are promising, if any, to the captive ratepayers of Montana? What we won't know at the end of the hearing is what the impact of this merger will be on the pending dockets before this commission. We will not know the impact of this merger on the IRP. We will not know the impact of this merger on the large load tariff, which the utility could withdraw. We will not know the impact of this merger on the treatment of Colstrip. We will not know the impact of this merger on the treatment of data centers. What took 100 years for Montana to acquire in terms of the load, 1,400 megawatts, they are proposing to more than double overnight. We're here to ask you, do not transfer control until you have protected Montanans and until you know all the answers. You'll be told that the $10 million one-time credit in the MCC settlement is a good deal for us. That translates to about $18 a household, not a customer, a household. Compare that to what the executives stand to gain. Just the executives. Look at their salaries. $16 million for Brian Bird. $5.2 million for Crystal Lale. $5.5 million for Kim Nooney. $4.7 million for Marnie Jones. And we get $18 a household once. And we're going to be told that's a good deal for Montana. We're here today to say what no one else will. This is a bad deal for Montana. This merger is an acquisition. It must be said, and it must be heard for the people who weren't at the table in those boardrooms, for the people who weren't at those steak dinners negotiating this acquisition. The people of Montana who have nothing to gain and everything to lose from this deal. Do not transfer your control until you are satisfied you can go home to your constituents, see them in the line at Albertsons and say, I voted on that deal and here is why. Thank you, commissioners.
Thank you. All right. That's all the opening statements from all the parties who have opted to make one. And we are going to, next on the agenda is Northwestern Energy, Northwestern Group, and Black Hills Case in Chief, but I think somebody's telling me it's almost lunchtime, and so I think we'll go ahead and take that break for lunch, and we will come back at 1, and we'll hear the case in chief at that time. So for the record, the time is 11:53 a.m., and we are now off the record.
Madam Chair, a housekeeping question. We have confidential exhibits that we can hand out now. Just want to make sure that if they will the hearing room be locked or closed, I just want to make sure that they're secure.
Why didn't you wait until we come back?
Yeah, I would wait.
I have them here, and I just want to make sure everybody's comfortable with them being here in the room.
All right.
No. You'll need to take them with you.
Okay.
Okay. Yep. Please remove those confidential documents. Yeah, we're not going to have someone in the room watching it, so.
This is just a little of a heat that I
All right, good afternoon. The time is 1:01 p.m. and this hearing is called back into order. And we will now go to the joint applicant's case in chief. Ms. Norcott?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Northwestern calls Crystal Lale.
Ooh, I need to swear in witnesses. All right, I'd like to swear in all witnesses that are present here today. So if you are a witness for a party in this proceeding, would you please stand? Okay, and please raise your right hand. And I'll swear you all in at once, but I won't swear at all of you at once. Do you swear the testimony you are about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth? All witnesses have acknowledged the truth. Thank you. You may be seated. And then counselors, if any of your witnesses are not present today and were not sworn in, would you please let me know at the time your witnesses are called to testify so that I may swear them in before they provide testimony? Did we have any of the online witnesses get sworn in? I don't think so. So we'll do that when they are called. All right. Ms. Norcott.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Lale, would you please state your name, spelling your last name, and your business address for the record? Can you make sure your microphone is on?
Okay, that's a brighter green light. Is that better?
Thank you. And by whom are you employed?
Northwestern Energy.
And would you please provide the commission with your title at Northwestern Energy?
Chief Financial Officer.
And on whose behalf are you here today to testify?
The joint applicants.
And Ms. Lale, you submitted pre-filed testimony in this docket, correct?
Yes, I did.
And for the commission's benefit, those, and for yours, Ms. Lale, your direct testimony, Exhibit JA1, your rebuttal testimony, JA2, your supplemental rebuttal testimony, Exhibit JA3, your settlement testimony regarding the MCC, LCG, and City and County of Missoula settlement is Exhibit JA4, and Exhibit JA5 is your settlement testimony regarding the Joint Energy Advocate settlement. Those have all been previously admitted. Do you have any corrections that you need to make to any of your pre-filed testimonies?
I have one correction to my rebuttal testimony.
Okay, can you please describe the correction?
Page 35, bullet starting on line 5, strike everything after the word pool as follows, such that the bullet point would read, the utility is restricted from participation in a corporate money pool, period.
Okay, and I'll just pause. Yes.
Through the chair, please, Counselor. And yes, there was a request to repeat that, so go ahead.
Madam Chair, my rebuttal testimony, page 35, bullet starting on line 5, strike everything after the word pool as follows, such that the bullet would then read, the utility is restricted from participation in a corporate money pool, period.
Do you have any other corrections that you need to make to your pre-filed testimony?
Not that I'm aware of.
Thank you. Madam Chair, I would move for the admission of Exhibit JA2, which is the rebuttal testimony as amended by Ms. Lale.
Okay. Are there any objections? Seeing none, JA2 as amended is admitted.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and Ms. Lale is available for cross-examination and questioning.
Okay. We will begin with cross-examination from the Montana Consumer Council. Mr. Brown, do you have any questions for this witness?
Madam Chair, we've waived cross of these and other settling party witnesses, so
Okay.
no.
Thank you. And then for the Montana Large Customer Group,
Thank you. We've likewise waived cross-examination of the settling party witnesses.
okay. Laborers Local 1686.
The laborers have also waived cross-examination of the joint applicants' witnesses.
All right, thank you. And for the City of Missoula,
Similar posture, Madam Chair, we've waived.
okay. And for Missoula County, Mr. Uda, are you present? And we don't see him online.
He is not, but once again, Madam Chair, the settlement between the city and joint applicants is a joint settlement with the county. So
Okay,
without putting words in Mr. Uda's mouth, I believe that's the status of their
all right.
position too.
We will consider the status of Missoula County to be paired with the City of Missoula unless Counselor raises a point on that later. All right, how about for the Joint Energy Advocates?
Joint energy advocates have similarly waived for all of the joint applicants' witnesses.
Okay, thank you. And then for 350 Montana and Farmers Union, Ms. Trinnell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We have some questions. May I begin?
Yes, you may.
Thank you.
Please proceed. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Ms. Lael.
Good afternoon.
Feel like I can't really see you here. It's a little bit awkward.
If
Maybe I'll scooch you a little bit this way and now I can see you. How's that?
Sure. Or Ms. Trinnell, if you'd like to take the podium, you may. That would be-
I think we'll
Yeah.
see how this goes.
Okay.
Except for Sarah's hair.
Put it down like you had it this morning, Sarah. All right. Ms. Lael, you had some settlement testimony. I think the MCC settlement testimony is in as Exhibit 6, I believe. I'm not sure exactly. Is it Exhibit 5 or?
Just it's JA4.
Okay. So I just want to ask you about Attachment B on that MCC settlement testimony. If you can get that in front of you, please. Do you have that? It's the chart.
One second. The org chart,
Yes.
the ring fence.
Yes.
Yes, I do.
Okay, so you testified about the structure of Northwestern Energy and what you have on this chart here it represents Northwestern Energy as it exists today, absent the box on top with Bright Horizon, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And so I want to ask you about the exhibit that was admitted as MMJ2.
Could I have a copy of MMJ2? Madam Chair, if we could ask counsel to put a copy in front of the witness because it's a little hard to read on that poster board.
It's in the exhibit binders there. I'll go to the microphone.
Yeah, Ms. Trinnell, please speak into the mic so the record picks it up.
Certainly.
And
So this
our
is,
audience can hear what you're saying as well.
Ms. Lael, this is on the exhibit binder in front of you as, and it's in everyone's exhibit binder, which the big white books that we handed out earlier, it's tab 19 in the exhibit binders that we handed out.
I have a copy of MMJ2 in front of me now.
Okay, and this exhibit is in the binder as tab 19. Tab 19. Thank you.
And Madam Chair, just for the record, what appears to be in the binder is Marnie Jones Exhibit 2 attached to her Marnie Jones direct testimony. What's on this poster board, it's not clear that that's exactly what's in. Fine. So just wanted her to.
Go ahead and just thank you, Ms. Trinnell, for directing us. I want to be sure that everyone's clear. So the white binder you handed out is titled 350 Montana Public Exhibits.
That's correct.
And you're at tab 19.
Correct.
And it's noted that we're not certain that the org chart on the display is the same as the org chart in the.
Madam Chair, the first time we were seeing what is in the binder appears to be the exhibit attached to Marnie Jones's testimony. I just have not cross-referenced Ms. Jones' exhibit with what's on the poster board in front of the commission.
Okay. So Ms. Trinnell, is the display on the poster board a combination of the 3 different org charts behind tab 19?
Yes, and
Okay.
that, yes.
All right. Thank you.
So, thank you. Ms. Leal, so you are talking about the post-transaction structure of Northwestern Energy and the joint applicants, correct, in your settlement?
Yes.
Okay. And you're familiar with what this is going to look like post-transaction, correct?
Generally, yes.
Okay. So when we look at this chart here, what we see at the top is the top box there is an unregulated parent holding company, correct?
Objection ambiguous. It's not clear what chart we're actually looking
Yes,
at.
Ms. Trinnell, can you be specific? Okay. Yeah, that's a good reminder. Thank you. One at a time. Ms. Trinnell, would you please point to the page in the book, because that's what we have in front of us.
I'm looking at the first page that has the post-merger legal organization chart of this merged entity, proposed merging entity.
And that's marked as MMJ-2.
Correct.
Thank you.
And the poster board up here on the easel has the parent company up at the top in a gray square rectangle. Do you see that, Ms. Lil?
I do.
Okay. And the post-merger transaction that you're proposing here, Northwestern, is a subsidiary of the parent company, correct?
Yes, a subsidiary of Black Hills Corporation, the holding company, which I believe you're referring to be renamed as Bright Horizons Energy.
Thank you. And Ms. Lael, Black Hills will control 56% of the ownership of that merged entity, correct?
That's fair.
Okay. And Black Hills will have 7 seats on the 12-member board, correct?
May I correct the statement of 56%? I think I went with you and should not have. It will be 100% a subsidiary of the holding company.
And
on a relative basis prior to merger, it was about a 56-44 split in size.
Okay, so Black Hills will control 56% of the ownership of the parent company, yes?
I wouldn't, that is not how I would understand the issue. The holding company, similar to Northwestern Energy Group today, controls 100% of the Montana utility. The ultimate holding company parent here would have 100% of the equity interests in the ultimate Montana utility at that time.
Okay, and the parent company, just to be clear, because I think it's important for the commission to understand who's going to control this merged entity. The parent company is going to be 56% Black Hills, 44% Northwestern, yes?
That's a rough split of today's operations. That's a
Thank you.
reasonable approximation.
Thank you. And the board, the merged entity board, will have 12 members, yes?
That's correct.
Okay, and 7 of those members will be Black Hills members, yes?
Can I pause again, because I'm struggling with answering my yeses and nos today, apparently.
That's fine. I just want to be.
There are 6 members from the Black Hills board and 5 from Northwestern. I believe in most math, that's 11.
And then Black Hills also has the yes?
That's inclusive of the chair?
So the board is going to be made up of a majority of members from Black Hills, yes?
6 members from Black Hills, 5 from Northwestern, including President and CEO Brian Burke.
Okay, so a majority.
Yes.
Thank you. And would you agree with me that the controlling interest in this post-merged entity decides where to spend money?
I would suggest that the determinations of spending of money are items that management makes a recommendation. And then, yes, the board opines upon that.
And if there is a difference in opinion about where money is going to get spent, Northwestern's shares representatives in this merged entity will be outvoted. Yes?
I would not suggest it's that simple of an answer.
Okay. And what we're doing here today is those investment decisions that are decided at the top at that parent company are made by the controlling interest, and you're asking the commission to approve a transaction where Montana becomes a subsidiary of this permanently outvoted and controlled by an 8-state boardroom entity. Yes?
Objection.
You agree with that?
Argumentative.
Do you agree with that? Yes or no?
Objection, argumentative.
There's an objection, Counselor. Overruled. Go ahead, Counselor.
Do you remember my question?
No, I do not.
I'd also, can we have it read back? Okay, I'll re-ask the question. You're asking the commission to approve a transaction where Montana becomes a subsidiary, permanently outvoted, and controlled by an 8-state boardroom.
I would not agree with that.
Okay. But you agree that 6 is more than 5, yes?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Ms. Lael, you were on the call when this transaction was announced in August, yes?
Yes.
Okay. And you spoke during that call and made some statements about the merger and about the rationale for it, yes?
Yes.
Okay. And there was a slide presentation that you all gave to investors that that went along with the transcript of the call, yes?
Yes.
Okay. And that transcript and that slide were subsequently filed with the SEC, yes?
Yes.
Okay. So if you turn to tab 3 in the binder in front of you, please.
Madam Chair, if I may, can we move this out of the way so that Ms. Stoffer can get in and out to the witness to deliver documents?
It would be helpful if the easel was moved out of the way. Ms. Trinnell, are you finished with it?
I mean, I'm not, so I'd like to have it up, and I'm happy to accommodate Bobby. So if we want to just move it over to the side a little bit so you can get through, that's great. But I want it to still be visible for the commission, so as we continue asking questions. Thank you. Do you recognize that transcript there from the Tuesday, August 19th, 2025 call, Ms. Lael?
I do.
And you were on that call, yes?
Yes.
Okay. And then on tab 7 is the presentation. If you go to tab 7, you did the combined presentation that accompanied that transcript, right?
Yes.
Okay. And do you recognize this as the presentation, the 16-page slideshow that you did?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to move for the admission of what is marked as Montana Exhibit 350 Montana Exhibit 11, which is a transcript, and 350 Montana Exhibit 16, which is the presentation.
Yeah, I want to make sure I'm on the same page too before we go to joint applicants. So, Ms. Trinnell, you're moving exhibit from behind tab 3.
This tab 3 is Exhibit 11.
Okay.
And tab
350 Montana Exhibit 11. And then behind tab 7, 350 Montana Exhibit 16.
Right.
Okay. Does the joint applicants have anything to say about that? Any objections?
No objection.
No objections. Okay. Without objections, I'm assuming no other parties are objecting, that those exhibits are admitted. And for the record, is
Okay.
Montana 350 Exhibit 11 and Montana 350 Exhibit 16 are admitted.
Thank you. And then I'm going to have you turn to slide 5 of the presentation. So that's at tab 7, and it's page 5 of 16 of our Exhibit 16. So, Ms. Leal, we have on the poster board here this slide 5 of this exhibit. It's the presentation that you gave in August. And you were describing the transaction in this. Yes?
Yes, me and a few other colleagues.
Okay. And you describe it as a pure play utility platform, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And I guess what I want to cross-reference the holding company organization chart that we were looking at. Can you see that from where you are? The MMJ2?
I understand it enough to speak to it, yes.
Okay. And so what I want to clarify is the red boxes and the orange boxes are regulated utilities. Is that right?
I would suggest that our entire business is utility platform, which is what we were making the statement of pure play utility. Some of the entities are FERC regulated or kept outside the regulation, as it might be retail regulation, but the businesses that we interact with are serving utility customers.
So the gray boxes are unregulated affiliates, correct?
They may be in certain instances.
Okay. So specifically, for example, on the far right-hand side, we see the Colstrip, the Puget Share, yes?
That is a FERC regulated entity.
And you are holding it outside of the Northwestern regulated entity as an unregulated affiliate, correct?
Again, as a FERC regulated.
But it's not regulated by the Montana Commission.
Agree.
And the Avista share is beneath that, and you're holding that as an unregulated subsidiary of a regulated entity, yes?
No.
Okay, explain how you're holding Avista then.
The Avista interest is held at the Montana utility. We did create a separate LLC for the potential of structuring and tax reasons if we would need that. It is held in the Montana utility.
And that's in that far gray box on the right-hand side on the bottom of this structure, yes?
It is held in Northwestern Corporation, the Montana utility.
Okay.
Not the far gray box.
Okay, thank you. And would you agree with me that the holding company's duty to its shareholders, with whom you were speaking on this call in August, is to deploy capital where it can get the greatest return? Do you agree with that?
No.
Your obligation is not to deploy capital to maximize return on investment?
That is one element of considering our fiduciary duty to shareholders.
Is that an obligation? Yes or no?
That is a obligation, is not the only.
Okay. So when this new board is looking at where it's going to deploy capital across this 8-state holding company, which we see on slide 5, the controlling interest of the parent company is going to make decisions based on where it's going to make the most money, yes?
It makes decision on a variety of factors.
And that's
as
one
the
of them.
Capital allocation, earning your authorized return is certainly one of them. It is not the only one. Risk, reliability, affordability, all of those things go into how you make those determinations.
Thank you, Ms. Lael. And, you're certainly welcome to expand on redirect, but if you could just answer my questions, I would appreciate that. So let's talk about return on equity. Do you understand Montana's ROE from its last rate case, which was pretty recently decided to be 9.65%?
For the electric utility, yes.
Okay. And are you familiar with the ROE in Wyoming at 9.75?
We do not currently serve Wyoming.
I understand that. I'm asking you what the electric ROE is in Wyoming, if you know.
Can you, is that in my testimony?
I can point you to an exhibit if you turn in the book, in the witness book. To tab 18. And Ms. Lil, you answered data requests in this docket, yes?
Yes.
And one of the data requests was from the Consumer Council, data request 53, and you answered that data request, yes?
I don't know. I don't have that in front of me.
You answered for Northwestern, and you were asked about presentations that had been given to investors. And this slide was one of the listed in the answer to MCC 53. There were a number of links.
Mr. Nell, can you please identify the slide for the record, what exhibit and what slide number?
I'm getting there. Thanks, Madam Chair. So we're talking about her answers to MCC 53.
Okay.
And Madam Chair, I would object if she wants to ask this witness about a data request, she should put the data request in front of her so that she can confirm, in fact, it is her data request.
I agree. That would be helpful. Can you do that, Mr. Nell?
That's fine. I'm asking about the ROE in Wyoming, and this slide shows it. So if we could just go to page 9 of this slide.
And exhibit number for the record?
This is 350 Montana Exhibit 57 at tab 18 of the witness book.
Exhibit 57.
And Madam Chair, maybe this is premature, but I would object on foundation because I'm not sure this is in the record. At least this exhibit 57 is not in the record yet.
I'm not moving for the admission of it. I'm asking about refreshing her recollection about the ROE on the Wyoming electric side.
So this is a Black Hills presentation and not a Northwestern presentation. So you shouldn't be able to ask a Northwestern witness about a Black Hills presentation.
So, Ms. Trinnell, there was a deadline to submit exhibits of last week. You submitted a number of exhibits. This was not one of them. And so I don't know where this is coming from. And I am, are you going to present exhibits consistent with what you submitted last week, or are you going to add a bunch to them?
My exhibit, Madam Chair, 350 Montana and Montana Farmer Union's exhibits are in the book that we handed out, and we did email them out last week.
So not included. I'm looking at the list of what I got emails for, and this was not in it.
Madam Chair, if I can get back to my questions, I think I can just do this through just to refresh the recollection. I'm not moving for the admission of this exhibit right now.
Thank you.
Let's allow the witness to turn to the page, and you may proceed.
Thank you.
No further objections, and we'll rule on those, but at this time overruled.
Thank you, Ms. Lael. Do you accept that the ROE that was set in Wyoming is 9.75? Do you accept that?
I think that's fair.
Okay, thank you. And all other things being equal, do you agree that an entity is going to invest where it gets a higher return?
That is an authorized ROE. I would not confuse that with actual earned returns.
I understand, but those are certainly utility decisions that get made, and they have control over how that implementation goes. So all other things being equal, is a holding company going to invest where it gets a higher return on its investment? Yes or no?
Yes.
Thank you. So if Wyoming is 9.75 and Montana is 9.65, all other things being equal, an entity is going to invest in Wyoming, isn't it?
All other things being equal, in other words, we are investing enough to serve our customers, to maintain reliability, to do what we need to be doing on the system to meet their needs. That's a lot of other things being equal. Those are the things that are going to determine how we allocate capital.
Thank you. So let's go then to slide 11 of tab 7, which is the presentation. Are you there?
I am.
Okay. On the left-hand side of this slide, what are you talking about there? Can you just describe that for the commission?
This slide details the capital plan that our boards each relied upon in making the decision to move forward with the merger transaction. They were the capital plans in place at the time of the announcement and voting to approve the transaction. This represents across those 8 states the needed investments over the next 5-year time horizon and indicates the breakout of that. And again, this is what underlies the financial forecast that was relied upon by the boards. That includes significant Montana investment over that 5-year period.
Right. So can we call it the base plan?
The base plan, yes.
Okay. And so we've got 7.4 billion for the base plan, yes?
Yes.
And you're going to invest that with or without the merger, yes?
Yes.
So then on the right, you have a separate category, which you describe as incremental opportunities to accelerate growth. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. And beneath that, you have data centers, right?
Beneath that, we have 4 items.
And the first
portion of which is data centers.
The first of which is data centers, right?
Happens to be the first, not the only.
Okay. So that's not included in your base plan, correct?
There is no data center related capital in the base plan of Northwestern Energy that underlies the 7.4 billion. Black Hills is here and can speak to their capital plan. I do know they currently serve existing customers, and there is, in their financial plan, they intend to continue to serve those. But the right of this slide is indicating that new customers would be on top of the capital that is on the left side of the page, in addition to.
When you say customer, do you mean data center?
They are a customer, yes.
So they're included in your use of the word customers for purposes of the commissions.
Any customers go from small residential to large load customers. Data centers would be one of those.
Okay. Let's go back to tab 3, which is a transcript of the call where you were talking about this slide. And I'd specifically ask you to go to page 6 of the transcript. It's marked on the bottom. Let me know when you're there.
I'm there.
All right. And your name is in the middle there, right?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And just to refresh your recollection, if you want to go to the page before that, you're picking up a handoff of the discussion from Kimberly Nooney, yes?
Yes.
Okay. And so this is your presentation to investors about why merge, correct?
Yes.
And then in the middle there, in the third paragraph under your name, you talk about the rationale of bringing these companies together. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. And it's your statement in that paragraph that the rationale to bring these companies together is to capture future growth opportunities. Do you see that?
It is one of the rationales, yes.
Well, your statement says the rationale of bringing together these two companies, doesn't it?
Again, I think our difference is how we coin the future growth opportunities. There are many.
Those are the words on the page right
Yes.
there. Yes. You. And then if you'll go to page 11 of that same transcript. Are you there?
Yes.
All right. And then Paul Cole from Bank of America asks a question. Do you see that?
I do.
And you answer, you take the question, right?
Yes.
Okay. And at the bottom, the last line of that page 11 of the transcript, you are saying on the base plan perspective, the rationale for the merger is a couple of things. Do you see that?
Yes.
All right. And you say one of those things is synergies, right?
Yes.
Okay. And then if you'll turn the page, the other thing is the opportunity to optimize growth, correct?
The top of the page is you can achieve together and optimizing what you do on supply. Sorry.
Miss Lael,
Sup-
if you would read in the first full paragraph, beginning with "we mentioned," read the first sentence of that, please.
Okay. So you're
We
skipping over the
mentioned,
supply chain reference. Okay. We mentioned our balance sheet, combining those and the ability to optimize the financing plan. That's of the base plan. I will
okay,
let you
wait a
know
second,
my
stop,
comment.
stop. For the record, I'm just asking you to read the sentence as written.
And before we go, please put us on the same page. Where are we at?
Page 12, the first full paragraph, beginning with "we mentioned," and I'm just asking you to read what's in the transcript, please.
We mentioned our balance sheet, combining those and the ability to optimize the financing plan and take out some equity over the time to drive that. So it is a combination of those things that will allow us to go from 4 to 6% to 5 to 7%.
Thank you. And then in the next paragraph, you say that the ability to get these things is the combination, right? It's the incremental opportunities we think is what gets us there, right?
What sentence do you think says that?
The next paragraph where it says, then on top of that, why don't you just read that first sentence just as written?
Then on top of that, the ability then to go after the things that we both have as incremental opportunities to our plan.
And then the next sentence says,
We think that is what gets us there.
okay, so it's your statement to your investors when you announce this merger that it requires the incremental growth that we talked about on slide 11 to get you to the 5 to 7%. Yes?
No, it is not.
That's not your statement there in
No,
the
it is not.
transcript? Okay.
One at a time, please. And Ms. Chernell, excuse me just for a moment. I just want to be clear. The sentence that begins then on top of that, Ms. Lael, I think when you read it, you left out the word have or had. We both have had. Could you just read it thoroughly?
Madam Chair, thank you for the clarification. If I left a word out, then on top of that, comma, the ability then to go after the things that we both have had as incremental opportunities to our plan.
Thank you.
So going back then to slide 11,
Slide 11 in which tab?
in tab 7 of exhibit 16. Are you there?
Yes.
So it's your testimony as we sit here today that you do not need these incremental opportunities to accelerate growth to get to the 5 to 7%.
That is correct.
Okay, so getting to the 5 to 7% is solely based on synergies. Yes?
No.
What else is it based on?
So if you read my sentences earlier, I clearly laid out that it is taking equity out of the plan. That is a significant part to how we finance the business. That was discussed with investors. It's in the transcript. That was the biggest driver. In addition to that, it is some synergies within the plan. Anything on top of that is the ability to go after that sort of incremental growth, which includes 4 areas.
So the equity, when you say equity out of the plan, you're saying more debt, yes?
I am not saying that.
What are you saying?
I am saying that the bigger balance sheet and the flexibility and the strength that that financial positioning brings you allows you to finance the business in a more efficient manner. So you don't need as much equity. Equity dilutes ownership, dilutes earnings. When we're talking going from 4 to 6% to 5 to 7%, the transcript you're reading here indicates we're talking to investors and telling them taking that equity out of the plan.
Okay.
Is
Can I
a
just
significant mover.
Can I just slow you down a little bit?
Madam
Yeah,
Chair.
yeah, I would like just one at a time. Ms. Trinnell, please do not interrupt the witness, and the witness could slow down for the recorder. That would be helpful.
Thank you. And for me,
Yeah, for all of us. Yes.
Ms. Lill, I'm not an accountant. I'm a lawyer. I am not following everything you're saying here. So I want to be really clear for our record and for the commission to make a good decision on an important transaction. I don't understand what you're talking about when you say financing. That to me sounds like borrowing money. Is it something else? What is it if it's not borrowing money?
Our capital structures include debt and equity financing.
Right.
Generally, utilities are going to be 50 to 55% debt. The remainder of that is equity financing. So when we're talking financing and capital market efficiency, it's both debt investors and equity investors. That is fundamental capital markets for all utilities. When you go seek capital to invest across your service territories, you're going to do that from first, you're going to use cash flows. Then you're going to what you need to finance incrementally to that. You're going to balance that between debt and equity. The
So
ability to combine these plans and take out equity in the forecast, which is detailed in the financial plans and in the S4, that was a significant driver, which again, the audience acknowledge of this call is investors who understand that debt and equity balance and certainly will understand in a different manner, maybe what we're communicating of why do you go from 4 to 6% to 5 to 7% by optimizing your financing strategy, you're using less equity because of the scale and size.
okay, I'm going to just stop you there. So would you agree that the question before this commission is a different question than what you were selling to the investors? Do you agree with that?
No, I would not.
They have the very same interests. The commission has the very same interests that the investors have,
They have shared interest.
but not the same.
They are not in opposition.
Is there some tension between captive ratepayers of a publicly regulated monopoly and its investor owners? Is there some tension there?
The regulatory compact specifically addresses that.
So we're in front of a regulatory body, yes?
Yes.
And this body has the power to say yes or no to this merger, doesn't it?
Yes, they do.
And what they have to take into account is different from what the investors look at, isn't it?
They, I believe, want to understand both.
And represent the interests of captive ratepayers who have nowhere else to go. Agreed?
I believe they will understand the benefits of this transaction, yes.
For the captive
For
ratepayers.
customers, yes.
Okay, well, that's what we need to talk about. Would you agree with me that captive ratepayers as customers are different from gigawatt hyperscalers as customers? Is there a difference there?
Objection relevance.
Oh, it's sustained. No, I'm sorry. The objection is overruled. Mr. Nell, proceed. And if you can, please answer the question, Ms. Leo.
I would agree that serving a small residential customer and the demands on that are different than a high load factor customer, such as any sort of manufacturing intensive or large load data center.
Okay,
We
so
are obligated to serve all customers.
thank you. And a customer, if a data center customer plops down in Lewistown, Montana and says, provide service, you serve them, right?
We have an obligation to serve if they seek service from us. Yes.
Okay. And to do that, you would borrow money, raise money, figure that out, right?
Depends on what is needed to serve that customer, individual facts and circumstances.
Okay. So the question for the regulatory body isn't how much money the investors will make, is it?
No.
Okay. The question for the regulatory body is, how is this good for the captive ratepayers of Montana? Yes?
Yes, and our case details that.
Okay. Well, let's talk about that. So you, in answer to data requests, you were asked to explain and quantify the impact, positive or negative, for Montana ratepayers. And in answer to some of those requests, you said you haven't provided any studies. Is that right?
Objection ambiguous.
Ms. Lale, do you have any studies quantifying the impact, positive or negative, for Montana ratepayers?
Madam Chair, there's an objection pending.
I know.
He's asking about a data request that is not being identified, so it'd be helpful.
I rephrased.
That is correct. I did hear the rephrase, and so the question stands for now. With would you rephrase again, please, Mr. Nell? And if council wants to object to the rephrase, go right ahead. But go ahead, Mr. Nell.
Do you have any studies quantifying the impact of this merger, positive or negative, on Montana captive ratepayers?
My entire testimony directly addresses the improved credit profile and why, in some instances, a future projection of why that may not be specifically quantifiable, I think in the word study you are using, but demonstrates why that is beneficial to customers in the long term and what can be attained by a larger utility, the efficiencies, the credit profile, all of that is beneficial to Montana customers.
Let me ask the question maybe another way. Do you have a study quantifying the rate impacts of this merger on Montana?
We are not requesting any rate change in this merger docket.
Let me ask the question again.
Yeah, and Ms. Lale, would you please answer the question that you're being asked?
Do you have a study quantifying the rate impacts of this merger on the ratepayers of Montana?
No.
Thank you. Just for purposes of being clear in terms of where I am in my questioning, I want to ask you some questions on MCC 10, which you answered, but are confidential. So I would ask that we defer those to a confidential session. And I suppose if we would do that I have a number of confidential questions for this witness. And so I would just say that I would defer those to the end, if that is what the chair prefers.
We can defer it to the end of your cross-examination.
Okay.
Yeah.
In a public answer to MCC 10, and if you can you put your answer to MCC 10 in front of you?
Is this in your exhibit book, Mr. Nell?
Her answer is not in the exhibit book. And I'm specifically looking to ask you about the updated response from March 16th to your answer to MCC 10. And you can let me know when you're there.
I believe I have that.
Okay. Ms. Lell, you answered this data request.
Yes.
Okay. And the updated response on March 16th was a joint response, yes?
Yes.
Okay. And in this response, you identify down in the second paragraph from the bottom, the analysis of a value creation savings opportunity, yes?
Yes.
And what is the range of that potential value creation?
The benchmarking analysis estimates potential value creation, gross savings opportunity from non-labor and labor within the $48 to $70 million range.
Okay, and so 48 to 70 million, this is one analysis, yes?
It is a external benchmarking analysis, yes.
And you've done others. You have other analyses.
Could you tell me specifically?
Those were done in response to MCC 10, and we'll talk about those in the confidential session.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. And so this 48 to 70 includes labor and non-labor. And then on the next page, what is the 25 to 35 million that you talk about there?
For these non-labor categories, PwC estimated the value creation opportunities range to be approximately 25 to 31 million, which
Oh.
is expected to be realized over a time period to be determined.
Okay, so we don't know when the start period for this is, do we?
Upon closing.
Oh, so we're going to start realizing these right away? Year one?
Yes.
Okay, and how long will they go for?
I would expect that over the next
Madam Chair, sorry to interrupt, Crystal, but some of this is getting into confidential. Some of this information is in the confidential decks, the answer to this question. So I would ask that this be held until we go into confidential session.
Madam Chair, I am asking, she says here a time period not yet determined. I want an explanation of that. Is there a time period? Yes or no?
And Madam Chair, I believe that was answered, and she was asked specifically how long it would take for these savings, and that's all part of the confidential MCC 10 attachment.
Okay, that's fair. Ms. Trinnell, if you need to come back to that during confidential, please make a note for yourself.
That's fine. I am trying to walk the line between what I understood the commission's direction to be to keep as much as possible in the public record. So I believe these are fair public questions. But if we need to come back, we will. So Ms. Lael, the question is it determined? Is the time period determined? Yes or no?
Achieving the efficiencies will take varying amounts of time. There is not a specific determined time period.
Thank you. I'll take that as a no. It's not determined. And then in the next paragraph, you are talking about the labor organization rates, capitalization, I'm sorry. Do you see that? The estimates for savings from labor, do you see that there?
Yes, I do.
And what is your estimated savings from labor?
PwC estimated the opportunity to be approximately 36 million.
So that's best case scenario. Yes?
That is an estimation, maybe a study based off benchmarking data of mergers, acquisitions, so broad deals, and specifically FERC benchmarking. So that is an estimation.
Okay. So I'm going to move for admission of Ms. Lael's response to MCC 10.
Madam Chair, that was moved by joint applicants, so that's already in the record.
Is it? Thank you.
Thank you. So I think technically, Ms. Trinnell, you withdraw your motion.
Sure.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so when we're talking about the potential savings here, this 48 to 70, that's the highest potential range of savings, value creation, benefits, whatever word you want to use. Yes?
I would not characterize it as the highest. I would suggest this is an estimation based off benchmarking of the opportunity.
In the record before the commission that it has to act on, there isn't a different number, is there?
No.
Thank you. And so if that's the high end and 36 million of that comes from jobs, how many of those jobs are going to be in Montana?
Objection, it mischaracterizes that it's the high end.
The question, $36 million, let me rephrase.
Please do.
The $36 million in labor savings, how many of those jobs come from Montana?
Objection, and that's confidential.
Let me ask this.
Okay, objection is sustained. Ms. Trinnell, go ahead.
Do you have a number?
I would say it this way.
No, I'm not asking you. Do you have a number? Yes or no?
No, we have made no determinations on future employment other than a CEO who will no longer be here. We have clearly said in our direct testimony that we expect any changes that come from labor, which we don't expect that to be the first bucket. We expect to first go to supply chain and procurement, other contracting, which is the beginning of this data request before we get to labor, and that we expect to do that through attrition. We've also clearly said this is an enterprise-wide number, so I would not conflate that to be a Montana number. All of these numbers are enterprise-wide that are reflected supporting that detail.
Thank you. Well, so if it's 36 million, I mean, if we just let Brian Bird go, we're down to 20, right?
Objection, argumentative.
Ms. Trinnell?
I want, the commission needs to have some understanding of where this $36 million in labor costs are going to come from to make a fair decision. And that's information that we want the regulatory body to be addressing in public.
That's fine, Ms. Trinnell, but let's just mind our tone when we're asking questions.
Okay, so let's just do some basic math, Ms. Lael. So 48 to 70 million, you don't have a higher number than that in the record. The banker's fees for this transaction are 60 million, yes?
Yes.
The executive payouts that we see in MCC 52 are approximately 30 million, yes?
Objection, ambiguous. The document's not in front of her, so it's
Yeah, Ms. Trinnell, can you please provide the document and then
Yes,
restate? Thank you.
For the record, I am going to be providing copies of MCC 52, which has on the top confidential MCC 52, because this was held as confidential by the joint applicants until Friday, May 8th, when they updated their response to the data request and provided this as a public document. So these are excerpted pages of the now public document, which I am going to be handing out, marked as 350 Montana Exhibit 59. It's 5 pages of the confidential MCC 52, which is now public. I will be handing this out as 350 Montana Exhibit 59.
Thank you, Ms. Trinnell. Did this make it into your binder? Your exhibit binder?
We got this on May 8th, Friday.
I hear you. I'm just asking if it's in here or not. Okay, so it's not in the exhibit binder. She's adding it now.
And Madam Chair, if I might, for the record, I believe MCC 52, we did not object to it being moved into the record. We didn't specifically move it, but we didn't object. So I believe it's already in the record, and it sounds like this is a partial copy of that. So I would ask that the entire document be in the record if it's going to be
Testing.
discussed.
1, 2, 3.
Okay, that's right. Yeah.
Testing. 1, 2, 3.
Okay, Ms. Trinnell, in the microphone, where are we at now?
No objection to the entire document being in the record.
And did we admit this into the record already? Thought we did.
051 or 52?
350 059.
Well, it was provided in response to data request MCC 52.
MCC 052. Let's just check, see where we're at.
And Madam Chair, may we have a brief moment to confer on the confidentiality question?
You may. We'll just be at recess here for a couple minutes. The time is 2:03. We'll be back on in a couple minutes.
Thank you. Yes, I believe that we're prepared to move forward. Thank you very much for the break.
Okay, now just to help me be clear and the body here. Oh, excuse me. Thank you. We are back on the record. The time is 2:05 p.m. So we have in front of us MCC 052. My records show that was not admitted. So are you moving this into the record, Ms. Trinnell?
I was responding to what I understood Northwestern's request to move the entire document into the record, which I have no objection to.
Help me out here.
Yeah, Madam Chair, and I could be wrong about this, but at the beginning of the hearing, I thought I heard Ms. Trinnell indicate that on behalf of 350 and MFU, they were moving all data requests. And the joint applicants objected to a handful of those data requests, which then the chair ruled on those objections, maybe for the chair's purpose to move anything else that hasn't been objected to into the record, because that's my understanding.
Thank you. I believe that's correct, and that is what we did. So the earlier listing dealt with the objected pieces. All right, so without objection, it is in the record, admitted to the record. That's MCC 052. Okay, now, I think Ms. Trinnell, this is still your witness.
Thank you. Thank you. May I?
Yes, you may.
Thank you. So Ms. Lael, you file these Form S4s with the Securities and Exchange Commission, yes?
Yes.
Okay. And if you will look at page It's page 5 of 5 of this exhibit and page 117 of the SEC filing. Are you on that page?
Yes, I am.
Okay. And what is the total compensation for Brian Bird listed there? What is that number?
I would argue that.
Do you see the number, Ms.
premise is
Lael?
Not compensation, but the number is 16 million,
Thank you. And what is the number for you?
5.2 million.
Okay. And then the 3 other Northwestern executives under there are Shannon Heim. What is the number for Shannon Heim?
2.9 million,
And for John Hines?
2.5 million,
And for Bobby Schrappel?
2.5.
Okay. And then going back to page 3 of 5 in this exhibit. 2 of 5. Looking at page 2 of 5, at the bottom it says 111 of this SEC filing. These are the quantifications of payments and benefits to the Black Hills executive officers, correct?
Per the SEC rules, yes.
Okay, and what is the number for Black Hills NEO, Lyndon Evans,
10.3 million,
and for Kimberly Nooney,
5.6 million,
and for Marnie Jones?
4.7 million.
So let's do some just rough math there. For the Black Hills folks, we've got about 20 million, yes?
That's your math.
Well, 10 plus 5, 5 plus 4, 7 is a little over 20, yes?
Yes.
My math. And then page 5, let's look at the totals of the numbers there. 16 plus 5 is 21, yes?
Yes.
Plus 2.9 is 23.
Yes.
Plus another 2.5, we're at 25. Yes?
Yes.
Another 2.5, we're at 27.5.
Yes.
That's conservative. So
I
about
would not
30
agree with
million.
that.
Okay, well, let's,
One at a time, please. Ms. Lael, what did you say?
I said I wouldn't agree with her term.
okay. So 27 and 20 is 47 million for executive payouts related to the merger, yes?
That is not correct.
These folks aren't going to get this money if we don't have a merger, are they?
They aren't going to get this money unless they're fired. Terminated.
And
Cause, I believe, is the right term.
if we don't have a merger, they won't get this money, will they?
This money, this disclosure is meant to say if someone is terminated as a part of the transaction or cause, that is the only reason these payouts would actually occur. They are also a required calculation of the SEC. They are not the actual payout that would occur upon that termination.
They won't happen without the merger, will they?
That's fair.
Thank you. All right, so where were we on our math? We were working from a base number of 48 to 70 million. We subtracted 60 million in bankers' fees and subtract 47 million in executive bonuses that are merger related. So we're underwater on day one, yes?
That premise is not logical.
You don't agree. Thank
No.
you. Ms. Lael, would you agree with me that the $10 million one-time credit for Montana ratepayers is a merger-related benefit?
Yes.
Okay, so then we'll take that off that 48 to 70 savings, yes? That's a cost to achieve, fair?
Agreed.
Okay. So we're getting pretty far in the hole here on the benefits. Agree?
I would not agree.
Um, I'm going to shift gears, Ms. Lael, and talk with you a little bit about Colstrip. Ms. Lael, you had a conference, an investor call, a Q1 investor call. Was it April 30th?
That sounds roughly correct.
Okay. And you have a transcript of those calls that you file with the SEC, right?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm going to direct you to the second yellow tab in the exhibits that I just handed out, which has on the face page Northwestern Energy Group. And it's marked on the bottom as 350 Montana Exhibit 60. And let me know when you have that document.
I have it.
Okay. And if you'll just look at that, where it says presentation, your name is on the bottom there. Do you see that?
Yes, it is.
Okay. So this is the investor presentation that you gave to investors regarding the Q1 2026 status for Northwestern, yes?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to move for the admission of 350 Montana Exhibit 60.
Madam Chair, I'm going to object at this point on relevance because it's not clear to me why this needs to be in the record.
Ms. Trinnell?
I'm inquire of the witness and we'll get there.
Well, then I'm objecting to the relevance of it.
Ms. Trinnell, go ahead and examine to lay foundation, and then we can get to your motion.
Thank you. So, Ms. Lael, on the Northwestern's Q1 earnings call, you discussed incremental coal strip ownership costs, yes?
Objection relevance to this docket and outside the scope of Ms. Lael's direct testimony.
Ms. Trinnell?
So, if I may inquire of the witness and lay some further foundation, I can back up a couple steps if we're going to start.
All right, and for our edification, will you please point us to the page and paragraph that you're speaking from in your exhibit M350 Montana Exhibit 60?
Yes, at the bottom, starting at the bottom of page 2 and going on to page 3, Ms. Lael specifically starting with paragraph 3 on page 3 with regards to those operating costs. She's discussing the impact of the incremental coal strip ownership on Northwestern's earnings.
And
We have an objection to the exhibit on the grounds of relevance. We need argument from the proponent as to relevance before examination will be allowed to continue about this exhibit.
Madam Chair, this line of inquiry regarding Ms. Lale's statements in the Q1 earnings report are relevant because this is the first quarter that Northwestern has had any information about the incremental costs of owning the Puget and Avista shares of Colstrip. It has been Northwestern's position that they're entitled to hold those newly acquired shares outside of the regulated rate base. And there is modeling about what the impact of that would be. So if the question before the commission is this merger in the best interest of captive Montana ratepayers? Can it be used to serve new customers, big or small? Then the question before the commission is, why merge? And if they have this asset and they hold it and they can use this asset to serve all customers, all takers who are now landing in Montana without the merger, that's directly relevant to what the impact of the costs and the impact to captive Montana ratepayers would be, excluding information about how this entity is holding Colstrip and what the impact will be upon merger and absorption into this larger enterprise, and who has control over those decisions going forward. The commission needs to look at that and make a decision about whether or not it wants to relinquish its control now over these Colstrip shares, or approve a merger without any protections and just say, go ahead, you new big entity somewhere off in South Dakota, you do it, we're out. So we're asking the commission to take this evidence into consideration. Maybe it'll be persuasive, maybe it won't, but it's certainly relevant to whether the commission approves this merger or rejects it.
Thank you, Counselor.
Madam Chair, if I may.
Ms. Norcott.
Thank you. As I mentioned in my opening, this docket is not about a Colstrip investigation. This commission has already decided to ask questions of Northwestern about Colstrip and how we handled our acquisition of the Puget share. As this commission knows, we acquired Avista, and that is serving customers today. We've acquired Puget, and we're holding that separate in an unregulated activity. That all happened outside of this merger, and none of that has to do anything with this merger. And so on those grounds, this is not relevant. This line of questioning about Colstrip and how we handled Puget share of Colstrip is not relevant to the decision of whether or not it is good to merge. We have indicated that there is no harm to customers, which the commission has defined as no rate impacts. And there are no rate impacts. We are not recovering transaction costs. We are not recovering goodwill. We are not recovering certain transition costs. There will be no rate impacts from this merger. So this line of questioning is wholly outside this docket and relevant to the issue at hand before this commission.
Okay, the objection is overruled, and Ms. Trinnell, you're instructed to just keep your questioning tight to how this asset relates to the merger as you described.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Lale, if you will turn to page 4 of 12 of this document at the third page, third paragraph from the top, and let me know when you're there. It's page 4 of 12. Third paragraph from the top.
Yes, I'm there.
Okay. And in this paragraph, you're talking about the merger with Black Hills, correct?
Brian Bird is actually speaking here, but yes, those comments are regarding the merger.
You were on this call, yes?
Yes, I was.
Okay. Before I leave this document right now, well, let me just ask you a couple more questions on this document, Ms. Lael. In this document, you are telling investors that there was a $48 million hit because of the incremental ownership of Colstrip, yes?
No, I am not.
All right, at page 3 of 12. On the third paragraph there, you're saying that on a quarterly basis, it's about 12 million a quarter. Do you see that?
Of expected operating costs. That's correct.
Related to what?
The Colstrip interests,
Okay, and specifically which interests?
both the Avista and Puget interests.
Okay,
That figure represents both of those interests.
okay. Do you know what the split is between them?
Objection relevance. I just renew my objection. It seems like we're getting far beyond the merger.
Ms. Trinnell.
This is a call where the Northwestern executives are presenting their status to their investors for purposes of giving them an update on the merger, talking about what their current and ongoing operating costs are, what the benefits are, and why this merger was still going to pull in that targeted 5 to 7% return. So having losses in the first quarter on this incremental ownership of Colstrip is directly relevant to what kind of returns that they can anticipate and why investors may still be looking at this as a good deal or a bad deal.
Thank you, Ms. Trinnell. The objection is overruled. Ms. Trinnell, you may proceed.
Ms. Lael, the question that I asked you is of that 12 million per quarter that you were looking at, what is the split between Puget and Avista shares?
The rough split would be around 30 million for the Puget 370 megawatts on an annualized basis and approximately 18 million on an annualized basis for the Avista interest.
Okay. And is Northwestern reserving its right to recover costs from its regulated rate base?
We have addressed the Avista portion that is needed for resource adequacy via filing in a PCAM waiver. The Puget 370 interest is not needed currently for resource adequacy. It is needed to give us voting control of that facility, and we are selling that in the market to cover those costs.
Okay, so I'm not sure I understand the answer. Are you reserving your right to seek recovery of the cost from the regulated rate base for the Avista share? Yes or no?
Yes, we will expect to seek recovery of that.
Okay, thank you. Are you reserving the right to recover costs from the regulated rate base for the Puget share? Yes or no?
We've said publicly that while we're operating that as a FERC entity, dependent upon future need, we would like that to be a Montana regulated asset.
So the answer is yes.
Yes.
Thank you. Would you agree with me, Ms. Lael, that how the costs related to rate base depend on accurate accounting?
Sure.
Okay. And the cost allocation manual has not been finalized for purposes of this merger, has it?
No, that has not. It's addressed in the settlement.
Okay. The settlement doesn't finalize it.
The settlement addresses specifically when it will be filed and made available.
When will that happen?
The settlement language, just so
Maybe I can make it simpler. Is it after the commission acts on the approval?
as a reminder, the settlement agreement indicates that we will file an updated CAM upon changes and shortly after closing. There are no implications of that CAM today as we are not changing rates.
Okay, so the cost allocation is going to happen as it stands today, post commission action on the merger, yes?
Again, the settlement and stipulation specifically address that.
And the question, Ms. Lael, is it's going to happen post commission action on the merger, yes?
Yes.
Thank you. So as we sit here today in front of the commission on the record as it stands, we have no concrete cost allocation with respect to the Colstrip shares, do we?
The Colstrip asset for Avista is a Montana regulated asset, so those costs would go to Montana customers. The cost allocation manual typically addresses shared costs that would be across the 8-state footprint. I wouldn't run those two concepts together.
But the commission doesn't have concrete hard numbers in front of it to make a decision today, does it?
Objection ambiguous.
Do you understand the question, Ms. Lael?
There's an objection, and so, Ms. Trinnell.
The objection was it's ambiguous, which I don't know is an evidentiary objection in the rules of evidence. And I'm just asking if the witness understood the question as asked to her.
It's an objection to the form, and it's unclear what she's actually asking about and what numbers.
Yet the chair sustains the objection, and Ms. Trinnell, go ahead and re-ask, but be more specific, please.
Gotcha. Thank you. And I apologize if I was conflating the two different things, Ms. Lael. I don't want to do that. So the issues related to the cost allocation, that's not final as we sit here today, right?
Cost allocation of common costs, that will be addressed per the settlement following closing, yes.
Thank you. And the Colstrip asset, how that is going to be handled is not final as we sit here today, is it?
There are separate dockets to address that, correct?
It's not final today, right?
Those dockets are not.
Thank you. Would you agree with me, as you said in the Q1 earnings call in Exhibit 60, that Colstrip costs are real?
Yes.
And they're happening right now, yes?
Yes.
Madam Chair, I'm going to move again for the exhibit, for the move for the admission of 350 Montana Exhibit 60, based on the witness's testimony about it, her knowledge of it, and it's a public document presented to investors, so it's admissible under multiple rules of evidence, including 901, 902, 1002.
Ms. Norcott?
Madam Chair, joint applicants still believe it's irrelevant, but we recognize the chair's ruling.
Thank you. And the objection to this document is admitted. It's Montana, 350 Montana Exhibit 60 is admitted. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Lael, I'd like to direct you to your settlement testimony on the MCC large customer group settlement. And I'm specifically looking to page 10 of your settlement testimony. You can let me know when you're there.
I'm there.
Okay, and at lines 3 to 6 of your settlement testimony, it's your sworn statement to this commission that the Northwestern and Black Hills grids are not connected, yes?
Yes, it notes here that the Montana system for Black Hills and Northwestern system are not electrically connected.
And then you go on to say that there are no plans to connect them, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and that's your sworn testimony to this commission, yes?
Yes.
I'd like to go back to tab 3 in the white book, please. And this is the announcement call from August of 25 of the merger. You were on this whole call, yes?
Yes.
You stayed through the question and answers from the press?
Yes.
Okay, and you heard all of the answers from Mr. Evans and Mr. Byrd, right?
Yes.
And you didn't correct any of their answers, did you?
The transcript is as stands.
Okay, well, let's look at the transcript at page 10 then. I want to direct your attention to a question from Brian Russo, where he talks about what are the upside opportunities of the data centers or transmission. Do you see that question?
Yes.
And Mr. Byrd answers. Do you see that?
Yes.
And then Mr. Evans answers. And in his answer, he says, Brian, to answer your question, I think you specifically mentioned transmission. We have had our engineers talking to each other for very specific projects about how we could advantageously connect our systems, right?
Yes.
Okay. And that was Mr. Evans' representation to your investors when you announced this merger, yes?
Yes.
What are those specific projects?
I believe this says and goes on to think about how we could in the future, if there's customer benefit, look at electrically connecting those two systems. They are not today. There are no plans to do so, but it's something that we're excited about considering. And any of those projects always require that they meet that standard of customer benefit.
Okay.
He's referring to that potential in the future of our engineers to begin talking about that.
If you go over to page 11, there's a follow-up question there from Christopher Ellinghouse. Do you see that?
Yes.
And he's asking where your shared companies would locate future generation resources, correct?
Madam Chair, if I might, there's two questions from Mr. Ellinghouse. So can Ms. Trinnell point us to which question she's referring to?
That's fair, Ms. Trinnell.
The first question at the top of the page there, Ms. Lael, from Christopher Ellinghouse. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
And he's asking about your thought process on where to locate future generation, right?
Yes.
And Mr. Evans answers, and then Mr. Byrd answers, right?
Yes.
And Mr. Byrd's answer is, speaking to Lynn's point on transmission earlier, it is called the Path 80 corridor. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
And it says, obviously, I think Montana, Wyoming, Colorado, ability to move power through that corridor through our today disparate service territories, but now on a combined basis, it gives us more flexibility. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
And Path 80 goes from Montana to Wyoming, yes?
Yes, it does.
Is there a specific transmission project on Path 80 today?
As my testimony says here, the joint applicants don't have a current plan, but we certainly expect to look at that. If there's customer benefit to Montanans to connecting those two systems, there are pinch points on moving power west, south, all of those things to maintain reliability. We certainly would look at that. And that's what this is referencing based off Chris's questions and others. Is there opportunity to more safely, reliably, efficiently serve your customers? We would study that and certainly bring that as a project if it made sense to connect those two systems.
Thank you, Ms. Leal. My question, is there a specific project today?
There has been no plan made on Path 80. There has been lots of that, again, identified as an opportunity. It's one of the key paths in and out of Montana.
Path 80 has internet connectivity, yes?
Could you clarify the internet connectivity?
There's an internet backbone along that route.
I can't speak to that.
Okay. Are you aware of Meta's 3,200 acre data campus in Cheyenne?
That would be a question for Ms. Jones or Ms. Nooney.
My question is, are you aware of it?
I'm generally aware that Black Hills Today serves Meta in Wyoming.
And are you aware of the 3,200 acre campus?
I am not aware of the details.
Are you aware it exists?
Again, I am aware they currently serve Meta.
The objection is overruled. I think the question was specific. Are you aware of that specific campus?
I don't know details. I'm aware that today Black Hills Power, but again, you have two witnesses here that I would defer that question to. They would be happy to give you specifics. Ms. Jones would have that.
From that standpoint, I'll go ahead and sustain the objection, and then Ms. Trinnell, go ahead and make a note for another witness on that.
Ms. Leal, you've been with Northwestern for quite a while, yes?
23 years.
23 years?
Yes.
And there have been discussions over that period of time about merging with Black Hills, yes?
Yes.
And the synergies have been there during that whole time, yes?
I would say there has been different economic circumstances, facts and circumstances during those 23 years, but certainly during my entire 23 years, I wasn't always in roles where I was privy to those conversations.
You've had conversations about merging over those years, yes?
The point I was maybe ineloquently making is when I was earlier in my career, I wouldn't have been privy to those conversations. That yes, once I became CFO and an officer before that, I would have been privy to some of those conversations, yes.
What changed in 2025 to make this merger make sense today when it didn't make sense 5 years ago?
Sure. The last 5 years have had dramatic change in the backdrop for utilities in the macroeconomic environment. I think we all know the pandemic disrupted a lot of things. The fundamental part of our business that's tied to interest rates, it really made the compelling proposition of what does it mean to attract capital to a utility when your dividend yield is no longer as compelling as it used to be, and sustained high interest rates. That looks really different than it did look prior to 2020. In addition, sustained levels of inflation that have never really come back down means that we're in more frequently filing for rate reviews. The combination of higher interest rates, the combination of inflation on top of that is sustained higher means our cost structures increasing on top of high demand from our customers and ongoing growth from a base perspective that we need to invest to modernize the grid, deliver what we need to deliver. You put all that together in a backdrop, and on top of that, severe weather events. So things like Winter Storm Uri, where many utilities had to go seek capital at we'll call it an inopportune time. And then you've layered on top of that considerations of wildfire risk. It has fundamentally changed the backdrop for utilities and how we go about attracting capital and delivering. So it's a really big shift.
I just want to try to be protective of our record, and you tend to talk very quickly. So one of the things you said is high demand from customers. Are you familiar with Northwestern's IRP?
Yes, I am at a high level. Yes.
Are you aware that load growth from residential customers has been flat for 10 years?
Yeah, from
Thank you. Yes.
residential customers, yes.
And you're a publicly regulated utility, yes?
Yes.
So if you need to serve a customer, you can recover the costs of doing that in rates, correct?
Once we file a rate review and on a historical lag, we have the opportunity to make a case and seek recovery of those costs.
And as a publicly regulated utility, you can borrow money, can't you?
I think anyone can borrow money, but yes, as a publicly traded utility, publicly regulated utility, we do seek debt financing.
You don't need to merge to be able to borrow money, do you?
We believe we will do that on a more efficient basis if we merge, but no, we have been financing the business prior to the merger.
And Northwestern provides reliable services, yes?
Northwestern and Black Hills have a strong track record of very good service.
So you don't need to merge to be a reliable provider of electricity, do you?
No.
And it's been your position that you're going to provide service to the data centers that are in flight without the merger, yes?
It is our position that we are going to work with the commission in a separate docket as to how we serve customers seeking service from us.
And you can do that without the merger, is my question.
Yes, we were doing that before the merger discussions began, and we are addressing that separately as we would with any customers we serve within the state.
Madam Chair, I do have some follow-up questions that I would like to do in a confidential session. I wonder if it wouldn't make sense to go through whatever questions that the commissioners may have or staff based on what our cross has been, and then do all of the confidential inquiry in a discrete window.
Yes, I think that makes sense.
Okay, then I would defer to.
Great, that's right. The commission will still be able to ask questions during confidential session, but we'll do our commission questions on the cross-examination and the direct of this witness now, if you're finished.
With the public portion of it.
With the public portion, that's correct.
As best as I can separate them, given the chair's direction.
I understand.
Okay,
I understand.
thank you.
It's difficult sometimes.
Thank you.
Okay, commission questions for this witness. Are there any commission questions?
Yeah.
Okay, Commissioner Pinocci.
Thank you, Vice President Fielder. So it looks to me that you were looking at when you got a greater share of Colstrip, that had to have added value to the merger. When meeting with the merger, the additional share of Colstrip had to add value to the merger. Would you say that's true?
I would say that the premise of the merger was that we're putting two utilities together today and that we can be more efficient, take advantage of the size and scale of two combined entities. It wasn't necessarily in particular assets in particular jurisdictions that would say this is the rationale for the merger, but certainly that conversation of why Colstrip, why it serves our customers, why it's necessary to be able to serve our customers in Montana today and to be resource adequate, why control is necessary. That was certainly a fundamental part of that. But the conversation as to what drives value as it relates to the transaction was more about size, scope, and scale, financial efficiency, credit profile, the ability to do what we do today and enhance that.
Well, certainly the interconnection between North Dakota and Colstrip will allow us to send energy either way, and with a greater share of Colstrip, that had to add a value. What do you think that value was when you got a greater share of Colstrip?
Certainly, I think you're referring to the interconnection of and those incremental opportunities that I had an exchange with Ms. Trinnell about includes the North Plains connector line, and that we believe makes sense on a standalone basis and will continue to pursue. And that's an incremental opportunity that we've talked about before the merger. But all of those things we think have value to how our business operates today.
When in a meeting discussing the greater share of Colstrip, was a dollar amount attached to what that might be an asset towards, say, borrowing money against? Certainly getting that greater share has to be worth 300 million. Did a number come up?
No, and I want to be clear that the premise for the merger is a all stock, non-financed merger of equals. So there's no financing related to the transaction. So when you're thinking value, we're not putting a value on this asset or that asset. Black Hills has lots of great assets in their portfolio as well that are valuable economically. We do. What we're saying is put the two financial plans together, and then how do you bring out of that existing base? No, in particular asset is more valuable or not, and is regulated amongst each of those states based off their policies. So it wasn't an asset by asset, what is the value? It is the boards looked at the two financial plans together and said, what can we achieve if we put them together, do this in a way that's really a conservative transaction, you're not financing, but then you get the benefits of scale that can drive supply chain procurement, how you operate the business, how you drive affordability for customers over time. So I'm trying to get to, it wasn't a conversation of there's values and rate-based values of assets all across our systems. It was more, what are the opportunities to achieve scale, to mitigate risk? That's a big part of what scale gives you. And how do you put that together in a sense that makes, in a transaction that makes sense? And the reason not a lot of these get done, this is truly a transaction that's not financed. You're combining a stock for stock merger of equals. That's a really different transaction than an acquisition where there might be a premium paid, where you might be talking about individual asset values along the line of questioning you have.
All right. So we look at, we're going to not raise rates. And I think that the customers are going to like to hear that, but they also probably believe that this merger is being done so you'll both be more profitable than you were before. So then the ratepayer's thinking, why doesn't the commissioner ask the question, why can't rates come down after a merger like this?
So I'll take your question maybe in two parts, which is in the merger transaction, we're saying we're not requesting any change in rates. Rates stay the same, and this commission's authority to regulate those rates in the future, we've got to come to you. None of that changes when the holding companies change and merge together. So all of that premise and the authority this commission has today remains the same. Your question of what is the future opportunity for customers of all things being equal, we said in our testimony that we think that there will be efficiencies, and over time, this will bring value to customers. We're not saying we don't have to ask for anything. We're investing very materially to serve customers, but we think over time that we will be able to ask for less than we would have otherwise, and those efficiencies definitely accrete to customers in each rate review beyond that.
Would you say customers are nervous about this merger?
I think concepts like a merger of publicly traded entities, most people don't want to think about these sorts of things or understand them. The financing part of it is complicated, and I can understand why they kind of look at it and go, I don't know that I understand what that is or why that's beneficial.
Do you feel that maybe Northwestern could say, hey, if this works out well, we might see a drop in rates? What do you want me to tell them after they realize you've got a larger share of Colstrip, really at $0, which the value of Northwestern had to have increased, I think, like 300 million. We're in the middle of putting in a transmission line between North Dakota and Colstrip, which I think is going to really add value. So it's typical that a lot of ratepayers are thinking maybe we'll get a break in pricing because certainly Northwestern with this merger is going to be in a better position financially. How do I answer that question to the ratepayer?
I would answer it in a couple of ways. We had said a $2.7 billion capital plan over the next 5 years. Much of that is related to Montana, generally $500 million a year. Why are we doing that? We are doing that to serve existing customers today and make sure we reliably and resiliently meet their needs. So we're going to continue to do that. And over time, we will come in to recover that investment, and that will cost customers something. There's also the part of when we do that, because we're investing to serve our customers and meet their needs. And when we come in to seek recovery of that, if we can finance that more efficiently, have a better credit profile, the things that scale and size drive of the merger, it's both that, supply chain, how we go to the market to procure, what it costs to do those large capital projects. Those are the kind of things that, customers may want to see specifically what happened to our rates. Our premise and what we believe is valuable over the long term to customers is that we will achieve buying power we couldn't have had. So we still need to do those capital projects, but hopefully we can do them at a lower cost for customers than we would have been able to achieve otherwise because we're a combined entity and we put together our buying power. We can finance them more efficiently at a longer term, better cost of capital because you see that the rating agencies say this is.
I was about to do that too. Slow down,
Sorry,
please.
again. You would see that the rating agencies in the that are attached to my testimony indicate that this is positive to credit profile. So we need to go out and continue to invest to serve our customers. All things being equal, this merger is going to drive efficiencies in that process. So we believe that is better for customers over time, and have put that detail in our application and testimony so that you can answer that question of why would this merger be good for me? And this simple premise, or maybe not so simple, but buying power, the efficiencies you gain when you get a little bit larger. Nobody likes to hear it, but they all know their local grocery store isn't as efficient as Walmart. And there's reasons why the larger entity can do things at a cheaper cost than others. We're saying, while this might seem like we're getting large, we're still actually pretty small from a utility perspective when you combine these two. But this gets us to a scale that long term is really good for our customers and also mitigates a significant amount of risk when it comes to how we think about attracting capital, how investors think about us and how attractive we are. All of those things go into why over the long term, you can tell a customer this as, well, why would you think that makes sense? You retain all the same control you have today as a utility to regulate our rates and service. Meanwhile, you get a utility that has more financial stability and wherewithal and the ability to hopefully bring efficiencies over time to value to customers.
One last question, Madam Chair. In my district, I have a lot of small utilities, and the rates are kind of high when it's spread out and it's a small utility because, well, it's harder to get to a lower amount of people spread out. So they expect after a merger that prices could go down. What do I tell them? That maybe later, or it's just going to stay the same? What are your thoughts there?
I would say two things. One, again, you retain all that right to test and our burden of proof in the future for any rate changes. Secondly, absolutely agree with you that the concept of spreading fixed costs over a larger set of customers, and this is part of, we both serve rural America. It's part of why this transaction makes sense for these two utilities, is we are looking to spread those costs across a bigger denominator, and any customer growth in the future will also help that.
Thank you, Madam Chair. No more questions.
Thank you, Commissioner. Go to Commissioner Bukacek.
Thank you, Madam. Most of my questions for you have to do with data request MCC 10 that I expect. So most of my questions, we're going to be competing here for speed, but most of my questions for you, they have to do with data request MCC 10, and I expect those questions to be answered during the confidential session. I do have 3 questions for you that I think are appropriate for the public session. So I have questions about the joint application stipulation of providing customers a one-time bill credit to disperse a total of $10 million to Montana electric and gas customers. So my questions have to do with how that $10 million number was derived. So is that bill credit related in any way to Northwestern Energy Group's stock price appreciation or performance?
No, it is not.
Okay, so not related to that. Can you explain how the credit amount was determined?
Sure. Mr. Smith had proposed in his testimony a bill credit suggesting that based off future efficiencies that we might gain, that there might be something that should be given to customers. And while we disagree maybe with the timing premise that the customers should get that in advance of us actually achieving those things, we do feel confident that customers will see value over time. And with regard to the MCC's witness had made a proposal, obviously subject to negotiation in the sense of a complete package and an economic value, we agreed to the $10 million credit.
I saw that there was an agreement with MCC, but it's based on more or less theoretical future efficiencies. Are there number values, tangibles attached to that?
I would suggest it was the subject of negotiation. And so that was a number that we both probably agreed to disagree and come to a conclusion that we could both accept that $10 million was a quantifiable benefit to provide upfront.
Okay. Another question, Madam Chair?
Go ahead, Commissioner.
So you made a reference to Colstrip Puget shares being addressed in other commission dockets. Could you name the specific docket numbers and what issues these dockets seek to address?
Docket numbers aren't my thing, but I can tell you the concept of the dockets. So 2 dockets that come to mind that we've been separately addressing with the commission is the PCAM Avista tariff waiver, seeking to recover certain costs until we come in for a rate review to address the base costs related to that. Separately, this commission has also opened a Colstrip investigation docket where there are questions with regard to the interest in Colstrip, both the Puget 370 interest and the Colstrip Avista piece. So I don't know the docket numbers, but those are the 2 dockets that come to my mind.
Got it. Another question? Go ahead. So if I was trying to follow with some of the discussion you had with Ms. Turnell, and it sounds like you disagreed with her characterization that talked about the merger being underwater due to all the retention bonuses and Wall Street fees being more than projected savings. And I just wanted to get if you could explain your thoughts on that.
Yes, I will lay out how I think about the math in a different manner. One, the Wall Street fees that were referred to, we said in our upfront direct testimony that we would not seek recovery of transaction costs. So those transaction costs are something that shareholders are paying for. They are not being paid for by customers, and that commitment was affirmed in the settlement conversation. So that's set aside in a separate issue. The retention, change in control, severance, the characterization of the numbers in the S4, which I believe the copy I had is the one that was filed confidentially with the SEC. And that's what Ms. Turnell referred to as the SEC, just based off their rules, released that on May 8th. But the public version of that has been available since February 6th. And that the SEC rule says you have to say, for me, what would happen if I were double triggered and all of my compensation, which is variable based off future performance, if all of that came due at once, you quantify that as if I were just terminated and that I had earned none of that. Again, there's one individual in that whole list of all the numbers we went through, and that is actually a different quantification based off his agreement, but Lynn Evans, the CEO of Black Hills, and we have agreed that those costs will not be recovered via the settlement. It clearly says any change in control, severance, et cetera. Again, a shareholder cost. And again, I disagree with the characterization that those numbers reflect reality in any sort of way. They are required disclosure, but they are not payments that are forgone or will actually occur. So setting those two issues aside and not running that with what do we believe over time are the opportunities enterprise-wide that we might be able to achieve to drive value to customers based off scale and size. That's the other numbers we were talking about and that there's confidential support for, but that is benchmarking to give this commission a window into what is the opportunity that could be achieved based off those concepts of you don't have two publicly traded companies anymore that you have costs for, your supply chain procurement gets more efficient, some of your administrative roles are no longer needed, that sort of thing. So putting those three numbers together in any one sort of bucket is not indicative of customer impact when two of those are clearly outside of customer impact, and we've already said are not going to be recovered. And the other, which is the opportunity for future value that Commissioner Pinochi and I were just talking about, that still remains on the table and is something that we believe once we're closed and past the antitrust rules that today don't allow us to go out and negotiate IT contracts or supply chain contracts until we're closed, that those will be ultimately valuable for customers.
Thank you.
Other commissioners? Commissioner Molnar?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Greetings, Crystal. We haven't met in a year.
I know you've missed me, Mr. Commissioner Molnar.
You have no idea. Actually, I've been busy. Crystal, I have several questions here. Kind of off the cuff, I want to take some of the things you just talked about.
Yeah.
Number one, the golden parachutes. I've heard more about that now than I did back when I became a commissioner, which first things we did was golden parachutes. At that point, Montana Power crashed. Sitting right there where Commissioner Wellborn is, discussed that whether or not the CEOs, et cetera, of Montana Power would still get their golden parachutes after the bankruptcy, and the retirement funds were no good. Nobody else got anything. How would this be any different where a failure of the merger, the corporate decisions made from the merger, led to a collapse, and those that made those decisions get $4 million, and the workers, the ratepayers, get yet another bankruptcy to buy everything back again? Why would that not happen again under what you're proposing?
The long history in Montana of energy policy is laid out in what you just referenced there, of a really different fact pattern of events, in the sense that those entities went into other non-utility businesses. And because of those non-utility businesses caused implications beyond the utility, et cetera. What we're saying here is this is a merger of equals, so there's no financing to the transaction. We are combining this two sets of shareholders in a tax-free transaction. So you're not creating a financing like an acquisition does that needs to be recovered over time. And additionally, the ring fencing, and if you'll recall, coming out of that bankruptcy docket, there was a bankruptcy stipulation that put in ring fencing for the Montana business. When we reorganized as a holding company, that ring fencing was refreshed and renewed and even tightened up further to address what is protection of the Montana utility and making sure that there's a minimum equity layer, that investment grade credit ratings must be maintained. And that there are certain decisions that, there's limits to what can be done with the Montana utility. That ring fencing in our direct case here, we committed to continuing with. We didn't ask for any changes. And then as a part of the settlement, we relayed that out again, and I would say recommitted to that important ring fencing that protects the Montana utility from decisions that may be made at the holding company, et cetera. But the fundamentally difference of going into a very different sort of business versus two utilities coming together, we serve very similar types of customers. We're doing this in a transaction that is not financed, and you have very strong ring fencing of the Montana utility. I think those are all the reasons why it makes it different. And then in addition, my comments already of any sort of payments to executives would not be recovered. But more importantly, unless I'm terminated, I'm not getting those dollars.
You lost me. How much has changed over a year? You know more about this than I do, so I'm going to have to probe a little bit here. perhaps show my ignorance, but when you say that though the prior example, Montana Power went into non-utility, they were actually in telecommunications mode, which was a utility. And what difference does that make? If you go into a utility investment that doesn't pan out because technology changed and now that generation source is not needed, that sort of thing. An economic collapse is an economic collapse regardless of what sector of business you were in. And in prior, a few moments ago, you said that the money wouldn't come from ratepayers, it would come from investors. Is it not true that the investors get their money from the ratepayers? It's been taken from them. Now they make up the compensation to those that perhaps caused the collapse. And now they still need a default provider to supply them. And they, as an independent organization, buy the resources, just like Northwestern did. And then they start the depreciation schedule over. And the people that supplied the money for the golden parachutes have to resupply the money with a depreciation schedule. And they're back on the same roller coaster. What am I seeing here that's wrong?
A few things I'll try to at least make sense of, at least as to how
Are you saying I was wrong on a few things?
I'm trying to, maybe I think about them differently is the way I would say it. Of course, the backdrop of all of that was deregulation in Montana and the separation of the generation assets from the T&D assets, which my view is you see around the country where that deregulation still exists and it is not good for customers. So Montana re-regulating and what happened at that time of deregulation is a completely separate fact pattern. Policy decisions made at the time, I can't really speak to those. What I can speak to, and to your point of a telecom versus a electric and gas utility, any decision, so with or without the merger, how we serve customers, that obligation to serve, and then also the commission's regulation over that, the merger doesn't change any of that. So any of the concerns around what might happen in the future, assets that are built to serve certain, to your point of an economic collapse, if that should happen, the merger doesn't change any of that fact pattern. We would be making those decisions with or without it. What the merger actually does is create more financial flexibility in the scenarios that I think we've talked about before this commission in the past, certainly include the risk of reward of things like wildfire risk, why we couldn't or is more difficult to attract capital at the time. So you can see larger utilities such as Excel that had a couple of significant wildfires. Those were deemed liquidity risk events. They were able to withstand those because of their size, properly insured, and have come through that still serving customers with, I would suggest to you, little impact versus someone the size of Hawaii Electric, to your point of what's the damage over time to their customers, much smaller utility. And so different fact patterns, but the impact of risk on the system, this merger, we believe really helps to address some of what it's, again, it's still not the scale of really large utilities, think Southern Company, Duke, et cetera, but what gives financial flexibility to keep from having the issues you're talking about of what happens when there's shocks to the system, what happens when there's economic impacts. Having a larger footprint, we believe, can be very beneficial and protective of customers while you maintain the base that we've talked about of appropriate ring fencing to protect those customers, while the base that does not change because of this merger, which is this commission's regulation of our service to customers and how we go about that, all of that protection remains. And you get the benefits of a larger utility, which we think drives financial flexibility and stability that is hard to attain otherwise.
Madam Chair, I'm going to segue a little bit into what you said, and then I'll get back into a more germane, I think,
Go ahead, Commissioner.
vein here, Trench. You talked about deregulation was the causation of many of the much of the failures that happened because the transmission and generation were separated. That happened in May of 1999 through a filing for EWG status at FERC, which was not protested by anybody, I think, because they didn't know what EWG status was. And that went to Montana Power, which we just discussed, and it went to PPL, which wasn't even in Montana at the time. The motion was made by Bob Rowe, soon to be your CEO, and it was granted through motion of law, which is to say FERC took no action, and indeed the deregulation became a major issue. So with that kind of as a background, and I don't mean to get personal, but you have discussed Northwestern Colstrip 370 PU LLC as being under the control of FERC, which is deregulation. You deregulated yourselves. And you can now stick anything into that you want to, and it goes to the whole, it goes to wherever it goes, but it doesn't go to the benefit of the people of Montana unless they buy it back. Why is that so different? Deregulation is deregulation. We can get into whether or not that was legal or not, if somebody want to allow me to do that, but you did it. Northwestern did it. July 11th, 2025, you did it through the creation at the Secretary of State's office of that corporation. So if deregulation is the problem and deregulation is your activity and desire, why would the risk be lower now under that deregulation, that form of deregulation which can grow exponentially, and what happened in what became almost a crushing event in 2001? What is the difference in the outcome to the consumer if the utility determines if they're regulated or not regulated and moves forward as is currently happening?
Madam Chair, I'm going to object on the grounds of relevance, assumes facts not in evidence, and a compound question.
The objection is sustained. Commissioner, if you could keep your question to the witness's testimony and getting clarification or facts related to the testimony, and try to just one question at a time, if you would, break it down, if you would.
Okay. I would agree that perhaps it was a bit compound, but I would disagree that it hasn't been raised before and by the witness. So I guess it's a singular question because you raised Colstrip 370 PU. Did Colstrip 370 PU become FERC regulated and not PSC regulated?
Colstrip 370 is a FERC regulated asset, yes.
Further question. When you first knew that the acquisition was going forward, you filed with the Public Service Commission documents that showed it as rate-based. And then you filed it to make it market-based, CBT, is that correct?
Madam Chair, I'm going to object on the grounds of relevance to this docket.
Madam Chair, we have just heard a tremendous amount of discussion about what happened on that at FERC between Monica Trinnell and the witness. Nobody objected, and I'm following up on that.
Thank you. Commissioner, counsel has suggested just make sure to relate the question to the merger itself, if you would.
Okay. As concerns risk to consumers, is there a different kind of risk between the deregulation you discussed, which happened in May of '99, and the deregulation that happened on July 11th, 2025?
I would respond that those are completely night and day, very, very different things. One, that was energy policy at the legislative level in Montana that deregulated, is my understanding, and I'm not a historian on these issues, but that was a statewide decision made to separate those assets. The individual issues related to our Colstrip ownership, completely separate of whether the merger occurs or not, and whether that portion is a FERC regulated asset. The rest of our generation assets, and to be resource adequate, the importance of the Avista portion, finally achieving resource adequacy of a vertically integrated system. That value to customers, I agree, is incredible. And that's, again, separate from this merger docket. The dockets I addressed with Commissioner Bukacek address those issues. None of that is changed with the merger docket. I would certainly not equate the FERC asset of the Puget 370 to be anything near deregulation of the entire default supply system in Montana.
Great, fine, Madam Chair, Crystal, but an action like what happened can grow exponentially as new assets come on, and they can be stuck into the exact same cold strip 370 filing. Therefore, they could become very large. Would you not agree?
I think to bring it back to the merger docket, those issues exist whether or not this commission approves this merger. And there are different additional dockets to address those considerations, but they are not what the merger is premised upon.
Okay, fine. Kind of a tangential but new vein on this. And I'm not clear on this. I had a 1-hour debriefing yesterday, and I can't say I came out more clear on this. The profits from, for example, 370, do those get uploaded to the new parent company? And if so, how? If not, where do they go?
Colstrip 370 is a separate entity. Right now, it's not actually covering its costs. That was part of the conversation with Ms. Trinnell. And our view is that that's a separate entity, and the future conversation around whether that comes into the Montana Commission and rate making is something to be addressed in a separate docket. For now, that entity and those financials are separated from the Montana utility.
Madam Chair, Mr. Well, my question, I don't think was addressed. Okay, yeah, it's not a real profitable deal right now. I would agree. Matter of fact, it comes out to $16.30 a megawatt hour for 2 years. And then it's my understanding that a data center in Broadview should be complete enough to take it, and then it will become very profitable. The profits from that, whether it's today or 2 years from now or 5 years from now, do those get uploaded to Bright Horizons for their discretionary use?
Yes, I would say those are outside of the Montana utility, and your premise that there may be profits at that point and that there hasn't been, again, the Colstrip investigation docket addresses these particular issues. Those are decisions to be addressed by this commission in the future, but that is a separate entity and would be under the holding company, as you alluded to.
Madam Chair, and so the money would be uploaded to Bright Energy Horizons.
I think that's a fair, in that particular lane of questioning, a fair statement.
Thank you. You recently alluded to, and I think it's in your pre-filed, I could be wrong, but you've talked about the efficiencies that come with size in the way of procurement, et cetera. And in the questioning, I believe, of the MCC data request 010, your response to that is very nonspecific. So why is it we can't get, I realize that it's a projection, but why can't we get a rebuttable presumption as to cost? For example, you basically just say that we can buy more so we get better shipping. We might get some discounts. We might. Having been in business, green handling, but it's identical. It's identical. If you buy $1 million worth, you get no discount. $1,000,001, you now get a 2% discount. And then it goes to $100,000 up. So if I were looking at that with a banker to start a business, or in this case, buy a business, acquire a business, I could say, I think we're going to go from 800,000 to 1.6 because it's two companies. and therefore we're going to get a 4% discount. There's nothing like that in what you're saying. There's not a projection based on reality to say that we're going to get better shipping. When I became the largest customer of York for buildings, as long as I agreed to 10 buildings a week, I got guaranteed preferential shipping. 3 buildings a week, no matter how busy they were. And I could guarantee that to customers. It was a very strong benefit. There's nothing in your testimony, anybody's testimony on that. Can you tell me what suppliers, national or international, will give you better shipping or a quantifiable right now discount based on volume? And I'll tell you right now, I'm going, maybe you can work this in, hope it's not compound. When I went through the Laurel gas plant, they had a transformer there, I forget, it was like, $5 million. They said they had 2 in the state, 5 years to get them.
Commissioner.
1 went in there. So that would be the example I would like for you to go to, that we will get this amount of consideration when everybody's 5 years backed up.
Commissioner, I was just going to ask you if you would just state succinct questions for the witness. That was another long dissertation, so I'm not sure what you're asking the witness. Can you just specify exactly what you want her to tell you?
If I might ask, Ms. Lael, are you confused with this at all? Would you like for me to break it down for you? How do we make it easier for you to answer?
Molnar, the 2 things I took from your comments of, I would like to see a specific number and like to see in your testimony what that number is. I have 2 pieces to that answer. One, we'll get into the confidential NCC 10, and there are, to your point, specific benchmarks of what may be available. The reason we can't give you a specific number is there are antitrust rules. We are not allowed to go to our common vendors and do exactly what you just asked, which is today, Northwestern buys this, Black Hills buys the following. We would like to see the pricing on what you would give us combined. I think for good reason, based off foundational principles of past practice, know that will be better from an antitrust perspective. Until we close this merger, we cannot go ask our vendors to bid that information and give us those numbers until we are actually merged. So there's a bit of this part of both capital efficiency as well, the capital market principles of what happens when you get larger, the things you just referred to, and what happens when you get larger. From an antitrust perspective, and I think that is addressed in my testimony somewhere, that's the reason we can't go to our suppliers today and say, we buy poles, Black Hills buy poles, give us a combination of what that looks like so we can tell our commission what value is there. From an antitrust perspective, we are not allowed to do that. We have, though, taken in what's in the confidential information. There is detail within that goes exactly to what you're thinking of what is the supply chain opportunity. What is the opportunity on your IT contract? So there is in that benchmarking, and Ms. Nooney is here to give you more details on that, but there is quantification of what that opportunity looks like.
Okay, just for clarification, Madam Chair, I can go to the website of those that made products for me when I was in the business. The website tells me at these levels of volume, you get these discounts. Are you saying, not if I merge, but just if I buy? Are you saying that as an individual buyer, you can't look at those publicly and know that all customers are being treated equally based on volume because of antitrust?
No, I'm saying we can't negotiate together because of antitrust. Most of our producers, those we get supply from, do not publicly state what their pricing is. And of course, that would be a competitive disadvantage for them if they did so.
Okay. If you're not the right person for this, if you could tell me who is, and I can chat with them later. This morning, and I don't know a lot about this other than what I heard this morning, but Ms. Trinnell of 350 stated that last night a data dump of about 1,000 points was put in after business hours that was asked for in January. Do you remember that?
I understand that fact pattern slightly different. I think there was 2 pieces there. There was the SEC's release of the confidential S4, but again, that actual S4 was available February 6th. We filed it January 30th. I think on the SEC website, you would see it was available February 6th. Secondly, there was data requests, my understanding, submitted on March 30th that required a search of our attorneys, and that's where it gets into privilege, et cetera. But they provided some internal emails as of last night, but the attorneys could address that more specifically than I could.
So, Madam Chair, well, you're saying that the month it took to do that was unavoidable, and nobody's really in charge of getting that out in a more timely basis that in some way dropped the ball. It was just the way it is, and nothing could be done to be a bit more timely than the night before the hearing.
Madam Chair, I'm going to object as argumentative. I mean, I'm happy to address the commissioner's concerns, but it's really not for this witness.
Commissioner, I think you just put a lot of words in somebody's mouth. So I would say ask the question and let the witness answer. And if she can't, she can defer. And you did offer her that option. So I think right now, if you want to defer, that would be fine. But I think you can probably derive the root of the question about the timing of data that was submitted last night.
I would suggest that certainly if you saw anybody's email inboxes, searching all of that is for the whole company. It is something outside of my expertise, but I know that's a very heavy lift, and there's been a few other items going at the same time, but I would suggest our legal team could address your concerns more specifically.
And which member of the teams, might I ask, are they on the witness list so that I can kind of circle their name and know who to ask?
Commissioner Molnar, if you'd like an answer just for your own edification, perhaps counsel would answer that for you, but it wouldn't be considered evidence. But just to understand the procedures that were applied to the timing of that, I think would be all right if you don't mind.
No, that would be fine with me. I just thought Chief Financial Officer might know. And if she doesn't know, she can have anybody answer. I'd like to know who I can ask on the record the exact same question.
Ms. Norcott?
Yes, Madam Chair, Commissioner Molnar, to answer your question, we were served with a data request 350-100 on March 30th. It was due April 10th. It did require a search of both Northwestern and Black Hills emails. And so that process took us some time, and it's very difficult. Even though we have a discovery tool, it just takes time to review all the emails to make sure we're picking out what is actually responsive. We were able to produce a response to that last night to make sure that it was available. I apologize that it was last night, but that's when we were able to get it done. It produced, well, one for each of us, one email that was responsive to the data request. So it wasn't a lot of information, and it had to do with net operating losses and a discussion about net operating loss disclosure in a 10K.
Okay, I think the question's been asked and answered, so thank you, Ms. Norcott. Do you have any other questions, Commissioner?
I would like to have the name of the person I can ask about taking a month to come up with through word search one email. Three emails.
It's 3 emails, and I think
I'm talking about a month, Madam Chair, to come up with, after a word search, I guess, this information and coming in. I'd like to know who I could ask for more information. Are they on the witness list?
Is there anyone else, Ms. Norcott, who could address that on the witness list?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Molnar, there is not a witness. The counsel, both myself and counsel for Black Hills, did the email search.
Okay. So I think you have the source right there and just had the answer. So
yes.
Are there any other questions, Commissioner Molnar?
Turns out I might have a few. I'm having.
Adam,
you guys have to use.
do you have a lot of, would you mind if we go to a break? Because we have had everyone here since 1, so it's been 2.5 hours. And
that would actually be appreciated.
Okay. Well, let's take a 10-minute break then. So it is 3:31. We are off the record and we'll be back in 10 minutes.
Ah.
This hearing is back in order. The time is 3:43 PM, and we will continue with Commissioner Molnar's questions of Ms. Lael.
Thank you. Welcome back, Crystal.
Thank you.
I would have to do my Mr. Magoo. I'm not doing one. And these really aren't that deep. Maybe we can get through this and go to the confidential part before we get done today. At least that's my hope. Okay, and these come from your pre-file. So if you need for me to say what page and all of that, I've got this written here, but I don't think it's going to be all that deep and dark. You do say that after 2029, up to the end of 2029, you have the cash to provide reliable service, and you're pledging that. Why would that be 2029? Why would it not be that you always provide reliable service?
The statement is meant to say that's our 5-year planning horizon. At the time, the board approved the merger and recommended that. It was based off that plan that went through 2029. Every year it's a 5 years. So now we've updated that through 2030. We absolutely believe we maintain reliable service. We have for 100 years, well beyond that. But our planning horizon is 5.
Okay, thank you for that. Now, kind of backpedaling a little bit here about uploading funds into the Bright Energy Horizon umbrella group. Well, you recently increased your dividend shares from a little over $2 to a little over $3 a share. Is that correct?
That does not sound correct to me. We typically do that a couple of pennies at a time, a couple % per year. So those numbers don't sound right. But yes, we typically increase our dividend on an annual basis and pay that quarterly.
Surprised me too, but you're not aware that it's $1, that it went up in a very short period of time?
It did not, I believe, go up by $1.
Okay, we'll go with it was, but not necessarily $1. So those profits that allow for the dividends, how will any of those from the regulated utility, we'll call them excess profits, will those go up to the holding company?
Dividend upstreaming, which is the context of your question, is captured under the ring fencing. That ring fencing exists today without the merger. So there's rules with regard to how much cash can be dividended upstream from the Montana utility. In this docket, we've recommitted to those. That remains completely unchanged. There's no change as it relates to the merger as to the dividend upstreaming.
So the answer is yes, that can be upstreamed to the umbrella group?
Subject to the parameters, the protections that are put around that. There's very important credit quality, minimum equity layer. There are restrictions on the ability to upstream. Those don't change with the merger.
And that would be from the docket in 2022?
Yes.
What happens if we change that? It's not a law.
The commission has full.
We decide that more ring fencing is required after a merger has taken place. Is that a problem?
The commission has full regulatory authority over the Montana utility. None of that changes with the merger.
Okay, thank you. Madam Chair, Ms. Lael, we were talking about the reaction, you were talking about the reaction of the financial markets. What would you predict will be the change in the view of the financial markets? For example, after the merger, would you go from the one I'm thinking of from BBB minus to BBB or BBB plus? What do you think the improvement would be?
The ratings indicated by S&P in particular that indicates from a credit profile perspective, they would likely upgrade the Montana utility based off consideration of overall business risk. That is supportive of credit profile. Now, what my testimony says, I can't speak to future credit spreads, and those are dependent upon all the macroeconomic environment, but all things considered equal, that would be favorable to how we would price debt in the future. It's also important that investors on the equity side of the house look at your credit profile, look at your cushion, all of those things. Again, all other things being equal, that's positive to how we go out to both attract capital, who's interested in giving us capital to invest in Montana, and at what price.
Further question, Madam Chair, Ms. Lael. So to whom does the benefit of the upgrade from, for example, BBB minus to BBB, does that flow to the umbrella group, or does that stick with Northwestern Energy Montana?
That goes to customers each time we finance on behalf of what we're investing in the state. The next time we come in for a rate review, we would bring in that cost of debt, and that cost of debt would flow through to customers in each rate review.
Okay. Madam Chair, Lael, Crystal Lael, you talk about, and this would be CDL 13, improved regulatory diversity. Who regulates the new company, the new umbrella company? Would that just be FERC, or does all of the commissions chime in on things, or where does the regulation come from, particularly the new diversity?
The regulatory diversity that is being referred to there is simply that the new combined entity would be over 8 jurisdictions. So there's not single concentration amongst any of them. Now, each state, again, retains all of the regulatory authority they had prior to the merger.
This came up yesterday, and I'd like to see if you concur. So we will remain in control of Northwestern Montana Holdings. But let's say that the umbrella group wants to take $100 million and invest in transmission lines, South Dakota, and new holdings in Wyoming. And we think that's taking too much money that got uploaded out of Montana. And we say, you can't do that. Who is you? Do we actually have any real authority over their decisions on how you act and react versus how we think you should act and react?
Again, each regulatory commission retains the authority over their jurisdiction. So in your, for instance, 2 things I would reiterate. 1, any cash flow upstreaming from the Montana utility is governed by the pre-existing ring fencing that is recommitted to in this docket. None of that changes. Your, for instance, of we are building an additional $300 million gas plant in South Dakota. We announced that last year based off SPP's expedited resource adequacy studies. We aren't taking capital from another jurisdiction. The Montana Commission is supportive. SPP says it's needed. We're going to finance that and go to the market and get what we need. So it isn't a trade-off in that sense. It is what is needed to serve customers reliably, what is supported by the policymakers in those states, just as you probably don't want those other states weighing in on your decisions of what makes sense and is prudent in this state. They also probably don't want you weighing in on what's prudent in that state. And that's why you have ring-fenced utilities that you control appropriately. What are the governing rules within those states? What are the credit metrics? How much cash can be upstreamed? But each of those states may have different legislative policies as to what they would like to see as a mix, how their customers are served, what's cost effective and prudent. Each of those, the merger doesn't change the premise of any of that regulation. Each state retains its authority to regulate these utilities and the service offered in their states.
Let me try and bring this down a little bit. I have some umbrage with what you just said, being an OMS board member. We get into other states all the time in MISO, and they get into us. But specifically, same example. Bright Energy Horizons wants to spend $100 million on Project X, which is generation transmission, doesn't make a difference. We think that the money got uploaded from Montana, and we think it should stay here and serve the people of Montana. And we tell Northwestern, no, you can't. And they say, we got 56%, you got 46%. Yes, we will. Where does the Montana authority begin and end in that example?
So the example I was giving is today, we may invest in South Dakota, and we don't come ask you about that because we ask the South Dakota Commission. That's where it will be recovered from customers. So the customers that are paying for that asset, that's the commission that's going to want to. And when you share assets, certainly there are times when those are across states where you have to work within that. Your underlying premise that I must not be articulating effectively is the merger doesn't change that because, again, today we just announced an additional generation facility in South Dakota late last year. Those dollars are based off what will be funded in South Dakota, and that commission's supportive of. What we upstream for Montana is fixed based off the ring fencing that is already agreed upon, was agreed upon in the whole code docket and reiterated in this docket. So merger or no merger, we may determine to allocate capital to projects where the customers that serves, that commission has decided that makes sense. Because ultimately, it's not where that initial cash flow comes from, it's recovery over time. And we're going to need to make sure that we have made prudent decisions and that those customers pay for what makes sense for investments to reliably serve them.
You're articulating fine. Don't worry about it. I'm going to move on. We've already handled some of these. You talked about wildfires, and I think that's a really good example of how a totally unexpected catastrophe can affect the people of Montana. If your holdings and your investments in a different state, let's pick Wyoming because Southern Power Pool is expanding almost, I believe, to, if not almost to, Path 8. So if you're building lines off of that to serve southern parts of Montana, other parts of Wyoming, big wildfire, 300 miles of transmission line gets melted, and you're a couple $100 million down. Your bankruptcy caused by investments outside of Montana without Montana approval or even ability to approve or disapprove puts us in the back on the street looking for a default provider. I'm not seeing where there's protection for the people of Montana for an unfortunate event that you got into because of your merger. Is there any way to satisfy and calm my concerns?
I would suggest two things. One, the Montana utility required to maintain separate credit ratings. So the ability to finance that business, the cash flows of that business, liabilities of that business sit ring fenced separately. To your premise of what happens if one of our other utility operating entities has a catastrophic event. That could occur today because we serve South Dakota as well. So part of the ring fencing of the holdco was creating that protection of separating those two utilities from one another and limiting the impacts that could occur of a catastrophe happening in South Dakota impacting Montana customers. So that risk exists today. There is ring fencing in place to protect against those impacts. What this merger does is actually create more diversification, in my view, and not just mine, but the rating agencies have clearly said they believe that this improves our risk profile and mitigates that by creating more diversification, a bigger, healthier holding company to withstand certain shocks, to address any liquidity events that might come because of that. And then I would also come back to your premise of what investments are made. Again, any other jurisdiction, those have to be prudent utility investments that make sense. But the fundamentals of protection, today there's multiple jurisdictions. Today there is exposure to risk between those. This commission took action to make sure there was appropriate ring fencing in the holding company docket and separate those, which prior to that, there was no separation of risk between those two operating companies. That's carried forward in this docket, and we believe, consistent with not just we, but the rating agencies also view this. Sorry. Not just we, but my testimony. Sorry, again. Not just we, but the rating agencies have opined upon risk mitigation specifically. You will see that in their reports, and they believe this is an improvement to our overall risk profile.
With all due respect, I really don't much care what the rating companies say. My concern is in the docket you're talking about from 2022, you cannot upload money after a certain low is hit in your valuation. The money that is uploaded and gone is uploaded and gone. And if it's needed here because there was a wildfire, whatever the case might be, 110-mile-an-hour winds and poles went down everywhere, it's gone. The risk might be less because it's scattered over more utilities. It's greater because it's scattered over a geographic area. My concern is, you're probably far more expert than I, but I read that ring fencing and I was wondering what the commission was thinking. There is no protection. They took away the protections. They identified the limits, but they didn't support the limits. So with that as a background, will Montana ratepayers be more secure, Montana ratepayers, be more secure with Northwestern joining, going into a merger and uploading money to them than if they simply kept it here for the use of the people of Montana, kind of like a rainy day fund, much like we do with taxes?
Commissioner Molnar, I respectfully disagree that the ring fencing put in place was not protective. It was more protective than what existed before and provides limits on what can be upstreamed from the Montana utility. That does not change with this merger. And my testimony, and supported by the rating agency's views, while you may not agree with them, indicates that this improves the risk profile. So that would be my response.
Okay, a new question, Madam Chair. Crystal, there's a lot of discussions taking place here. It's throughout your pre-file that the merger will lower the cost of debt. Right now, you're underwater for debt. I believe you're over 50% compared to equity. Even if you acquire more debt that's somewhat cheaper, it's still more debt. Why would I applaud your ability to acquire more debt cheaply when, frankly, everybody's cost and security increase when they pay their house off, and therefore their debt is lowered? If you pay off one of your substations, your liquidity is improved. Why are you such a cheerleader for more debt when you already have more debt than you have equity? Why would the people of Montana think that's a good idea?
We maintain a balance of debt versus equity financing. We've committed to solid investment grade credit quality. To be investment grade, we're going to be between 50 to 55% debt and remain within that boundary. Why would we increase debt? So we are investing, and there's been a lot of conversation around, are we investing enough? We are investing in excess of depreciation. Why that matters is depreciation is generally going to match cash flows. So as long as you're investing in excess of current depreciation, which means cash we're getting back from customers as a return of, you're going to need to go out and finance that incremental amount. You're going to do that with a balance of debt and equity. Being able to finance at a improved credit profile over the long term is going to be advantageous to customers. Each time we go out and issue debt because we need to serve our customers and invest on their behalf to meet their needs, and depreciation isn't quite enough. We're generally 2 times depreciation. When you go out and finance that at more favorable terms, I think that's incredibly valuable to customers over the long term.
Perhaps we'll get into that later. Might cost you a cup of coffee, a piece of pie, I don't know. This goes to, I believe, Commissioner Panucci's question, or one of his questions. If the merger does not contemplate a change in rates, but if the markets are looking on you favorably and your debt is lower, the cost of your debt is lower, why would there not be a change in rates?
So anytime we come in for rate making specifically, that is, what have we invested on customers' behalf? What are our operating costs? What's the rate of return, both debt and equity, on all of those things? So separating that from this merger is asking for a stock for stock transaction, no financing of that at the holdco. Rate making and what supports a revenue requirement is a completely separate exercise, and we'll be in the future. We'll be in for those. We'll be talking about those, giving you the math on what it costs to serve customers. That's why this docket is distinct from that. We're not coming in with all of our rate base, all of our operating costs, what is cost of service, and saying what are customers. We're saying we're asking for a change in ownership. That change in ownership is a all stock merger of equals. Understand that's not a concept we talk about every day, but we believe that has value over the long term when that does translate to rate reviews. But in this docket, we're not asking to change rates whatsoever. I hope I got to your question.
I believe you did, Madam Chair. I'm done.
Thank you. Commissioner Wellborn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Crystal, if you need to redirect, you're welcome to do this. I just wanted to not let the opportunity escape. But my question is probably much more basic, but you alluded in your testimony to economies of scale. And I guess my question gets to this point. On economies of scale, sometimes there's a cost to the savings, and that I mean sometimes you can look at other industries or whatever that have went down that road, but sometimes you lose local control. And by that, I mean, it might be something as simple as who's on the other end of the phone and the expeditiousness, if you will, of a service call or on the complete flip side of that, in the future with artificial intelligence coming on, does that mean that there might be call centers that are being serviced by AI instead of human, a human interaction or a human on the other end of that line? And I guess help me understand how these economies of scale will equate to the most basic functions of the company and good service back to people. I mean, not affordability or, I guess it could be to reliability a little bit, but just in the customer service experience, if you will.
I will take a stab at that. And then I would also suggest you ask either Mr. Byrd or Ms. Jones that question too, because I know they will also have a point of view. But your concept of economy of scale, and exactly, I think much has been made of, you didn't put a quantifiable number. Commissioner Molnar asked me that. Why wouldn't you do that? And part of that is we do have an obligation to continue the degree of service, and we have exceptional customer service. So you may, in a narrow lane, be able to achieve slightly better pricing while you frustrate your customers or maybe don't meet the needs that you did in the past because of exactly those issues. We've all had those customer experiences where a bigger wasn't better. And so we will make decisions as an organization with, first of all, we serve our customers really well, and we will continue to do so. And you don't always choose the absolute lowest cost of something. You choose something with a balance of risks to the system, reliability, and quite frankly, those exact considerations of ultimately the regulatory compact is underlied by, if we don't serve our customers well, they will come talk to you, and then that will come out in our next rate review. So it doesn't behoove us to make a short-term decision that is worse for us in the long run. So those decisions, we will have to make those on where the economies of scale make sense and where procurement, and you can exercise that buying power, and it ultimately is good for customers. And where sometimes the local vendor is a much more reliable that, and Witness Merkel, I know he would say this, so you can ask him this question too. When you have storm response and you need to be able to call them, you need to have those sorts of vendors too. It isn't always about the biggest, cheapest cost. There is the local response that matters immensely to how we go about our work, and it will be balancing all of those things to achieve over time what we think we can. Meanwhile, some of these things, like not so hard to have one publicly traded audit firm. You don't need 2 audits anymore. You don't need some of those corporate costs. Those are where you can achieve efficiencies and economies of scale without impacting the customer. That's where we're going to go first and make sure that any decisions that would impact how we serve our customers, those come after we get through those other things that we think there's value there, IT contracts, those sorts of things.
Thank you.
Thank you. I think it's my turn now. Thank you. That segues right into a question that I had, Ms. Lael, and that was, we've heard about the transactional costs being absorbed by, I think, stockholders or shareholders, correct, rather than being passed on to ratepayers.
Yeah.
Is that correct? Okay. What about transitional costs? We've got the transaction, the banking fees, and whatever else is involved in merging these companies together. But what about the transition of things like technology, like the outage mapping system that Northwestern uses versus the one that Black Hills uses versus whatever Bright Horizons might decide is best on one size fits all for all the utilities? Or how do you address that kind of a cost and who will be paying for that?
So transition costs, I would bucket in two ways. The settlement addresses any transition costs that are incurred prior to closing. Those are done with. We don't get to recover those. So and then also change in control, severance, retention. I consider those transition costs. We're not recovering any of those. So you're going to the next layer, which is post-closing. You're going to work to integrate these businesses and you're going to make some decisions. So how do we address where those costs are recovered? And my answer to that is we retain the burden of proof in any future rate review. There's incurring them doesn't matter until we come in for a rate review. When you come in for a rate review, we're going to have to come before this commission like we always do and make the case, burden of proof is on us, that those are prudent costs and that the value of transitioning in that instance of from system A to B creates long-term value for customers or was a prudent decision. You may have IT systems that were end of life you would have been replacing on, anyways, either would be replacing. You may be saying we're combining to one because we think there's good answers for customers. All of that would be the arguments that we would make. That's all set to future rate making because until we come in and ask this commission to allow recovery, there's no recovery to us until we come in and seek that in a future rate review.
Okay, thank you. So there's discussion in the joint applicants have made a commitment. I think it's in the MCC and LCG agreement or settlement agreement. And to summarize it, the joint applicants commit that Northwestern's future electric integrated resource plans following the merger will include a high-level evaluation of potential transmission and generation coordination opportunities with Black Hills, including through its affiliates and subsidiaries that may improve cost and reliability for Montana jurisdictional customers. Are you following?
Yes.
Okay. So my red pen perked up on the part that says that may improve cost and reliability for Montana jurisdictional customers. And the discussion is that Northwestern commits to doing this high-level evaluation of potential opportunities after the merger. So why isn't that presented today as part of this docket? Why not before we're asked to approve the merger?
That integration of systems. So again, a bit of this concept of what could you do with or without the merger. So certainly as separate utilities, we could look at should the systems be integrated. Lots of utilities, our utility in South Dakota is interconnected with other utility systems, those sorts of things. What this is saying is there were certain parties to the merger docket that were interested in understanding more of what would it look like and what could the customers they represent, how could they maybe benefit from that? The proper place for that to be addressed is not the merger docket, which is a bit the premise of your question. It is the IRP docket, because that's what, again, in the future, even once we're operating this merged and this utility is separated from all the ring fencing from other utilities, we will still need to come in and present, does that yield customer benefits? And so the settlement memorializes their concern that they expressed in this docket, comes to a reasonable adjudication of those issues that says we agree that we will address the particular concerns that you have and address that in the appropriate docket, which we believe is an IRP. To approve the merger, we don't believe that IRP planning needs to be done to say that the merger is in the public interest and there's no harm.
So are you saying it would have been possible, though, to provide that as part of this docket? But you felt that it belongs in the IRP or no?
I would say the appropriate docket is the IRP. I also would tell you that work is not done. And again, the premise of the merger and are we presenting that in a way that is in the public interest and there's no harm? I think there's certainly the interveners who are interested in that and they're on their customers' behalf are interested in seeing that move forward. But the agreement to adjudicate their issues is that we'll look at that as part of the IRP process. I can't speak to, but I don't believe that work has been done, but witness Bird or Lefebvre might be able to address that.
Okay. Can you address this question, and it's related? What incentive exists to improve costs for ratepayers?
There's always the incentive that we have of that tension of one. I always think the capital planning, you could plan to invest a lot of things for customers, but if they can't afford it or pay for it, you are going to have a problem. And certainly as that tension with regulators, we need to be able to come in and say, we've done what we need to do to operate efficiently, and we should be able to recover prudent costs. In each of our rate cases, separate from the merger, we present our benchmarking of how we perform on an efficiency basis. With this merger, we'll continue to do that, but that incentive is that we need to come in and make that burden of proof that we are prudently incurring costs, that we are managing our operational efficiency. We do that today. We think we can attain things we can't attain on our own in the future via this merger, but we always have the incentive to make sure that we are maintaining customer bills in the end, that any utility could go out and spend endless dollars until you meet the resistance of customers can't afford your product and your regulators don't believe you're prudently incurring those costs. So we all have this balance where we have to balance that part of, we have an obligation to serve and invest on our customers' behalf to operate the system, but we also have to do that efficiently. And we prove that with the benchmarks when we come in to do that. And we are very proud of how well we do that as a kind of tiny but mighty mid-cap utility. And we think we'll do that even better as a merged entity.
As part of that type of analysis, do you look for ways to lower costs for customers? I mean, actually reduce what they're paying per month for their utility bill?
It's all a part of that rate making formula. So I would tell you that where we've demonstrated on our O&M efficiency and what we've done over the last decade is incredibly impressive at maintaining or holding costs. What is driven cost to customers is the capital investment on their behalf. I would also say typically you would think any $1 of O&M that you shift to capital creates bill headroom of about $7 of capital. We have a strong track record of doing that very well. The Black Hills utilities do as well, based off the policies of each of those states. So when we think about how do we serve our customers, we're well below the national average from a cost perspective. I know for Montanans here, they may not see that, but when you look at other states, the value for what we provide at the rates we provide is very compelling. We continue to benchmark ourselves on the operating efficiency part and make sure that that part of driving efficiency in our system is just ingrained in what we do.
Okay. You mentioned earlier some antitrust protections that existed, and that I think that was Commissioner Molnar's line of questioning went to that. And I too was curious about the specifics about this leveraged buying power that the larger utility would have versus two individual smaller utilities. So I think that's one of the points that is made as a positive for those that are advocating for this merger. Is it strictly antitrust that is that the driving force in terms of why you haven't been able to give us specific numbers on those economies of scale savings on known and measurable regular expenditures that are typical for, say, maintenance, operations, repairs, those kinds of things that are just ongoing, that you probably have some expenses that are pretty routine in terms of managing your system. Is there any data? I know that Councilor Trinnell asked you the question if there was a study done, but is there analysis that's been done on that, or just help me understand the limits of how far you can go with that kind of analysis before you cross that antitrust line?
So, not an attorney, but I've been advised by them that we can't act as one. So that's my very common understanding of antitrust. So your example of IT infrastructure that we run today on outage map, maybe we both run the same system. We believe that once we combine, we should go to that vendor and say, we should get better pricing because now we're a bigger customer. We cannot do that. From an antitrust perspective, we have to wait till after we're closed. We can begin to do work on what that might look like. We can maybe make some estimations, but we cannot act as one from an antitrust perspective and go out and ask our vendors to go ahead and provide us pricing on what the combined entity looks like and see that pricing together. We cannot, that would violate that competitive terms. What we've attempted to do is say, while we can't go out and do that contracting today and give you, vendor A responded and said, today you pay this, and Commissioner Molnar's line of questioning, you would pay less in the future. What we can do is say other deals have occurred in the past, and let's provide you detailed benchmarking that looks at that and says, what have they attained in different buckets, including things like supply chain over time? What did that look like on a deal benchmarking, both acquisitions and mergers? And what does that look like based off FERC costing, which would be that benchmarking we hold ourselves to at scale, and provide that detail? That was, and that's Ms. Nooney supports part of that integration work. But to put how would we provide more clarity in our base financials? We said, our very high level, our benchmarking, our bankers would say the rule of thumb would be a level of non-fuel O&M, and that's around 5% you should be able to save in any sort of transaction like this. So we put that in the S4 and said around 50 million's typical. Then we took that to, let's use a third party to do independent benchmarking, because we can't go out and actually do the contracting yet until we close. But until we can do that, let's get some more data that would support that so that we can put that evidence on record in front of the commission. At a high level, Ms. Trinnell walked through that MCC 10 response that provides that benchmarking. And that benchmarking has more detail that we will discuss in the confidential section that gets into what you might be able to say is the opportunity amongst those individual items. And that we would suggest provides the evidence that in other transactions, they've been able to accomplish this. So what can the commission look at to say, what is the value on top of financial flexibility, credit profile, those sorts of things that come with economies of scale? What are these others? That PwC benchmarking looks at what has been attained in other deals and gives the commission some expectation of what that might look like.
Okay. This is, I think, similar, and this goes to the cost allocation manual that would be done post-closing if the merger is approved. So that is, can you just kind of walk us through why that is included as something that's post versus why you weren't able to give us those figures now?
Sure. So cost allocation is governed by the NARUC guidelines. It's pretty consistent amongst utilities that you look at the standard types of things that, how do you allocate common costs? So I'm a common cost. I'm, a bean counter. Bean counters do the whole organization. How do I spread fairly my costs over across the organization? You use things like number of customers, rate base, revenues, and you say, I'm going to spread those costs if I have $10 of common costs across that set of customers. So we have a CAM that we file with each rate review to support how we've allocated those costs. So then you get to the merger and say, okay, clearly common costs are going to look a little bit different. How are you going to do that? So the data request responds and says, no surprise, both utilities use very similar metrics to allocate common costs. We're working via integration, and Ms. Nooney can address where we're at in that process to develop both the cost allocation manual for how do you do that, but the concepts and the fundamentals of NARUC guidelines don't change. But how those get allocated, there will be some different allocation factors. We're working through that in the integration process, and we'll have that prepared for day one. And then who gets allocated is the other part, that integration work. The structural part hasn't been made, those decisions either. So it's the who, what costs, and then how are they allocated? They will follow the same guidelines we do today. Part of why that doesn't need to be done prior to the merger approval is changing those allocation of costs. We aren't changing rates. So until we come in for the next rate review, so there's two pieces to the settlement. It says we're going to inform the commission via compliance filing, and the MCC and LCG, that's part of what they wanted to see is what does that look like? How did it change? But the most important piece of that is the next time we come in for a rate review and are requesting recovery of costs, we have to support those. And the right question is, what did you allocate to Montana customers and why is that prudent? And that CAM will then support those actual recovery of costs. So the question of why isn't it done yet today? It's part of the integration work. We're still working on that, but the fundamental principles and NARUC guidelines apply. And then the impact to customers doesn't occur until the first rate review following a transaction.
Okay, so this is going to sound like a dumb question given your answer, but I'm surprised that those terms weren't agreed to as part of the merger agreement. Were they discussed? Was the allocation discussed on how these things would be divided between the utilities during those negotiations?
No, in due diligence, the sense of, always what are shared services, I would say it this way, common costs, those may change over time. We may have a department that at this point is shared, and in the future we say it's more efficient for this one to.
Thank you.
Sorry again. It's more efficient for that department to work on Montana only issues or South Dakota only issues or Nebraska only issues. Operationally, we are always trying to make the right decision at the right time. So we may change that over time. So your question of, you come to merger due diligence and would the boards want to decide on that up front? And the answer is no, in the sense of the NARUC guidelines that underpin that and what you need for regulatory recovery, that is a very common foundation. So how the teams are going to develop that work and eventually allocate those common costs are going to be within some pretty clear boundaries of how do you prove them. Your burden of proof remains in the future. The accountants are going to need to do that consistent with what are the standard principles that underlie CAMs across U.S. regulation. So that's why in due diligence, it wasn't deemed necessary to say we've got to agree on future cost allocation, because we're going to do that based off principles that roughly get to the kind of size and determination of costs. And I know there is a data request that addresses that.
Okay. And it was brought up earlier in your cross-examination that there's a percentage of control. I think, was it 56% to 44? What was that percentage?
Control was the wrong word, and I attempted to correct my misstatement. That is roughly on a rate base, the size of the two utilities.
Okay.
The control today, Northwestern Energy Group owns 100% of the Montana utility. In the future, the holdco will own 100% of the utility. So this roughly size issue today, Montana is a bit over 80% of our business. The combined business, it's a third of the business, but the control in the sense of that word, 100% of the equity interest of the Montana utility is currently held within Northwestern Energy Group. This transaction will be Bright Horizons Group, but that doesn't change that the Montana Commission's regulation of this utility, whether it's 100% owned by Northwestern Energy Group or 100% by Bright Horizons, doesn't change what is the purview of this commission.
Okay. There's an exhibit that Montana 350 put into the record. It's Exhibit 11, and it's the Black Hills Corporation Northwestern Energy Merger Conference Call dated Tuesday, August 19th, 2025. And it's behind tab 3 in 350's exhibit book. Okay. Can you just walk me through an orientation to what this document is and where it fell in the decision-making process to propose the merger?
Absolutely. And I'm going to go to the tab that coincides with it to maybe help that, which is the actual presentation that these words supported. And I'm not finding it off the top of my head here, but somewhere in here, there's also the PowerPoint 7. Thank you. So tab 7 is the presentation. Tab 3 is the words when we talked about those slides.
Okay, great.
So I would put those two together if you're reading them and studying them. And this was the day we announced, so the night before, we publicly press released that the boards had voted to merge these two entities, of course, subject to all the approvals that we're talking about here. And this is the rationale communicating to the investing public, so those who provide capital for us to invest, why does this deal make sense? But also to all stakeholders. So you'll see as this slide deck progresses and the words, it is the named officers. So Brian Bird, Lynn Evans, Kim Nooney, Marnie Jones, and myself all talking about what is this opportunity and why does it make sense? You will see it steps through what does the organization look like, the combined entity. So that's the map part. What's it look like its size? But importantly, you'll see slides 10 and 11 talk about customer impact in particular, that our stakeholders include on page 9, customers, employees, and the communities we serve. So investors, certainly one piece of it, that's the target audience, but investors understand the fundamentals that if you're not delivering benefits to all those stakeholders, that you will not be successful. And so this deck is methodically walking through that. The words you see behind page 3, we were each assigned certain slides.
Okay.
So that's where you will see the handoffs between each of us sitting in a room talking about and presenting these slides and hopefully providing clarity to investors and all of our stakeholders, the why, and hitting all of those stakeholders in this presentation. And all of us had a piece of that, and you'll see those actual words detailed out and what's behind tab 3. That's the transcript of that conversation. So you have the presentation part, and then you have questions that came from sell-side equity analysts.
Okay. And when did the boards vote for the merger?
The day before this announcement. So anytime, just from a publicly traded perspective, this is certainly material news. So the boards voted on Monday. We press released after market close of business. And then Tuesday morning, the first thing we're doing is publicly talking to investors because, of course, stock price movements and implications, you need to get disclosure to them. So you need to do that in a very quick timeline.
Okay.
So once the boards have the evidence in front of them, the opinions they relied upon, the financial data, and a decision to support the merger, then you have to be ready to move very quickly to inform your investors.
Okay. So Monday, August 18th was the day the boards voted to merge.
Yes.
And then Tuesday, August 19th was when information started to be released outside of, was the information confidential up until that point?
Highly confidential up until that point. So we released after the market closed. So our boards voted at end of day on that Monday after the market closed because of the dynamics of trading. We released the press release. And then this, I believe, was 7 a.m. the next morning that we were communicating this deck and talking about the rationale.
You were communicating this deck at 7 a.m. Tuesday, the 19th?
Yes.
To your stakeholders?
Subject to check. It was first thing in the morning.
Okay. And then later that day, I think that the record here talks about posting it on the websites of both utilities later that day. And I did go back to the website after it was announced and saw that it was posted up, I think, on August 19th. Does that sound correct?
Again, subject to check and my IT experts, somewhere probably around midnight that hit our, the morning of, to make sure by the morning of it was available and public.
Okay. And so when you say it was highly confidential, the proposed merger discussions, what do you mean by that? Who was privy to the information?
It's highly confidential because you're publicly traded companies, and the broader conversation on insider trading, we'll call it, and what's went on with other large public events. We have an obligation that if one shareholder knows the news, everybody has to know the news. You have to share that at the same time. So highly confidential because it can move the market,
okay,
and people could trade on that information. So the number of individuals within the organization that were aware of these conversations was a very small group, right up until honestly very close to right at the end. And of course, our boards had to get all the information that they needed to consider to make that decision. At the very end, we brought in a few additional people because of things like you need to post to your website and they need to be ready and available to do that. But because of the highly confidential nature of a publicly traded entity and material non-public information, this is definitely in the category of material non-public information. So we were very careful.
Okay. And the shareholders were the first to know then publicly?
Everyone. So the public, I would suggest we press released it.
Okay.
Obviously, I think investors tend to watch those things very closely more than an average residential customers, but it would have hit the news and been publicly available to everyone at the same time.
Okay. Thank you. And that was August 19th, Tuesday, August 19th, the date of this
Yes.
transcript and presentation. All right. Thank you. That
Just to clarify, Madam Chair, I believe the night before, after the market closed, the press release would have been public. But again, that's available to everyone. But that would have been after market close Monday evening.
Okay. Do you know when the commission was notified?
I believe that Brian Bird and Lynn Evans made calls that evening at the time the press release was announced to communicate that
Okay.
to the commissions of all states.
On Tuesday, the 19th,
Monday evening, the 8th.
Monday, the 18th.
Yeah.
Okay.
Once the press release had went out and the market had closed.
Okay.
Just to try to be clear, think Monday, the board's vote, the market closes because it's material non-public. We press release that and it's available to everyone. And I think that's the right fact pattern. I'm sure our attorneys will redirect me if I'm kind of getting it slightly wrong, but that Monday evening, then calls were made to the commissioners in every jurisdiction to inform them of material information.
Okay. Thank you. All right. That wraps up, no, it doesn't. That wraps up commissioner questions. And now we're going to go to our commission counsel for a few questions.
I just had a point of clarification, Ms. Lael. I believe that the rate base percentages would be 56-44. Is that what you testified? Because I'm looking at your application and I'm seeing that it's a stock transaction, 0.98 shares of Black Hills Corp for every Northwestern share, and then post-merger it would be the shareholder division would be 56-44.
I think that's I will clarify my statements. One of the ways that we talked about the relative size of the companies is you talk about market cap, you talk about rate base size, those sorts of things. On a general understanding, not getting to the refined percentages of each of those, you can think about that on a 56-44 basis of relative size of the two entities. To the exchange ratio, that is exactly, so that's that relative size of the two entities is separate from who controls, so that concept of 100% of the Montana utility and equity interests. I was trying to separate those two concepts. And then you're going to the exchange ratio, which is how the Northwestern Energy existing shareholders, their stock will be exchanged into the Black Hills shares, which will then become traded as Bright Horizons Energy. And that will be an exchange ratio of 0.98 for every share. Complicated.
I have one more question. You just talked about when you first disclosed the merger to the public and shareholders. When did you first inform regulators? Was it at that time or a different time?
That Monday evening.
That's all I have.
Thank you. Okay. And now we will go to recross. Based on the commission and commission staff questions, Councillor Turnell, do you have anything narrowly tailored to the discussion you just heard from the commission?
I do. Thank you, Madam Chair.
And would you keep in mind that you have about maybe 20 minutes?
Certainly.
Okay.
Ms. Lael, in response to a question from Dr. Bukacek, Commissioner Bukacek, about transition costs, you answered data requests MCC 28 and 29, setting out what those are. And then you referred to MCC 10, which we will take up in confidential session. I'd like to move MCC 28 and 29 into the record for purposes of a complete record, and Ms. Lael responded to those. So I'm trying to move quickly here, Madam Chair. Ms. Lael responded to those. They're about transition costs. I want them in the record.
That's MCC 28 and 29?
Correct. And then she refers to MCC 10 in terms of the substantive numbers of what the transition costs will be.
Madam Chair, I guess I don't recall Commissioner Bukacek asking about transition costs and then Ms. Lael referring to MCC 28 and 29. Notwithstanding that fact, I do think they're already in the record based on the discussion we had at the beginning of the hearing and the motion made by counsel for 350 and MFU, and that was not one that the joint applicants objected to.
That's great.
Okay, Ms. Trinnell, I am advised that MCC 28 and 29 and 10 weren't objected to, is that correct? 28 and 29 were not objected to, so they were moved in.
Thank you.
And they were admitted. And how about 10? 10 was admitted also, so you're good to go.
Thank you. Ms. Lael, you were asked about the public version of the SEC filing, and you were talking about that. And I'd like to have you look at tab 12, which is that public version that you're talking about of the SEC filing. So that was the one that you said had been released on February 6th. So go to tab 12. That is marked as MCC, I'm sorry, 350 Montana Exhibit 31. And what's in tab 12 are excerpts of the 353-page document. Are you there?
Yes.
Okay.
Ms. Trinnell, I believe it's marked Exhibit 31A. Is that the one you're speaking of?
It's 31A. 31 is the entire 363-page document.
Okay.
So for purposes of a clear record, 31A is the excerpts.
Okay.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, I'm sorry, can I have another clarification?
Yes.
Question for Ms. Trinnell. Can she identify which commissioner asked about this question?
And we can go back through the record if we need to. This was in follow-up in my notes to questions from Commissioner Bukacek. And Ms. Lael was discussing the public version of this document. So I'd like to follow up on those questions.
Go ahead, Counselor, and
Thank
if
you.
there's an objection, we'll hear it at that time.
Thank you. Ms. Lael, at the bottom of page 2 of that document, there's a question posed, and this was in your testimony, what is released to the investors. The question is, why have Black Hills and Northwestern agreed to the merger? Could you read that second bullet point on that page right there, please?
Objection. I do think this is outside the scope. I appreciate the clarification, and the question from Commissioner Bukacek was about, the characterization by Ms. Trinnell about the merger being underwater, and why would Ms. Lael disagree with Ms. Trinnell about that. And Ms. Lael mentioned the Wall Street fees not being recovered from customers and the S4 compensation are separate issues. I mean, that was the context of that line of questioning. So this question seems to go beyond that, and just because the document was mentioned doesn't make it relevant for recross.
Counselor?
There were a number of questions from the commission about why the merger is happening, why now, and this is directly to those follow-up questions from the commissioners.
Okay, to the extent that it's helpful to clarify the commissioner's questions, Ms. Trinnell, I'll overrule the objection, but if you would keep it narrow to the commissioner's questions.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If you could read that second bullet there on page 2, Ms. Lael.
NewCo will be better positioned to meet the growing demand from for data centers and other large load opportunities.
Thank you. And then with respect to the post-merger structure and where money is going to go, if you would go to page 23 of 343 in the bottom right-hand corner of that document, and you'll see page number 11 in the center. Are you there?
Yes.
Okay. And immediately under the effects of the merger, it says there that Northwestern will become a wholly owned subsidiary of Black Hills, correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And then in response to questions from Commissioners Panucci and Molnar asked you about cost of debt. The joint applicants have not presented this commission in this docket with a quantified number of the benefits of the merger, of what the cost of debt will change the rates for Montana customers, have they?
No.
Thank you. And when you're talking about you talked about the transaction costs and the transition costs in response to Commissioner Fielder. In your experience as a financial officer in the utility industry, an $11.4 billion transaction is going to have transition costs in the hundreds of millions, isn't it?
I can't speak to that at this time.
Okay. I'd like to move for the admission of Exhibit 31, which is at tab 12, which is the SEC filing, the public filing that was made by the joint applicants in February.
Could I ask a clarifying question of Ms. Chanel and whether she's seeking to move the entire?
Yes, yes, you may. Yes. Counselor Chanel, 31A?
I'm happy to move the entire document into the record.
Madam Chair, if I might.
Yes.
This document, this is in response to MCC 53, I believe, which is already in the record. So it's unclear why we would need to move this separately. It seems like that could cause confusion when it came to the record.
Let's just take a look.
If it's in the record, great.
Yeah, we're just going to check and make sure.
Okay.
I believe it's MCC 52, isn't it?
52 is a confidential document that was filed in the fall and not provided to us until quite late in the process. And 53 is the public filing that was made in February of this year. I want them both in the record.
Madam Chair, that's fine.
MCC 52 and MCC 53 are admitted.
Thank you. Ms. Lale, in response to a question from Commissioner Bukacek regarding who pays the transaction costs, Wall Street or the ratepayers, you referenced the settlement and said that the shareholders will be paying the transaction costs, which includes the banker's fees of $60 million. But who pays doesn't change the ledger of the efficiencies, maximum $70 million, and the cost to achieve that, does it?
It does, because the ledger you're going to is what the customers get out of this. And when customers are not paying for those, they're not in their ledger.
Isn't it true there are opportunity costs of capital? And when our utility is spending $30 million on bankers to assess a merger, those are distribution lines that aren't getting managed for fire. Isn't that true? There are opportunity costs of capital, aren't there?
Equating that to spending to reliably and safely serve our customers for fire, I completely disagree.
That's fine, but there are opportunity costs of capital, and that's money that can't be spent elsewhere, isn't it?
Their fundamental capital, yes, there's
Thank you.
opportunity cost.
With respect to a question from Commissioner Wellborn in terms of how is bigger better, you were talking about, I think you were talking about, maybe this was earlier in response to a question from another commissioner. You said, well, Walmart can offer things cheaper than the local grocer. But doesn't that presume that I, as a shopper, can choose Walmart or Joe's Market? Yes or no?
Yes,
Thank you. And I can't choose where I go get my electricity, can I?
we can choose a vendor though.
Would you be willing to put a condition on, agree to a condition of this merger that the customers have a right to exit if we don't like the prices that you're offering us?
That is conflating a conversation of choice of vendors with customer choice, which is a broader energy policy that
And-
we are certainly not addressing in this document.
Thank you.
Counselor, it does go outside of the commission scope of questioning, so keep it narrow.
Well, isn't the question before this commission
That commissioners just asked of this witness is the narrow scope. That,
the larger is better was the follow-up question.
okay.
And the question before this commission is the regulatory protection for their Montana constituents, isn't it? Yes or no?
The commission needs to decide that the merger is in the public interest and does no harm.
Okay. So whether you choose Ford or Chevy and whether I choose Northwestern or another vendor, those are different questions, yeah?
I would suggest you are conflating issues, yes.
All right. In response to questions from a couple of commissioners about coal strip and the IRP, I believe Commissioner Fielder had asked about the IRP. This docket, what you are saying in this docket is we will decide all of that later, yes?
Objection ambiguous, because what does all of this later mean?
You'll decide the large load tariff later, yes?
That is the commission purview, separate docket outside of the merger.
You'll decide the IRP later, right?
Those are fundamentals of commission regulation that exist without the merger.
And the large load tariff doesn't resolve rate design, does it?
I would suggest that that large load tariff specifically addresses rate design for those customers.
Does it
That is not in
address
this docket?
Does it address class cost allocation?
Objection outside the scope of the commissioner.
It is cost,
Thank you.
class allocation was not within the scope of commission.
Thank you. I have a final, just a final question or two, depending. Ms. Lil, you were asked about where the debt and where the profits from the different subsidiaries go. And I want to direct your attention to, can you see the post-merger transaction structure? So your testimony in response to commissioner questions was that the merger doesn't change the fact pattern on the ground, right?
I think that's fair, yes.
Okay. What it changes is who decides. Isn't that right?
Today, we both have boards with a fiduciary obligation.
Right.
After the merger, you will have a combined board with a fiduciary obligation.
And that combined board is controlled by Black Hills, right?
That combined board will be selected with a split of 6-5 with the same fiduciary obligation.
It is controlled by Black Hills. So all of the decisions about the facts that the commissioners are asking you, what changes is who decides where investment goes, where capital goes. That's all decided by a board that is not controlled by Northwestern, correct?
The board today is not controlled by this commission, and the board in the future agreed will not be controlled by this commission.
That wasn't my question. Of course, the commission doesn't have control of the board.
So the premise does not change.
Northwestern loses control. And this commission regulates Northwestern, yes?
This commission retains all of its regulation it has today of the same Montana utility.
And that regulatory oversight goes to a minority shareholder in an 8-state operation after this merger, right?
Objection, ambiguous and outside the scope of the commissioner's questions. I'm not sure where this is going.
Counselor?
The last question I had, and I think we're good. I do have the confidential questions. Happy to do that, however, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. I think what we're going to do for today is break, and we will go to confidential in the morning, and then we will go to redirect for the case in chief after that. But of course, we will have public comment at 8:30, and we'll plan hopefully to resume the hearing at 9 a.m. tomorrow morning. Before we adjourn, are there any questions from counselors or requests? Okay, so the hearing is now in recess for today. For the record, the time is 4:54 p.m. and we will resume the hearing tomorrow morning. That will be Wednesday, May 13th, 2026 at 8:30 a.m. for the public comment, 9 a.m. for the evidentiary hearing in the Bollinger Room of the Montana Public Service Commission here in Helena, Montana. We are now off the record.